globalai.com/tokenizer is open to the world. So you could do something like you can go to ChatGPT and say, tell me a joke. And I'm going to grab this and go over here. I'm going to say, tell me a joke. And that's 4 tokens, and these are the tokens. So you'd pay for 4 tokens. And why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. And the response is 21 tokens. And these don't display well. First, the emojis don't, but I think they're, anyway, they're 2 byte Unicode characters or something. But these are their identifiers. So this turns into 21 tokens, which you pay for. But you also get to see the, I'm more trying to show the, and the response is 21 tokens. More trying to show the breakdown of these don't display well. First, the emojis don't, but so they're, anyway, they're 2 byte. This is a bunch of tokens. That's how it breaks down. That's how it, but these are their identifiers. So that's its determination of what is a token. But you also get to see the tokens also work for 21 tokens. More trying to show the it doesn't matter what language you're in. Still breaks things down to tokens. So you can go for each. Anyway, they're 2 byte. This is a bunch of tokens. That's how it breaks down. That's how it. Blah blah blah. It can be programming code identifiers, tokens. So this is determination of what is a token. But you also get to see the tokens also work for. Okay, so tokens cost you money. That's how you pay. How you get monitored. There are limits to the number of tokens. Like an AI model can only handle so many tokens, but it's anyway. They're 2 just baselining on some of the concepts here. That's how it. So we're going to get to the heart of it here with embedding models, tokens. So returning to our determination of what is model catalog here. The text embedding 3 large model. Let's talk about that in particular. So embedding cost you money. That's how you pay. How you get monitored. An embedding model encodes your tokens into vectors. That's why you needed to know what a token is. A token is a just baseline small group of characters, and it knows what every character is. It has an identifier for it. Remember those returning to our showed up. Model catalog here, and this is the key. Vectors are semantic. Let's talk about that. And they represent money. That's how you pay. How you get monitored. An embedding model. This is a kind of a big deal. This is a little subtle, but that's why you need to know what a token is. A token is drill in on this point here for a minute. Here. Tokens can apply to text. That's what we're going to talk about here. But they can apply to other areas too. Like we talked about, you can use the DALI model to create you. This is the key. Vectors are semantic. Like I said, a unicorn and a meadow, and they represent. And those are semantic concepts that are mapped by the LLM, the DALI LLM, to a visual image. But the core representation is semantic. And this is pretty. Tokens can apply to text. That's what we're going to talk about here, but they can apply to other areas too. Like we talked about, you can use the DALI model. They OpenAI's text embedding 3 large models. It creates a semantic representation. Those are semantic token concepts that are mapped. It first breaks the text down into tokens, the DALI in visual, just like we saw. But the core representation is semantic. It could be human language. It could be code. Any textual. It could be any human language. Any textual stretch, stretch of text can be encoded, and it's stored by this model as a vector. That's basically an array of floating point numbers, and there are just like a little more than 3,000 of them in a representation. It could be human language. We'll talk about this because this is textual, a pretty key point. It could be any textual. So the text that you can give to one embed, one vector, and it isn't just a word. It's not the word as a unicorn. It could be an entire phrase, like show me a unicorn standing in a meadow. like that gets broken up into, I don't know, say 20 tokens and passed into the embedding model and turned into a vector. Then this vector represents the meaning of that phrase. One vector, and this is the voodoo that it can be a part of the advancement back from the attentions on the need paper that changed the way that standing in a meadow builds AI models. That gets broken up into, I don't know, say 20 tokens, and this is and turned into a vector. It's pretty interesting and powerful stuff. Just maybe this is a couple of asides here. The text that you can vectorize can be up to 8K. Actually, I think it might be 8191 tokens. But that's a pretty good chunk of text. But it isn't infinitely large. It's not arbitrarily large. There's a defined maximum. Pretty interesting and powerful tokenize. I'm sorry, that you can vectorize. Maybe this is a couple of asides here. If you have more than that, there's a whole thing about chunking, and this comes into play in RAG. If you study RAG, you'll learn that you have this big PDF or something that you want to vectorize and put in the database. Pretty good chunk of text. But that's what's going on under the hood here. This is a limitation of whatever embedding model you're using to do the semantic understanding. Maybe this code it semantically. If you have more than that, so that's an aside. There's a limit, and this comes into play in RAG. There's a cost in Azure OpenAI and OpenAI using this particular embedding model. It's 13 cents per million tokens. This is a limitation. So say that's 500,000 words. You don't need to pay anyone to use the vectors once you have understanding, because it's you can if you have two strings that's an aside that they're vectorized. You've used an embedding model to turn into a vector of 3,073 floating point numbers. Using this, but do that to one phrase, you do it to another phrase. You can compare the similarity of those two vectors with just math. That's 500,000 words. You don't need to pay anyone to use the vectors once you. We won't go into. We're not. This is. We're not going to do any math here. But the math isn't that complex. Two strings, matrix that vectorized. You've used an embedding model. Take a course in college when you're algebra 6000. That would cover all of that. But it's not. It's not super complex. You can compare the similarity of those two vectors. So the concept here is that if you have two vectorized strings, you can compare them with just math, and it's in code. You don't need to call any services for this. We're not going to do any math here, but the math isn't that. We're math libraries. You can. There are services that will be glad to do this for you. We'll talk about that. That would cover all of that. So it's not. This is a key concept. It's not super complex. So I'm going to lean into that. Similarity of those two vectors. So the concept here is that I'm going to come back to the slides, and I'm going to go quickly compare them with demo first. It's in code. You don't need to call any services for this. So we're going to go to this fun with vector math libraries. Actually going to go to this fun with vector. There are services that will be glad to do this for you. We'll talk about that. That would cover all of that. So it's not. This is a key concept. It's not super complex. So I'm going to and I'm going to pick two phrases. So the concept here is that we're going to come back to the slides in a meadow, quickly compare them with demo first, and jump. So we're going to go to this, and when I click compare the phrases, that's doing a couple of things. It's sending unicorn and a meadow to the cloud by an API. And I'm going to pick two phrases. And it's and that's vectorizing it, and it's sending me back to the vector. So that API call returns a vector of 3,000. And when I click compare the phrases, I do the same, and it does the same for this. So I have two vectors. I compare the vectors in code, just do a little math, and I get a comparison. So unicorn to meadow versus junk is a 0.15 correlation according to vectorizing. This is a technique in data science called cosine similarity vector. And when I click, really need to talk much about it, but that's the term that data scientists use. This is how you measure the closeness to. I compare the vectors, two vectors or two strings, math, and this is a low closeness.
And I
the
get
closeness,
a
a perfect
so
alignment is 1.0.
is a
This is 0.15. It's pretty hard, in
correlation
my experience with this model, to get negative values. It's possible, but it's hard.
Science called
And when I click really need to talk much about it,
that's the
so
term
this is two
that
pretty
is
unrelated concepts. This is how you measure
0.15.
That's pretty unrelated.
I compare
And this
vectors.
here
Two
attempts
vectors are
to
totally
correlate
math.
to make sure this
And
is
this is a low
fixed bit
closeness.
font.
And I
The
get
closeness,
a
but
comparison.
this attempts to draw a bar
Versus
chart.
is 1.0.
A histogram, not a bar chart, a histogram of the.
It's pretty hard in my experience with this model. So this is
negative values. It's 3/20ths. Let's go with a different one now.
So this
Go
is
with
two pretty
Unicon.
unrelated
So if I do
concepts. This is how you
Unicon
measure
in Meadow, what do you think I should get?
Attempts to,
I guess I can't hear you, but you should think about it. What number should I get? But this attempts to draw a bar chart because they're identical. They're the same thing. So what if I say Unicon and Field?
It's pretty hard in my experience with this model.
That's still pretty close. So this is very important. This is semantically saying it's realizing that Meadow and Field are semantically pretty close. So if I do, and it knows that they're semantically pretty close because when you think I should get the entire internet, basically whatever parts of the internet you trained on, and it sussed that out during its training, and it captured that in the embedding model. That's still pretty close. That's kind of one of the big points of this talk. That's what happened.
It's realizing
That's how we can tell that these are similar concepts. I could say horse in a field. I don't know if a horse is considered Unicon-like, but it's pretty good. 0.51 is a reasonable. It sussed that out during its training. It says that there's some relationship between embedding, and I can go horse in a stable, and it goes down. Points of this talk. You can. It's realizing that's how we can tell that these are similar concepts. I could say horse. You're doing great. Horse is considered, and again, Unicon start with, but it's pretty good. 0.51 is 0, and go work down. What if we say during its training? It says that there's some relationship between embedding, and I can go horse in a stable. That goes down to 0.88. No, that's still quite similar in the space of these the similarity analysis here. Similarity analysis. That's very similar. What if I change this from you are doing great, but it's pretty good, to you're doing 0 and go work down? It's a common typo. What if we say we've all seen it, and maybe we've done it. It says that what's going to happen here? Because clearly that means something very different. That's still quite similar with UI. The space of these. Actually, let's do the similarity analysis here. Similarity analysis. That's very similar. What if I went down a little bit from you are doing great, the you are versus your? That's interesting, but still same ballpark. The common type of change to your. We've all seen it, and maybe we've done it. It says that what's going to happen. Interestingly, it clearly correlates more than something very different, 8.4, than the contraction. And if you're wondering why this is possible, how did the grammatically incorrect version score better than the 100% grammatically correct version? It's because this is a common enough typo. Interestingly, on the internet correlates that the language model, which doesn't look it up in a grammar dictionary to filter it out, it just says what does the world use for human language. If you're wondering why this is possible, it realizes that this is what they meant. Grammatically incorrect version score better than the. So we're talking about these 3,000 dimension vectors here. 3,000 because this is a common enough typo to represent any string that we put in here. That the language. The way to think about that is grammar dictionary. Imagine a clock. It just says what does the world use, and it only has minute and hour hands. And imagine that the minute and hour hands are the same size. That's we would say those are normalized vectors. All the vectors are the same size. So we're talking about these, and that's 3,000 mindset used in this particular embedding model. Imagine the clock. It has a minute and an hour hand. They're the same size.
The way
They're
to think
both
about
on,
that,
and it's noon.
Imagine a clock.
So both hands are perfectly aligned facing an hour hand. That's the equivalent
the minute and
to
hour hands are the same size.
That's say those are. You're doing great, and you're doing great. It's a 1.0. It's a perfect
So we're
match,
talking about these
and that's
3,000
mindset used in
particular
embedding
common
models.
enough type of
Imagine the clock, and with
has
the
a
clock,
minute
there
and
were
an hour
only
hand.
two dimensions.
The way to
They're
think
both
about
on. It's a two-dimensional space.
Imagine a
So that would
clock.
be the equivalent
So
of
both
two
hands
floating
are
point
perfectly
hands,
aligned,
not
facing
3,000. That's the
Imagine
equivalent.
that the
And
minute
then,
and hour
so let's say we
hands
take
are
the minute hand and we move it to the. You're doing great. You're doing great. The 3. So say, and that's so one is pointing at 12, and one is pointing at 3.
Imagine the clock.
We could then compare those to two-dimensional vectors. We have the math to do that and get a result.
So that would be
They're not. They're less similar than when they're both pointing straight up.
And then,
So
let's
we
say
can
we
point
take
one
the
at say at the 6, so one on the 12, one on the 6, so they're kind of opposite, and that would give us one is pointing at 12, would be more dissimilar, and our scores would be going lower and lower here. We could then compare those two towards 0. Two-dimensional vectors. We have the math to do that. But those would be fairly simplistic if we only had those two dimensions. They're less similar than vector. What the vector for this particular language model does is it actually uses more dimensions than 2. We talk about the clock, be it two hands at 12, one at 12, one at 3, and so forth. Our scores would be going lower and lower. What if we actually took a hand, maybe the second hand, and instead of being at the 12 or the 3, the second hand came straight out at us. Clocks don't do that, but imagine that with the coming vector for this particular language right out of the clock. That would be adding more third dimension, 2. So it then have 3 floating point numbers to represent that. Then you can represent more differentiation between different phrases. What if we actually took different vectors, because they can vary along 3 dimensions, and then add a 4, instead of being a 5th, those would be 6, and they're hard to visualize. You can't straight out visualize it after 3 dimensions. Do that, but imagine that we live in a 3-dimensional world, and then they keep adding dimensions. That would be up till until it gets to 3,000 plus dimensions. So it's a very complex space that they are mapping these text strings into. What if we actually took 3,000 plus dimension space and then add a 4 instead of being a 5th and a 6th, and they're hard to visualize. That's how it's able to capture such nuance in a numeric representation. And then they keep adding dimensions. It has a lot of space to do it. 3,000 floating point numbers, 3,000 numbers between negative 1 and 1, and mapping and can combine them to actually express meaning and difference in meaning, and then add a 4, similarity and difference. Right. That's how it's able to. If there are questions on that, feel free to ask. But that's super critical concept. And if you leave this talk with nothing else, 3,000. Leave it with wow, these embedding models are pretty interesting, and they can do. That's a pretty cool superpower that they can combine them. And this wasn't possible to actually express in the effectiveness level that we have today without the massive amount of data that is on the. That's how it's. If there are questions, this is not something to ask that we could have done in the 80s. Super didn't have critical data. And if you leave this talk with nothing else, leave it with wow, these embedding models are pretty interesting, and they can do. That's a pretty cool superpower that they have. Go back to the slides. And this wasn't possible to actually express in the effectiveness level that we have today without. I'm going to point out a couple other things here. We're not going to do this exercise, but you can do this on your own if you want. Funwithvectors.com is data. The website's out there. And can you get a perfect match between two strings? One way to do it is to cheat and have two identical strings, but can you have two non-identical strings that give you a 1.0? That's an interesting challenge. I'm going to point out a couple other things here. And if you try to get two strings that give you a vector result that is most different, that are most apart, what do those look like? The website's out there. I did that with my. Can you get a perfect? The first example I gave was about the unicorns. One way to do it is to cheat. The meadow on the left, and then the one on the right is just two non-identical strings. Maybe give it a real text string and see what. what that's like.
I'm gonna
And if you try to get two strings, you can also do vector math
vector result that is
with these strings, with these models. In my experience, it doesn't work that great.
I did that.
It's not that consistent, but the canonical example is things like unicorn, king plus woman versus queen left. And in the app, the fun with vectors, it actually does vector math. If you use a plus sign, you leave spaces around it, it will actually add king vector. You can also do vector math, and then you can compare that. You can do that on the left, and you can compare that to queen on the right. Or you can do king minus man plus woman on one side and queen on the other side. And it actually works out pretty good. But when I try it in a lot of different contexts, it doesn't really. It actually does vector math match. If you use a plus sign all the time. It's not consistent, so I don't understand that. It might be a more common feature in older embedding models. You can compare that. Can you get a comparison to be negative? So the theoretical plus one difference when you one side look at how close to and there actually two strings are. It actually works out the meaning. But when I try it in a lot of a perfect match is 1.0, and a perfect mismatch is negative 1.0. And I can only get, no matter what I choose, I can only get very small negative numbers. Can you get a comparison to be negative? Nuclear physics as one theoretical and a passage from an old English text called Beowulf in the other. And I got a very small negative value. That's an interesting one to do too, because you get a negative value. Do phrases in different languages match? I'm actually going to go back for that. And I can only get, no matter what I choose, I can only get very small negative numbers. Can you get a comparison to be negative? Nuclear physics as one theoretical and a passage from an old English text. That's a pretty good match. And these are two different languages. So this is unambiguously thank you in two languages. Two phrases in the embedding model appreciates that, and it says, well, it's the same concept for that. And I can only get French. No matter what I choose, I can only get very small. And can you get a comparison to be negative? Nuclear physics as one theoretical. That's pretty consistent. That's a pretty good match. And these are two different languages. Good stuff. So this is unambiguously thank you. So you can try phrases in different languages. My OpenAI doesn't document this fully, but my understanding is, from what I've read, is they support about 100 languages. They don't specify which ones, and I've tried it in languages like Telugu. That's pretty consistent. That's a pretty good match. And these are two different in other languages. Good stuff. That some of them work better than others. And so you can punctuation or spacing matter. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. OpenAI doesn't document this fully, but my understanding is, from what I've read, is so embedding these embedding models, the ones that people ignore when they look at these model catalogs. That's pretty consistent. Super powerful, and for all sorts of in other languages, search regions. That so what does all this have to do with human language being and so you can punctuation, spacing matter. Sometimes it's a little bit to do with it. My understanding is the vectorizing of text that we just looked at. Embedding using an embedding model that we just looked at. There are other embedding models. They might look a little different. Look at these models, but conceptually similar. You can express text semantically with big number. So you can transform it into semantic representation. Once you have that, you can do some very interesting things, and we have this concept in our industry called semantic search. So embedding you search by meaning, not lexical similarity. So lexical meaning, the word has to be the same, or a stem of it be the same. Like meadow versus meadow, or once you have that, puppy versus puppy, you can do some very. I think a lot of systems for a lot of years have been able to find those similarities. But puppy versus baby dog, maybe not so much. Lexical similarity. So lexical. This allows that. And one of the things you can do, like in the Fun with Vectors app, we showed that you could compare to words that you already have. But another way to do that is to say, well, I have a lot of words. I have a lot of systems for that I've vectorized. Find those. I just want to find find the closest one. But so you can use a vector database search, and some examples are here. This allows Azure, the ones I'm most familiar with, like in the Azure AI search. We showed Azure SQL DB, I'm going to say 6 months ago or something like that, 4 or 5 months ago, added the ability to do this as well. So you can vectorize some text, store it in your, say, Azure SQL DB. I just want to find, and then you can do a vector database. You can say, find me the closest. Some examples are here. Or find things that are similar to Unicorn Nemeto, and it will scan through your data just like you can do other search operations in SQL database. Something like this one will do basically a cosine similarity match, so you can give you a vector up to 1.0, and you can say things like where the similarity is greater than 0.5. I want to return those, and then rank them. And if there are more than 10 of them, just give me the top 10 most highest matches. So this puts this semantic matching at your fingertips, and the relationship to human language, of course, is that where the data that you store, the similarity or to language, 0.5. The data that you store is typically, and then rank them. And that's the most common thing that we store is human text. It could be code, software as well, highest match. So this puts this, but it also appears at your fingertips. You can search for text. And there's another dimension to this I don't have a bullet for here, is when you go into an LLM or chatbot, you say, so you're in your company using Microsoft Copilot tool that is able to see your internal company data. You might ask it for, but also find me documents. This is text you can find me documents. And there's another dimension that I don't have a bullet for here, is that talk about project XYZ chatbot, and so you're in your company. There's probably going to be a translation that is into a vector search, into a semantic search. So the LLM, you might ask it, will make sense out of what you asked. It'll say, okay, so I'm going to do a keyword search, documents, semantic search for this smaller concept. It's not sending the entire prompt into the semantic search. Talk about it's processing it to say, okay, we want to search for documents related to project XYZ, or anything to do with translation, financial analysis from the 1980s, and it can turn that into a vector, and then find things that come close to that vector to find the semantic matches. And I'm going to close with this slide. The things I talk about here are under your control. Some things that are not under your control, just to point out, the LLM, I talked about embedding models that are their own models, but LLMs internally use a similar process, and I think these all turn that into a vector, and then the attention is all you need paper from 8 years ago now, I think. And I'm going to close with, it both grew out of this, but the things I'm not saying that the embedding model I'm talking about here, just to point out, the LLM, I talked about embedding models, text embedding tree logic. I'm not saying that this is the model used by ChatGPT LLMs internally. I want to make sure I'm not saying that. That's a separate model. They use similar vector and similarity concepts internally, but this is all invisible. It both grew out of this, but it's almost certainly not saying that. So that part isn't under your control, but maybe your appreciation of the vectorization process, the tokenization process, then the vectorization process, then the cosine similarity analysis process that you can apply to similar vectors will help you better appreciate that this is similarity concepts internally, but this is all invisible. So glad to take questions. I'm going to stick this deck here, blogcodingoutloud.com. I'll do that today. The tokenization process, the vectorization process. Then if we have any extra time, the cosine similarity analysis process that you can apply to similar vectors will help you better appreciate that this is similarity concepts internally, but this is all invisible.
Again, if you have any questions, feel free to either jump in verbally or through chat.
I'm going to stick this.
And right now, I'm not seeing much.
here, blogcodingoutloud.com. I'll do that. This makes sense to people. Do you get it? Is it like everybody already knew all this, or I'm happy to take questions.
It's definitely newer concepts if you haven't worked in it before, but I thought it was presented pretty well and easy to understand.
But this is the goal.
Again, if you have any questions, feel free to either
Well, I'm
jump
happy
in
to take
verbally
feedback
or
if
chat.
you have it as well. I
I'll-
try to make these understandable.
I'll go ahead. I'll
This
go
makes
ahead
sense
and
to
ask a
people?
question. This is Elaine. When you're
Get it?
talking about
Is it
vectors
like
all the time, I'm thinking
everybody
about
already
the
knew all
plain
this,
old
or
vectors that I learned in
It's
linear
definitely newer
algebra.
concepts if you haven't worked in
Am
it
I thinking
before,
correctly?
but I thought
Elaine,
it
you
was
are
presented
right on
pretty well
target.
and easy to understand.
It's the
Again, if
same
you have any
concept,
questions, feel free to
exactly the same
either jump
concept.
in
Take
verbally
feedback
or
if
chat.
you probably even learned how to do similar math to cosine similarity analysis.
I'll
If
go
you
ahead. I'll go ahead and
if
ask
you
a
were doing
question. This is
dot
Elaine.
products and
When you're
cross
talking
products
about
and so
vectors
forth
all
of
the
your
time,
vectors
I'm
back then.
thinking about
So
the plain
exactly the
old
right
vectors
concept
that I learned
applied
in
to a
linear
new
algebra.
domain.
Concepts if you haven't
Is
worked
okay,
in it
thanks.
before,
I've never thought about a
but
vector
Elaine, you
database
are
before.
right on
That's
target.
brand new.
Yeah, you'll as you lean into AI, you'll see a lot of talk about storage solutions that are based on similar math to cosine similarity, because that's how you can do the semantic search. That's how you can find similar concepts of keyword search. And there's exactly the right concept. I mentioned SQL database now has that in it.
Okay, thanks.
There's a whole
I've never
service from
thought about a
Azure
vector
called
database
Azure
before.
AI
That's
Search
brand new.
that is basically a vector search system, a very, very sophisticated, scalable one. So you'll keep tripping over that.
Thanks.
Similar math to cosine similarity, because that's how you can do the semantic search.
All
That's
right,
how
very
you
good.
find similar
Any other
concepts
questions or
of keyword
comments?
search. And there's exactly the right concept.
Marshall posted a comment in the chat
SQL
window.
database now has that
I was
in it.
already
Thanks.
familiar with
I've never
tokens and
thought about
vectors and
a vector
LLMs.
database.
I built small
Azure AI Search
GPTs
that
with
is
custom
basically
tokenizers in Python.
very,
And he's got a link to huggingface.co/Marshall Turan.
keep tripping over that.
I want to build an
Thanks.
embeddings model. Thanks for sharing that, Marshall.
Nice.
All right, very good. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, there are many
Marshall
embedding
posted a
models
comment
out
in the
there.
chat
I
window.
picked on one.
I was
to
already familiar with
illustrate,
tokens and vectors and LLMs.
conversation
I
here.
built small GPTs
Building
with
one,
custom tokenizers
Marshall
in
would be
Python.
quite an interesting
And he's got a
endeavor.
link to huggingface.co/Marshall Turan. Very true. I want to build an embeddings model. All right. If there are no more questions or comments, Marshall has an additional one. What was the URL for the embedding studio
there are many
you
embedding models.
demoed?
I picked on one.
Funwithvectors.com.
Conversation here.
Built small GPTs
Building
with
one,
custom tokenizers
Marshall
in
would be
Python.
quite an interesting
And he's got
endeavor.
a link
I'll put the
to
links. I'll make sure the links appear in the
huggingface.co/Marshall
blog
Turan.
post that
Very
I'll
true. I want to
post
build an embeddings model.
today.
That would be
that'll
great.
have
If there are no
that
more
and
questions or comments,
the token playground and the
Marshall
demo.
has an additional one.
Yeah,
What was
please
the
send me the link
URL
to
for the
that.
embedding studio
There are many
you
embedding
demoed?
picked on one.
All
Fun
right.
with
If there's no additional questions or comments, Bill, much appreciated. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day to join us. And great
I'll put the
presentation as
links.
always.
I'll make sure the links. Appreciate it. Good luck, everybody. Have fun.
Thank you.
I'll post.
All right. So we are now at 9:46, and judging by our schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes.
Much appreciated.
And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead, grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. It is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes.
Much appreciated.
And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead, grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. It is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes.
Much appreciated.
And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. and Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break up until 10 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. It's going to be about 14 minutes. Much appreciated. And then afterwards, we have session 2, which is Mad Data Science by Matt Elam. And Matt will be joining us from the greater Columbus area. So let's go ahead and grab a drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up again in 14 minutes at 10 o'clock sharp. Schedule, it is now time for a break. Just the man I was looking for. How are you, Matt? Can you hear me? How about now? Just the man I was looking for. How are you, Matt? Can you hear me? How about now? Just the man I was looking for. How are you, Matt?
Good morning.
There we go. Good morning. How are you, Matt?
I am tired. I stayed up entirely too late last night playing around
Can you hear
with,
me?
what was it? Olama and Azure and all these fun things instead of getting the sleep I needed. But happy to be
How
here.
about now? Happy to have you. Very nice. Likewise, I'm also fighting a cold, so it's a bit of a struggle for me as well.
Good
So,
morning.
You're in good company. There we go. Good morning. How are you, Matt?
I am tired. I stayed up
How's everything going with
entirely too
Leading
late
Edge?
last night.
Oh, I
playing
love it
around
over
with,
there. They treat me very
what was
nicely.
it? Olama and
I
Azure and
have
all
I
these
cannot imagine a
fun
better
things
job
instead of
title
getting
than
the sleep
Wizard.
I needed.
I
Happy to
love
be
it.
here.
Now.
I
Happy to
always
have
feel
you.
like Harry
Very
Dresden
nice.
going around saying I'm a professional
Likewise, I'm
wizard,
also
but
fighting
yeah,
a cold,
it's awesome.
so it's a bit of a
So
struggle.
is
that your official title?
Good
It's my
morning.
official title.
You're in
It's
good
amazing.
company. Okay, good morning. Interesting.
How are
I
you,
was
Matt?
reading your bio, and I thought it was
I am
a
tired.
self-proclaimed
How's
everything going with adjective, Leading Edge,
last
which I
night.
thought was pretty
Oh, I love
creative.
it over there.
But
We have
what
a
was it?
it was the
Olama
innovations
and
innovation and
Azure.
excellence team. It's part of our leadership team where we do internal and external training, thought leadership
Happy to
articles,
have
things
you.
like that.
Very
But
nice.
the job title of someone on that
Likewise, I'm
team
also
is
fighting a cold,
Wizard. So I'm one of
so it's a
three.
bit of a
So
struggle.
is that your
for me
official
as well.
title?
Gotcha.
It's
Very
my
nice.
official title.
You're in
It's
good
amazing.
company. Well, I'm glad you could take time from your busy day to join us and present
Oh yeah.
self-proclaimed adjective.
Oh,
We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes, but
we
let's
have
take this time
it
to
was
make you presenter and make sure that we can connect okay.
It's part of our leadership. That'd be lovely. I do need to share audio as well. Thought leadership articles.
Yeah, so as you go to share your screen, you will have a button on the bottom for sharing audio.
So is that your official title?
Gotcha.
It's
Very
my
nice.
official title. Lovely, lovely.
Well, I'm glad you could take checkbox, I should say, to join us and
Bill
present
Letter. Oh yeah.
self-proclaimed adjective.
going
We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes, but let's
Very
take
good.
this time. You also want to test your audio, make you presenter, and make sure that we can connect
Sure.
okay.
We'll give that a good old shot here. I do need to share audio as well. Thought leadership articles.
Yeah, so as you
Hello
go to
there.
share your screen,
This
you will
voice
have
was generated
a
by
button on the
AI.
bottom for sharing audio. Okay, so that works. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of an echo because it comes through your mic in addition to the stream.
Oh yeah.
So you have to mute your mic temporarily.
Alrighty. Well, we'll give that a shot here a
Very
second.
good. You also want to test your audio, make you presenter, and make sure that we can connect
Sure.
okay.
We'll give that a good old shot here. I do need to share
Hello
audio
there.
as well.
This voice was generated
Yeah,
by
so
AI.
as you go to share your screen,
This
you will
voice
have
was generated by
button on the
AI.
bottom
Beans.
for sharing
Thank you.
audio. Okay, so that works. Technology is a beautiful thing when you know how to work with it. A little bit of an echo because
Yeah.
it comes
Well,
through your mic in
unfortunately, I
addition to the
don't.
stream.
But we'll
So you
we'll
have
fake
to
it till we
mute
make it.
your mic temporarily. Well,
Alrighty.
I'll introduce
Well,
you
we'll
to
give
a
that
wizard
shot here
at
a second.
Leading Edge. He's a great guy. He can fill you in and bring you up to speed.
Sure. We'll give that a good old shot here. I do need to share
Hello
audio
there.
as well.
This voice was generated
Yeah,
by
so
AI.
as you go to share your screen,
This
you will
voice
have
was generated by
button on the
AI.
bottom
Beans.
for
Thank
sharing
you.
audio. What are you working on lately? Technology is a beautiful thing when you know how to work with it.
Right now, a lot of conference talk. Unfortunately, I book number 3, which we don't have a firm title for, but I am lovingly calling it the joy of
I'll
.NET.
introduce you to a wizard at
And
Leading
then,
Edge. He's a great
conference
guy. He can fill you
organizer
in and bring you up to
for
speed.
Stir Trek and Momentum.
Gotcha.
Hello there.
Yeah, if you need another reviewer for the book, I'd be happy to help.
This voice was
I
generated.
think we're set on reviewers, but I need
What are you working
time
on
to
lately?
write it.
Technology is a beautiful thing when you know
Details.
how to
Right now, so I really want to get done with it by mid-year because I have some game projects I want to just do for my own
I'll introduce you to a
sanity
wizard
and
at
coping with a
Leading
world that
Edge.
feels like
He's
it's
a
on
great
fire
guy. He can fill you in
organizer
and bring you up to
for
speed.
Stir Trek and Momentum.
Gotcha. Oddly enough, I had a book when I was in college, and it was titled "The Joy of
I
C."
think we're set on reviewing
Not C
this,
sharp.
but
It was
I need time to write it.
crazy to say, but it was definitely before C
Right
sharp.
now, so I really want to get done with it by mid-year because I have some game projects I want to just do for my own
I'll introduce you to a
sanity
wizard
and coping with a world that feels like it's on fire sometimes.
organizer for Star Trek and Momentum.
Gotcha. Oddly enough, I had a book when I was in college, and it was titled "The Joy of
I
C."
think we're set on reviewing
Not C
this,
sharp.
but
It was
I need time to write it.
crazy to say, but it was definitely before C sharp.
So I really want to get done with it by mid-year because I have some game projects I want to just do for my own
I'll introduce you to a
sanity
wizard
and coping with a world that feels like it's on fire sometimes.
Organizer for Star Trek and Momentum.
Gotcha. Oddly enough, I had a book when I was in college, and it was titled "The Joy of C."
We're set on reviewing
Not C
this,
sharp.
but
It was
I need time to write it.
crazy to say, but it was definitely before C sharp.
So I really want to get done with it by mid-year because I have some game projects I want to just do for my own sanity and coping with a world that feels like it's on fire sometimes.
Organizer for Star Trek and Momentum.
Gotcha. Oddly enough, I had a book when I was in college, and it was titled "The Joy of C."
We're set on reviewing
Not C
this,
sharp.
but
It was.
I need time
By the way, what's your Twitter handle, crazy to say, Matt? but it was definitely before C sharp.
I am Integer Man. I don't use Twitter terribly much anymore. I'm mostly LinkedIn or anything, but hermiting a little bit more recently.
Gotcha.
So much as a MVP can hermit.
Did you go to the summit?
No, I did not.
Yeah, neither do I. I wasn't able what's to your
Oh,
Twitter make Twitter it. handle, Matt?
Sam did, and he tells me
I am
things about it.
Integer
But,
Man.
I don't use Twitter terribly much
Sam Gomez.
anymore. I'm mostly
Yeah.
LinkedIn or anything, but hermiting a little bit more recently.
Gotcha.
So much as a MVP can hermit.
Did you go to the summit?
No, I did not.
Yeah, neither do I. I wasn't able to make it.
handle, Sam did, and he tells me
I
things
am
about it.
Integer
But,
Man.
I don't use Twitter terribly much
Sam Gomez.
anymore. I'm mostly
Yeah.
LinkedIn or anything, but
All right, it is 10 o'clock on the dot. Are you ready to get started?
I'm good to go.
Excellent.
So,
All
much
right.
as a MVP can hermit.
So next on the agenda is Matt Eland. Matt is a Microsoft MVP, and he's going to be presenting on Mad Data Science. He's also an AI specialist or wizard at Leading Edge. He has a master's in data analytics, is a Microsoft MVP in AI and .NET. Ready to get started? He teaches software
good to go.
engineering, AI, and data science. Speaks at numerous conferences. Is the author in both print and video. Next on the agenda, and is works with the Central Ohio.NET Developer Group. Matt is a phenomenal speaker. He's going to be presenting and he's very enthusiastic, and you'll definitely see that coming across in his presentation. And so with that, Matt, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. You may have oversold me. I was up a little late last night playing with things we're talking about, or some of the things we're talking about. But as I am Microsoft MVP, I am literally a professional wizard at Leading Edge, which is still amazing to me. If you're not familiar with Leading Edge, we are a consultancy here in Central Ohio. We help organizations throughout the United States with their software engineering, data, and AI needs. I was up a little late last night. Really thrive in helping organizations that are kind of growing and trying to scale, helping them scale up, and really being a partner with them. Literally, they are maturing their practices and their teams. So I get to build things, I get to teach people, and it's a lot of fun. The wizard part of that is usually the thing that gets the most questions, and that is literally my job title. This is my dear friend Bob, who is out presenting in the community. We really thrive in helping organizations that are kind of growing here at our office, but the wizards team up and really be a partner with that as they are maturing and just serve the community team. So one of the ways we do that is through lunch and learns. So if you see something here
that's interesting to you or your organization, thing that gets the most questions. You want to have us out, give me a call at the end, QR code you can scan. But let's talk more about what we're talking about today. So this is actually a talk that I gave first at Kids. So I wrote this deck mostly for children, but we're going to be doing that is covering the machine learning. So if you something here that's a little interesting to you, so we're going to talk about machine learning. We are going to be talking about voices and speech. We're going to be talking about conversational AI. Let's talk more about what we're talking about today. And we are going to be talking about reinforcement this is actually learning. A talk that I gave first at Kids. So I wrote this deck mostly for. So I do apologize. It does look like I'm having some poor network connectivity here. We'll see how well this does. But machine learning is one of the things I really love. There's been some really interesting ways of using machine learning in the past that I've worked on. One of the very first things I did with machine learning was trying to see exactly how late I could sleep in on any given day. I trained a machine learning model to predict the number of minutes that I would need to spend defrosting my particular car in my parking spot, given the previous night's weather predictions. And that actually worked out really well. Saved me a couple minutes of sleep every night. Interesting ways of using machine learning. I have a dear friend, Sam Gomez, who's done machine learning to optimize HVAC systems for museums, which is pretty cool. I have solved for world peace by proving that Die Hard is definitively a Christmas movie using machine learning, which was pretty fun. That was literally to sell an argument my wife and I were having, but it turns out it is absolutely a Christmas movie. And then I was giving Disney some advice on how to make Doctor Who actually good again, and I used machine learning and data analytics to sort of illustrate that point. And I came up with a recommendation of bringing back, to your old showrunner, bringing back David Tennant, and wouldn't you know it? Shortly after that, Disney pulled the trigger. They went ahead and they did an argument my wife and I were having. So I'm claiming responsibility for bringing back David Tennant. That's all me. And then I was giving Disney some advice on how to make Who's actually pretty okay now. I'm a fan again. That's nice. So we're going to see machine learning in action here. I have a data set that I got from Kaggle.com, bringing back your old showrunner, bringing back David Tennant of video games and various attributes about the games, and then the price the game sold for and how well it did. It's great. Now, as I was preparing this talk for Kids Mash, I noticed this data set is completely fake. They fabricated all this data, but that's okay. That's machine learning in action. We're not really going to be using this to see if a game should be made or not, but this is a cautionary tale I include because I got this data set on Kaggle. It didn't say the data was synthetic. The data was pretty clearly synthetic the more I looked into it. Did. It's great. Just a word of warning there. There's a lot of good data sets on Kaggle. This is probably not one of them. This data set is completely fake. But with machine learning, you typically will train a machine learning model around some data, and it's going to internalize the relationships in that data, and then it's going to be able to use that to make predictions about the future. So I'll click this button, and we'll train a model around our CSV data for our video game ratings, and it's going to have a model with some metrics associated with it. So in this case, it said, hey, we should use a fast forest regression model that's going to predict a number, and it should be doing one hot encode in that data, and then for some of its columns, replacing simplistic values for doing type conversion. Basically built a little pipeline using AutoML, which is an automated machine learning framework built into ML.NET. And you can see we have some metrics here. So the code for this is actually not that bad. With ML.NET, we're going to build an ML context. You're going to give it some data, which I've loaded up into a data frame. That's just really just reading it from a CSV file. We're going to split it into a training data set and a testing data set. And then we create an automated regression experiment. I'm going to say, hey, I want you to run for 5 seconds. And you can see here's the column I want you to predict. I want you to predict the rating that a new game will get. And it's going to spit out a trained model, and we'll be able to look at some metrics associated with that. You're going to give it some data. And once we have that model, we can save it to a zip file. That's just really just reading it, and we can load it up, and we can make some new things. So I could say, hey, global AI connection jam. This is going to be a fighting game. Here's the column I It's for all ages. We're going to say it's only going to be an hour long. This bit is going to get graded out after that. We are hopefully online. We are multiplayer. And once we have that model, you can save it to a zip file. Yeah, okay. So let's predict the rating of this game. Make some new things. And it's going to use our trained model to generate a prediction. AI. And it says, hey, it's going to be a really good game. That's great. Now, if I increase our price, here's the column I want you to predict. For all ages, we're going to say it's only going to be that should impact our rating to some degree or another. Where it says, hey, the best games have the best prices, so therefore your ratings can get even better if you increase the price. So that's sort of showing a limitation of machine learning, because in reality, there's a sweet spot for pricing, but the data set doesn't really reflect that. And so it thinks, hey, the best games are priced higher, so therefore if you price your game higher, your game will be better. So a little bit of a limitation there. You got to understand the relationships with your data. But that's machine learning, and I really enjoy machine learning. The best games have the best prices, so text to speech. We're going to go into computers and text to speech. I'm going to mute my mic here because if I don't, it's going to suck for you all. But what we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able to give it a string, and we're going to be able to select a voice, and it's going to generate some audio. So therefore, I'll mute myself. Higher, your game will be better. So a little bit of a limitation there. You got to understand the relationships with your data. But that's machine learning, and I
Hello
really
there.
enjoy machine learning.
This voice was generated by
Text to
AI.
speech. We're going to go into computers and text to speech. I'm going to mute my mic here because if I don't, it's going to suck for you all. But what we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able to give it a string,
I support
and we're going
many
to be able
different
to
locales
select a
and
voice,
accents.
and it's going to generate some audio. So therefore, I'll mute myself. And so this is a lot of fun. You can use this to generate audio for your applications. I might use this later on this year for game prototyping. This actually plays it through your speakers when you are running your code, which I actually can't find a good way around that to not play it through your speakers. But you get the raw bytes back from Azure as well, where you can go and save that as a WAV file and then just play that again. And so this is a lot of fun. You can use this to generate audio. You're just going to say, hey, I want a new speech config. Here's my subscription key. Here's the region, such as East US. And here's the voice I want you to use, such as English guy neural. Find a good way around the strings we're speaking there. And we tell it, hey, I want you to start speaking asynchronously, but you get the raw bytes back from Azure as well, where I want you to start speaking, and you can have it kind of wait to leave there. You can use this to generate audio. You're just going to say, hey, I want a new speech config. Here's my subscription key. Here's the region, such as East US. Speech to text is the opposite of that, where you can tell it to start listening, and it's going to listen to what you say, and it's going to stop. That's not going to work for me on this device. But I'll show you the code for it. It's super easy. You're going to create a speech recognizer. You're going to give it that same speech config. You're going to say, hey, go out and recognize once. It's going to listen to you. It's going to wait for a pause. And then it's going to pull back some text and a status. So if you need to get a string from the user's speech, this is a really good way of doing it. And in my experience, this recognize once async is really accurate in detecting when the user stops speaking, which is kind of cool. It's super easy. So text to speech, speech to text, really nice ways of augmenting your applications with a little bit of extra capabilities. I really enjoy those in terms of making an application shine. But we'll segue here in a second. I'm going to pause for a drink from Diet Dr. Pepper and allow for questions in chat. But we'll talk about generative AI next. So text to speech, speech to text, really nice ways of augmenting your applications with a little bit of extra capabilities. I really enjoy those. So generative AI is awesome. It's made a little bit of news recently, with large language models and the like. I come from a time when I was interested in AI for other things. So I like to focus on the other aspects of AI other than large language models, because there's so much you can do with AI. But I am continually amazed to the point of my own sleep detriment of what we can do with generative AI and large language models. Is awesome. Text completion is kind of where we were with 3-4 years ago, where you would be typing something into your search box. You'd be typing something into Bing, and it would predict what you're going to type next. And that would be a text completion. But text completion could be more than just that. So I have some simple templates here. So here I have a joke template. It's going to say, tell me a clean joke that will make me laugh. Bonus points if it involves Azure AI programming and/or Cleveland, Ohio. So apologies in advance if I snub Cleveland here, where you would be typing something into and it says, why did the programmer move to Cleveland and start working in Azure AI? Because they heard the cloud coverage there was excellent, both in the sky and in their code. It's a little close to home when we just heard that Columbus is not getting a data center soon. But I would agree. Let's go again. Programming and/or Cleveland, Ohio. So apologies in advance. Why did the AI move to Cleveland? Because of the cloud over. Yeah. Same cloud theme, but hey, pierogi. There we go. Why did the programmer large Cleveland and start rating in Azure AI? Because they heard the cloud go through this without using the Batman prompt in the sky. So here we go. Pretend you are Batman who is pausing a tech demo at the Global AI Bootcamp online conference for a 2-sentence monologue about fighting crime. I would agree. Let's go again. Programming and/or Cleveland, Ohio.
The fight against crime isn't just in the streets. It's in the shadows of the digital
same cloud theme, but
where algorithms can be as dangerous as anything.
and that's about as much as I'm comfortable pulling out in bat voice for this presentation, but hopefully that helped you wake up a little bit. Now the code for this is not that bad. What we're going to do is we're going to have an endpoint associated with our, in this case, an Azure OpenAI service, and we are going to have it associated, in this case, with our Azure OpenAI service. We're going to create an Azure OpenAI client, give it those two pieces of data, and we'll give it the name of our model, our deployment. And then we're going to call this get text completions. We take in our prompt that's a, hey, tell me a joke about Cleveland and clouds. And it's going to say, hey, I need my chat client. I need to go out and get chat completions. I'm going to create a system chat message with my prompt. That's all I'm giving you. I'm giving you this prompt of, hey, speak in a Batman voice or whatever it might be. And it gives you back pieces of data. It gives you back some content and some text. So this is maybe a little more complex than you might expect for just getting some conclusions on text. But we're going to see this come back to help us in a second. I need to go out. So conversational AI is what we see on basically every website nowadays. That's all I'm giving you. And here we're giving it another system prompt where, hey, you're a silly but helpful AI chatbot at the Global AI conference. Keep your content and answer short and friendly. So how can I help you today? You can work, please. I'm doing a live demo, which always ends well. I need to go out. So conversation. Oh, absolutely. I'm ready to rock your demo. Let's make it awesome. What do you need? I'll tell it. You just did it. We're giving it another system prompt where, hey, you're a silly but helpful AI chatbot. What's next? Oh, great. I love having a partner in Azure. And this is the same code, but the main difference here is that we are giving it the system chat message. See, this is the prompt of, hey, you're this digital assistant. But we're also giving it our conversational history. Oh, absolutely. Every time that we have something, we can store it in a chat message. And then we're adding it to the history, and we give it the complete chat async with our history. So now we're giving it the initial prompt as well as the context of everything else. And note that we differentiate between the prompt and the individual history through the use of these chat messages. So different type of message, and that helps it handle everything. So when we're working with any LLM with chat, we're really just working with a prompt and then a series of additional things, and it handles all that through basically the same message coming over, which is pretty cool. We can take advantage of that because if I asked it, let's see, what sessions are you looking forward to this afternoon? So when we're working with any LLM, it's going to say, oh, definitely AI versus pizza, who delivers faster, which is probably a real session out there, but I don't think it's a real session at this event. So to keep it grounded, there's some things we can do. Retrieval augmented generation, is the big one of those. So here I've got a system prompt that's the same kind of thing, but it's got a little bit more detail. So I'm saying, hey, you're part of Matt Eland's Mad Data Science talk. It's going to say, oh, definitely demo versus pizza. The talk is yada yada yada. But then I have this additional details that has all of this information grounded about what's going on in the conference. So now if I ask it, is what talk are you most so here I've got to see system prompt that should kind of thing, but it's got a little bit more detail. There we go. It's a little bit of a suck up, but it's grounded on the data. The talk is yada yada. Fine. But then I have this. What about this afternoon? All of this what's interesting about them, what's going on in the conference. So now I'll keep my typo just to show you that it can handle it. And it says, oh, definitely build an agent with Azure AI Agent Service by Veronica. This is funny, I was actually doing this in prep for this. There we go. It's basically the same response. I'm like, oh, Veronica's speaking here, she's great. So you'll love her. But really what we're doing is we're giving it more context in our initial prompt. This is a bit of a hack for this demo. Normally you wouldn't necessarily put your additional context in your prompt. Normally what you would do is the user comes in and says, hey, Veronica, what's the weather like today? And you're talking with a weather bot, and it's going to make an API call out to get the weather for your area. And it's going to look for the prediction around Cleveland, and it's going to inject that into your prompt. This is a bit of a hack for this. You can take that up to the next level by adding in more capabilities. For example, right now, hey, Veronica, what's the weather like? Let's say that you wanted to make a chatbot for the Global AI Bootcamp to get the weather, and you had a lot of articles, you had a lot of talks out around, and someone can say, hey, I'm really interested in learning a little bit more about speech to text to the next level. Well, what you could do with that is you can actually generate an embedding out of that sentence. Like, I'm really interested in speech to text. An embedding is basically a really long array. So it's a really long array of numbers, a lot of articles, a lot of the models I usually work with. It's 1,500 elements long. It's basically kind of like a GPS location of that concept of what's interesting with speech to text. And what it does with that embedding is it can compare it to all these other things in its database. And it says, hey, I know all these other things. I got this article here about washer dryers. I got this article here about generative AI. I got this article here about speech to text. And each one of those has its own embedding. And you can kind of compare the distance between what the user asked about and the distance between that thing in the knowledge base. And you can say, hey, here are the 5 closest things in the knowledge base. And then those things basically go right in here. It says, hey, I know all these, maybe a paragraph from them or whatever, and that makes your bot more able to respond to dynamic things from the user. I've used this with really good effect for helping an organization connect parents of children with special needs to help resources and support resources and the like, because we just indexed all their offerings and all their different capabilities, events and the like, and then someone could say, hey, how do I help my kid who's struggling with this in high school, and it's able to find some really good resources for people. Believe it or not, I am a little bit of a nerd, and some of the things that are fun for me right now include Dungeons and Dragons, because I have some lovely coworkers at Leading Edge who like to play. But my coworkers are kind of lame and they don't play enough. And so what I've taken to doing is actually using this technology to build my own dungeon master. And so what I'm doing is I have a prompt that's telling it how to behave as a dungeon master, and then I have some capabilities. Believe it or not, I am a little bit of a nerd, but because I have more than just one thing I can search, so I could search the any number of those Dungeons and Dragons books over there on my bookshelf, or I could search the history of the world or our previous chat histories or whatever. I now have a bunch of different data sources, and so I'm moving beyond retrieval augmentation generation and more into AI orchestration capabilities. Now I have to select from multiple different data sources. So that's an interesting approach there that helps you learn a little bit more about things, and that I found that very effective for being able to work with a bunch of different people over. I now have a bunch of different any questions before we move on? I am quite a bit ahead of time, I feel like, at this point, because I built this for a bunch of children who were, I was expecting to ask a lot of questions, and happy to answer these as I take a step with my approach there that helps you learn a little bit more about
Again, I wanted to
things like
reiterate,
that.
if you have any
I feel like
questions or
it's
comments, either jump in verbally or through the chat window. We want to make it as casual and as open as possible.
Move on. Thank you. Quite a bit ahead of time, I feel like, at this point, because I built this for a bunch of
I don't see anything in chat.
Okay, that's fine. With that, I will jump into my next point here, which is a talking dog. So I do ridiculous things.
Again,
with
I
my
wanted to
animals.
reiterate, if you have any
One of
questions
the
or
things
comments,
I did
either jump
several
in
years ago
verbally
was I
or through
took
the
this
chat
little
window.
dog, this little stuffed dog.
We want to make it as casual
Please
and
don't
as
call pet
open as
on me.
possible.
And I said, hey, what can I do to teach Azure AI services to the community?
I don't see anything in chat.
And I said, well, wait a minute. I have a little dog. He is a 5-year-old sorry, he's an 8-year-old Cairn Terrier at this point. A talking dog. And he likes to look out the window,
Again, I wanted to reiterate, if you have
spot
any
things in the
questions or
yard, and
comments,
he barks.
either
And he
jump in
listens to me
verbally
when I'm
or
talking.
through the chat
And so I'm like,
window.
wait a minute. He's using vision, he's using speech, he's using reasoning, he's using all these things to behave in a certain way. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if my dog could just lay back and relax and just enjoy his day. And so I said, fine, let's get together a system that I can put out, and I can look out the window. And so what I did is I got the little stuffed dog, I strapped a webcam to it. It's actually the webcam I'm using right now, so I can't do that. And I connected it to Azure AI, and it would look out the window, and it would use some of the vision stuff we'll talk about in a minute, and periodically look, and if it saw an animal it recognized, it would respond to it. And the way it would respond is with this conversational AI. So here I've got, you are Doggos, of course I can call it Doggos, a digital AI assistant that thinks it's a dog as part of the Mad Data Science talk. Here's how I want you to behave, here's what the current date is, and I got that wrong, so we'll fix that here, and periodically look, and if it saw an animal it recognized, it would respond to it. Sorry about that. And the way it would respond is yada yada yada. So be friendly, keep your animal simple, and I'm going to say a digital AI assistant that thinks it's a dog as part of the Mad Data Science. Hello Doggos, can you tell me, here's how I want you to behave, here's what the current Azure is, and I got that wrong, so we'll fix that here. AI Bootcamp. A fun joke, and I will mute myself so you can hear it without an echo. And the way it would respond is yada yada yada. So
Sure.
simple.
Here's a possum joke.
And I'm going to say,
Why don't dogs use computers much? Because they're afraid of the mouse.
can you tell
Paw Prince face with tears of joy. Hope that got some tails wagging.
So I hope that none of you are wagging tails, but this is kind of the experience you can get. You can have this nice little thing. If I was able to have working mic, I can have it listening to me conversation using speech to
Why
text.
don't dogs use computers
And so you can kind of have this nice little two-way conversation going.
Paw Prince face with tears of joy. Hope that got some tails wagging.
So I hope that none of you are wagging tails, but this is kind of the experience you can get. You can have this nice little thing. If I was able
That's
to
rough.
have working mic,
Dog face.
I can have
Well,
it
hopefully, their
listening to me
laughter makes up
conversation
for it.
using speech
Humans
to
can
text.
bark a good laugh too, right?
And so you can kind of have this nice little
Grinning
two-way
face with
conversation
smiling
going.
eyes. Paw Prince face
So
with tears of joy.
I really like this particular voice. This is English US Guy Neural. It's one of the worst voices in terms of convincibility. On Azure, all of Azure's voices are neural network based, and so they try to emulate human voice patterns.
Well,
But to me, it sounds just like a dog voice, and it sounds just like Doug from Up, which I always love. By the way, I don't advise carrying around a gun case with a stuffed dog on it. I really like this particular voice, unless your organizers know what you are up to. One of the worst voices in terms of just a PSA for your own safety. On Azure, all Azure's voices are neural when I really have this working, I have it hooked up to a camera and can take a picture and send it to Azure, and it's able to remark on that with the same sort of a prompt. We'll kind of see a facsimile of this here in a second as we go on to vision. But you can kind of see how these things work together. You have the speech helping you interact with the system, helping it interact back with you. You have the prompt orienting it a little bit to how it should behave, and then OpenAI just lets it do its thing. By the way, I think I'm using GPT-4o for these interactions. If you were curious, I try to think of models as substitutable as I can, because I think that's the same thing to do, because you can't keep up with all the models coming out every day. And over the course of any application, you're going to substitute your models multiple times, I feel like, if you have a successful application. So, image captioning. We don't have images here, so I have some images from CodeMash at Kalahari. What we can do is we can give Azure an image, and this is probably unimpressive at this point, given the things we can do with large language models. But a few years ago, this was pretty impressive. So I can give it this nice little image. You can substitute your models multiple times, I feel like. And it says it's statues in a room. Okay, a little underwhelming description there. We'll try another one. So, image captioning. We don't have images here, so I have some images from a room with a large tree and a large screen. So I think it's thinking this is a screen back here, so it's actually long. That's just lighting from the overhang. Unimpressive at this point, given the things we can do with large language models. A group of people on a stage. A few years ago, not the best descriptions, but they are AI-generated descriptions. Code for this, super easy. We take our Azure client. Okay, we're going to call analyze async. We're going to tell it we want a caption, and we're going to give it the binary data or URL from our image, and then it's going to spit back some text. This is a screen super easy, barely an inconvenience. Quality could be better. We'll look at some better options, but it's pretty quick to caption that. Okay, not the best. You can see this might be helpful if you have a bunch of photos your users have uploaded, or if you have a photo album you kind of want to go through in bulk. Can be really helpful for that. Now, dense captioning is a different animal entirely, no pun intended. Dense captioning is looking at your image and saying what's in it and where. So here we have a statue with a line with a sign on it with 70% confidence, and it's got a region on that, which I'm assuming is this region right here. We've got a bunch of other things in here, a sign with white text, a group of people standing in a room, presumably these guys over here. You can see it's able to find what's in your image as well as bounding boxes for that. And you'll note that there's always going to be one result that's your entire image wide and tall. So this effectively gives you captioning plus object detection in the same API call. Which got a bunch of other. So it always gives you one for the entire text. People standing in a room. Code for this, really about the same as over here, except you're saying I want dense captions instead of captions. What's in your image, and then we're moving through all of our captions, and we are. Then you'll note that there's always going. Each one's going to give you a bounding box. Each one's going to give you a confidence, which is a value from 0 to 1. I do recommend filtering things out that have low confidence. You're going to have to experiment with this and find out what you like. I find usually 70–80% confidence is a good threshold, but you're going to have to do some experimentation with your types of images. Except you're saying I want. But if you need to figure out where something is in your image, and then this is a really good option for you. And we are. Then you'll note that there's always going. Each one's going to give you a bounding box. Each one's going to give you. Here is I would call it the new version of image captioning. Let's take this one here, which we described earlier as a bunch of people on stage, and we're going to send it to our large language model. 70–80% confidence is a good threshold, but you're going to have to do some experimentation with your types of images. Except you're saying I want. But if we need to figure out where
this looks like a really fun place.
This is a really good option.
I see some humans jamming out on a stage with musical instruments, lots of noise-making gizmos, like drums and guitars. There are colorful beach umbrellas scattered around, which makes me think this is a potty disguised as a beach vacation. The big screen says CodeMash 2025, but to me, it looks like a squeaky toy conference. Where's my invite? Those chairs and tables would make great nap spots, by the way. This looks like a really fun place.
So as you can see, I did hook this up to my prompt for Doggos, and I did hook this up to text-to-speech. So we have kind of a nice little immersive experience, so you can get a little bit of a sense of what it'd be like with the webcam there. Code for this is entirely different because it's not using the image analysis API, it's using using the
boy
chat
conference.
API.
Where's my invite?
So we got our
Those
chat
chairs and
client again.
tables would make great
We
match
are
slots,
going to
by the
create
way.
a system
Like a
prompt,
really
which is
fun
basically,
place.
hey, you're a doggos.
So
So as you can see, I did hook this up to my prompt for doggos, and then we're going to give it the user's message, and we're going to say, hey, text, here's the image I'd like you to describe. So this is me saying something on behalf of the user, and then I'm going to create an image part where I'm going to give it the actual image bytes code the URL. Entirely different. I'm going to tell it the media image now, and it just gives me back text, just like I was doing with. We got our chat client again. We are going to create is pretty cool. So in my experience, so as you can see, this is probably the new way of doing captioning. Captioning is still available. It is cheaper in general, and it's faster at the same time. But if you need something more rich and nuanced, especially if you can give it a custom tailored prompt, then using an LLM is not a bad idea. There's even specific models that you can use for image analysis that people are trying to use for form recognition and things like that. If you do have some serious form recognition needs, for example, a client I work with right now is doing something where people send in proof of insurance from a variety of different providers. My recommendation is not yet to use a large language model for that, though we are getting there. I would instead use Azure Document Intelligence for that because it's literally built for that purpose, and it's really good and effective at that, and you get a little bit more control over it. But LLMs are getting there where we can analyze images and get good responses from images. I work with right now with Dolly and others like it, we can actually go out and generate something. So let's generate large language model for that. We are getting there. A squirrel. I would instead use Azure Document Intelligence for diet Dr. Pepper while you get a little bit more control over it. Driving LLMs are getting F1 car analyze images around the moon. Why not? The things that pop into my mind are a little alarming sometimes, but generate. So we'll see what it comes up with. We're gonna send this to Dolly. It's gonna take a little bit of time, and it's gonna generate it, and we'll get the image URL back. My application then downloads that, and it displays it here. And that looked a little bit closer to Donato's than it does to Diet Dr. Pepper, but hey, it got the diet color right. And then that is a big honking squirrel, but I can't say I've ever seen this image before, so good job generating something unique and new, Azure. Pretty cool. I always have a lot of fun with these kinds of things. Code for this, we're getting our image client, we're calling generate image async, we're telling it the quality of the image and the dimensions. The size of this, there are only a few supported sizes for this, so you need to be a little, you need to do a little bit of experimentation or read the documentation to figure out what you can actually get away with, but it's not as much as you would think. Usually it's 1-to-1. Sometimes you can do a 2-to-1 aspect ratio, kind of like a widescreen thing. Code for this, but you're basically saying, hey, here's my image, or my bytes, or my whatever it is. Give me back the URI, and it gives you back the URI. It also gives you back a revised prompt. I think I'm displaying that here. So you need to be a little. You need to do a little bit of experimentation or read the documentation to figure out what you can actually get away with. I don't think I am. But what it's effectively doing is it's putting your image prompt through a large language model. That's actually kind of refining your prompt a little bit more, so it's being more specific about the image you should generate. It also gives you back, and then it's sending that refined prompt in to Dolly, and Dolly's going to generate the image from it and give you back that image. So you'll get back both the image and the under the hood prompt that it used to make your image a little better. So it's a little bit of a secret artifact you get back there. So kind of cool. We are flying through things at this point. So any questions before I move off of Azure and onto just random weird that stuff? Prompt into
Okay,
Yeah.
this
and Dolly's going to generate the image
Sorry,
from
go
it.
ahead.
this would be a quick, a dumb question. Where is it telling you Dolly in your code?
To make your image. The code would be so there are no dumb questions, and that definitely wasn't one if there were. That would be the image model name. That's going to be your deploy name to your image. So I believe this would be the Dolly 3 is what I deployed it. So whatever you deployed it as in Azure AI, that's
Sorry,
the
go
you're
ahead.
giving it here.
This would be a quick, a dumb
Azure
question.
AI,
Where where is it telling it dolly? That variable's loaded somewhere else, and that's where it gets dolly?
So there are no dumb questions. Yeah, I'll share my code with you. I'll have a form at the end you can scan to get the code for this, so you can kind of look over like all the code in its totality. But effectively, what you're doing is you're going out and you are going to the AI.azure.com, and you are saying, hey, I want a Dolly 3 model.
Where is
You
it?
deploy it, and now it's going to give you a URL. It's going to give you the name that you gave your model, and it's going to give you your API key. And those are really the three pieces of information you need: the endpoint, the key, and the model name. And then you can plug those into the SDK, and it's able to generate the stuff back out to you, which is
Thank you.
yeah, happy to help. And I'll have that at the end here as a QR code and a copy PDF as well, I'm sure, after it's back. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn as well, too.
I have a question for you, Matt.
Yeah, those are really the three
So
pieces of
I
information.
used Copilot in the past to generate an image for the user group as a logo, and as I tried refining it, it would basically create a new image altogether. So let's say we take this image that you have now with the squirrel and the race
I'll have that at
car,
the end here
and
as a QR
just for the
code
sake of
and a copy
argument, let's say you
as well,
just
I'm
want to
sure, after
modify the
it's
color
back. And you can
of
connect
the
with me on
tires, for
LinkedIn as
example.
well, too.
I have a question for you, Matt. Can you do it so that it doesn't recreate the image from scratch and used start with a Copilot new in the image past to altogether? generate an image for the user group
Not
as a
that I've
logo?
seen.
And as
The
I tried
capabilities I've
refining
seen,
it,
at
it
least
would
built into the
basically create a new
SDK, are
image altogether.
pretty
So
limited in
let's
that
say we
regard
take
in
this
terms of
image
like
that you have
iterative
now
or regional things.
with the squirrel and the race car,
I would be
and
sure something like that is
just for the
coming.
sake of argument, let's say you
For
just want to
now, if I
modify the
had that
color
kind of a need, I might go with
of the
something like
tires, for
Midjourney,
example.
which has more
Um,
tooling built in specifically for
I have a
that
question for
purpose.
you, Matt. Can you
But
do it
I
so
would
that it doesn't
expect that
recreate
we
the
would
image
see
from
more
scratch?
capabilities like that in the
Start with a new
future,
image
but I
also to
don't
generate
think
an
that they're
image for the
present
user
now.
group
Not
as a
that I've
logo?
seen.
And
The
good. Thank you.
capabilities I've seen, at least built into the
Create a new
SDK,
image
are
altogether.
pretty limited
So
in that
let's say
regard.
we
Case
take
where
this
it
image
just
that
kind
you
of
have
decided
now
its
with the
own
squirrel
art
and the race
style.
car,
So you can give it your own
just for the sake of
style
argument, let's say you
for
just
now.
want to modify the color
In
of the
a
tires, for example.
style of Monet.
I have a question for you, Matt. Can you
But
do it
I
so
would
that it doesn't
expect
recreate the
painting.
image
Sure,
from
why not?
scratch?
Things like that
Start
in
with
the
a new
future,
image
but
also
I
to
don't. Fun
generate an
fact: I
image
took
for the
art
user group
history
as
3
a logo?
times in college because they kept having to
And
drop a course. That was the one I would sacrifice. And art history has come in just handy with the new the new trend towards generative AI for imagery, because I now know what a flying buttress is and all these pointillism and things like that. So being able to describe the images you want to
Can you
Azure
do it so
is
that
kind
it
of
doesn't
handy.
recreate the
Um,
image from scratch?
but it's neat. And this is just a URL. You can download the image. You can share the URL. I'm not sure about the retention policy for these URLs that are generated. I would suspect that there's an end date to it. So if it generates something you like, I would download it. But it is like you don't have to be authenticated once you have the URL. So now know what a flying buttress is and all these cool stuff. You can build a lot of really fun stuff. The nice thing about this, all the stuff I've shown you thus far, is that it's all pretty low barrier to entry in terms of your knowledge and things you have to know. The worst part of that would be machine learning, because you have to have like a little bit more knowledge and understanding, let's say, of the process of training machine learning models. But with AutoML, I don't even have to know exactly like what machine learning algorithm I'm trying. It just sort of tries a bunch of different ones for me. If you know a very specific algorithm and how you want to prep things, then you can do that. But the barrier to entry is actually very low in machine learning getting started. Like a little bit more knowledge. Okay, so any more questions before we move to our last segment here? But with AutoML, I don't even have to know exactly like what machine learning algorithm I'm trying. It just sort of tries. I forgot I had a picture of my dog here. So reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, I think any pet owner can tell you what reinforcement learning is. Or parent, I would imagine. But reinforcement learning is basically, hey, things are going to try some things, and they're going to get a good response or a bad response, and then they're either going to encourage those things or discourage those things based based on how they work, right? I forgot I had to picture my dog here. So reinforcement learning. These examples here are kind of for children, but with reinforcement learning, you are taking a algorithm and you're applying it to a real world scenario, and you're saying, hey, go out and try something, and I'll tell you how well you did. An example I really like is people who applied reinforcement learning to Mario Brothers, a game from way back in the 80s. And we're saying, hey, we're gonna look at the screen and we're gonna try some things. We're gonna press some different directions. We're gonna press the A button, the B button, whatever it might be. And we're gonna go for 30 seconds, or 2 minutes, or whatever. And we're gonna give you a score. And actually, Mario gives you a score based on how many coins you collect, how fast your time was, and things like that. So it has that built in. But we're gonna try a bunch of stuff at random, and we're gonna get a score for it. And depending on how we did at random, we'll try something else and see if our score went up or down. And so over a lot of time, you can start to develop and we're going to go to help you understand, oh, these Goombas will kill me. If I walk into them, I should hit this jump key. Or if I hit this block here, I get a coin and I get more points. And so reinforcement learning is the machine's ability to look at a system it can kind of understand how to work with and see how well it did go at random. We'll try something else. And I read about this in the early 2000s, and I thought it was really, really, really fascinating. Particularly, I read about genetic algorithms, which are a genome-based application for reinforcement learning. And I said, this is a really cool idea. I really want to experiment with this. I don't know what I can do. I was in rural Wisconsin at the time, so I looked out the window, and I had my dog out in the yard, a squirrel out in the yard, and a rabbit out in the yard. And so I said, hey, let's simulate this. And so what I said is, hey, let's make a simple application where I can have a squirrel that goes around in a digital world. And I said, this is a really cool idea. And let's see if I can get my squirrel to get its acorn and then get back down to the tree without getting eaten by the gorilla in this case, because I was doing this at Code Mash, so my dog out in the yard, a squirrel out in the yard. So here's a case where it lost because the gorilla is going to stay put unless the squirrel or the rabbit gets near it. And the squirrel is going to win the game if it can get the acorn and get to its tree. In this case, this is going to be pretty easy. The acorn is just right there. The rabbit moves randomly, which will be important later on. But here's a case where I am winning. So here I'm controlling all this, which is sort of the feeding point of reinforcement learning. But I wanted to show you the simulation. This is a very simple 2D simulation with a few different actions. Now, what I can do is I can say, hey, I want you to go out there and try to see what's good. And we could say, hey, let's say that our squirrel really likes gorillas. It's going to go here. I'm controlling all this. It doesn't like the rabbit. It doesn't like other squirrels. There are other squirrels on this scenario. And it's ambivalent towards acorns and trees. When I run this, it's going to make a beeline. Now, what I can do for that is gorilla, and the gorilla's going to eat it. So it's not a very good score. Try to see what's good. The reason it does this is because each tile has kind of this attractiveness to it based on its proximity to the things it likes or doesn't like. So if I say, hey, you don't like the gorilla, you do like the acorn, all of a sudden that attractiveness matrix kind of changes, and now our squirrel is going to go down over here. So it's sort of like rolling a marble around a digital world. I don't expect you're going to need to do this for your day job. If you do, please call me because that sounds awesome. But my hope is you're going to understand a little bit more about reinforcement learning. Now, this is the one part of my presentation that doesn't use Azure. ML.NET doesn't have to use Azure. But I want you to sort of expose you to a bunch of different AI things. Now our squirrel is going to go down. So here is a squirrel that hopefully is going to learn. I'm going to have this squirrel trained for 25 generations. And we're going to take our squirrel and we're going to move from this kind of random brain to something that it finds is a little bit better. It's going to try 25 different iterations, and by the end of it, this is the one that it's going to think is the best. And we can see as it goes on, it's sticking with what it's found until it finds something that does a little bit better. Squirrel. And so this is what it's found after 25 generations of simulating all sorts of different squirrels, taking the genomes of the squirrels that do the best, and then kind of crossbreeding them together, mutating some of them with random mutations, creating new random ones. It's doing a bunch of experimentation. And this particular squirrel has figured out it can get to the acorn, and now it's trying to chase the rabbit. So as it goes on, it's sticking may or may not end well for the squirrel. The rabbit is random, and this randomness in the rabbit often will help it get to the tree. In this case, the rabbit's kind of scared, and so it's just staying in the corner. We'll try a different world setup. There, the rabbit moved near the gorilla, and the gorilla ate it as a result. And now the squirrel is hiding in the corner. This is not an optimal squirrel. You can train it for longer periods of time, and I've done that before. So let's see what a slightly more optimal squirrel might look like. In the rabbit often will help it get to the tree. In this case, I would say this is not a completely optimal squirrel because it's overemphasizing that tree. So a more optimal one. There, the rabbit moved near the gorilla and learned to go out and use this. So it kind of depends on how long you trained it, as well as the random setting of the game. But my point is, if you have a environment where something can go out and see how well it's done at what it's doing, and kind of score itself, it can reward versions of itself. This genome here is kind of basically what we are saying is in the squirrel's DNA has how attractive or unattractive these things are. It's going to say, hey, this is my best one. Oh, this one's slightly better. I should use this instead. And it can kind of evolve over time. The code for this is more complex than I would like, so I don't have a code tab here. It is using a library called Genetic Sharp for this, and I will share the code for all of this at the end in terms of genome. A link to a form you can fill out that I will email you the repository. This is all open source. You can also find me on LinkedIn. I will share it on LinkedIn as well. And that will include this whole Blazor application that we are seeing here today. But if this is one squirrel brain, and it's working pretty well, I figured, hey, let's try this out in a larger scenario. So this is a larger world where we have 5 of each type of thing now. A link to a form, and I'm going to load my preset for my best squirrel repository. This is all we're going to see as we go. Each one of these squirrels is going to go in its own isolation. You can still have that quirk where they're over in laserizing the tree, so I'll adjust that here today. But if this is one squirrel, you'll see some of these are going around and they're doing their thing. Most of these are being a little stupid. They're still overemphasizing that tree. 5 of each type of thing now. So we might tweak this just for demo purposes here. You get a little bit of luck of the draw with the random setup of the game. That's sort of intentional. In its own isolation. But you can see they're all sort of evolving independently. And they're working in their own way. So here's a different setup. Some of these are out doing their thing. Most of these are being a little stupid. And they can kind of find this optimal strategy. They don't learn during the game. You have to kind of pre-train them. There are versions of this you can do that would learn during the game. You get a little bit of luck of the draw. But one of the really nice things about this is it all works off of a fitness function. But you can see this function is basically how many points do I give people for various things. So let's say a squirrel that gets the acorn and gets the tree gets 1,000 points. Squirrels who didn't get to the tree but they didn't die, and they can say we'll give them some points. They don't learn. We'll penalize them if they don't collect the acorns, and we'll penalize them for turns remaining just to emphasize so they can go quickly to the exit. And this is roughly what I did to train this. But then I said, well, wait a minute here. How much independently? What if I penalize them for the rabbit surviving? Say a squirrel that gets the acorn and gets the tree gets 1,000 points. What I found is, well, squirrels can't attack rabbits. There's no combat code in this. Something dies if it gets near the gorilla. What I found is that after a significant amount of training, we'll penalize them for turns remaining just to emphasize. We were able to find squirrels who found a solution to actually kill the rabbits. We'll see if this will let me see that. So if you see here, we're kind of seeing some squirrels surviving, getting on the other side of the gorilla from a pet, and they're sort of starting to herd the rabbits a little bit towards those gorillas. They're at the bottom in particular. He's moving that rabbit closer to the gorilla by taking away options and scaring him a little bit. And they're over on the right, one just got that. So you can see the system wasn't built to allow for combat, but because I modeled a world and I found ways of reinforcing behavior that I liked, and I was able to customize how I stored things, it was able to optimize for that behavior. They're at the bottom. It's sort of like parenting, where if you make a rule that every time you clean your room you get $5, eventually you might have some kids who start learning, oh, I should make my room filthy so I can get $5. You're going to kind of accidentally encourage certain behavior. It's the same sort of a system, right? And this blew my mind the first time I saw it because I didn't think this was even possible. And AI found a solution that I didn't consider was even a viable solution at all. And yet it worked. Hopefully people aren't out there making digital tax squirrels with this stuff. There are practical applications of reinforcement learning. The biggest practical applications would be in the fields of robotics. Self-driving cars could be another area as well that makes me a little bit nervous. But robotics is a really big one because you have to deal with legs that don't necessarily look like human legs. You have to deal with weight distribution that doesn't look necessarily like human weight distribution. And these robots have to sort of optimize to not get pushed over when something pushes them or kicks them, or being able to cross a divider and the like. And so there's some really interesting applications of reinforcement learning for robotics. I mentioned Super Mario earlier. Robotics is a really big one because you have games are AI are learning how to play games, which is really interesting through reinforcement learning. Go would be one of the most famous examples recently. Not pushes them. I think it was called AlphaGo over in Korea that won that tournament, defeated the world champion. I think he was like best 3 out of 5. Won that. There's actually a really good documentary on that. But this is reinforcement learning. And I think it's really interesting and powerful. And this is what Matt does with their time. We're going out there and playing with killer squirrels. Famous examples recently. If you enjoyed this talk, cool. Glad to help you. B, we have more serious talks on a variety of things that we'd love to chat with you through Leading Edge. This is really what organization is looking to learn something, is looking to get better at something. This is what Matt does. Experiment with something. Chat with me because we do lunch and learns, and it's a lot of fun, and I enjoy it. If you don't have to necessarily buy anything. What we're trying to do is we're trying to form relationships with the community to help you, so that maybe down the road you can introduce someone more serious who is in need of some consulting services and like things. But that is part of my job, and I enjoy it. I also like sharing my dear friend Bob because he's a huge. I have my contact information here. MattElin.dev is a good place to go for my content. I have a bunch of different blogs, YouTube channel, several different books, and courses. And then this form here, if you scan that, you'll be able to say how well I did, how poorly I did, what questions you have. And there's a little checkbox there. You can check to say, hey, please send me information about this talk, and I'll basically just send you the repo link for this code. I'll also send contact information, and I will put LinkedIn as well. But what questions do we have? I have a bunch of different blogs, YouTube channel, several different books, and courses.
I have none. I'm not seeing any in the chat window. Andrew just posted a pretty long post. Real world applications to your game. A drone that has to take inspection photographs of the hardware connection of high tension power lines to the towers. Needs to avoid the power lines, but needs to position itself to take good photographs of the connection hardware. Good point. Very niche market. Number two, a drone that is activated at the first sign of a wildfire. Andrew just posted very useful long post. The drone needs to go directly to the fire, but avoid obstacles along the way. A drone that has actually, I think that could be marketed for home use as well, because when you're away, high tension power, all you're relying on is a reactive alarm system to tell you something's going on. But something like a drone like that, it would be very proactive. Very niche market.
There's a lot more legislation that needs to be run. Be careful with that.
first sign of a
especially if you're
wildfire
doing
is
anything
supposed to
automated. They
very
really want
useful.
humans in the loop
The
on
drone needs to
everything.
go directly to the fire.
Constant
where
eyes
the
on
location
is
is
a
and
requirement
a
as
drone
well.
that has to actually, I think and I'm sure with the height requirements for a high tension tower, you need some FAA clearance for alarm systems to tell you something's going on.
Either that or just pay the fines. By the way, this is not legal advice. Don't actually do this. But yeah, there's a lot more legislation. I've been looking at AI and reinforcement learning for game dev and thinking, hey, could I create a version of my game that AI learns to play and basically finding optimal strategies for my enemy logic and the like. And so you can kind of train that ahead of time and then encode it into the game or update it later in the patch. Just very topical. This is not legal advice. The game idea I've been noodling around is a roguelike involving an AI as a player character. So, kind of fun.
Speaking of apps, that's a pretty cool app that you were demoing. Laser app.
And basically finding. Yeah, I built this for Kids Mash because I felt like slides for kids was probably not going to be a great match ahead of time. It's pretty simple. The UI of this is all Mud Blazor, which is free, and a lot of fun to work with. Roguelike, and it's very straightforward to use. So Mud Blazor would be my recommendation for if you need to add like a simple interactivity to your app beyond what you get just with Mud Blazor. It's not very themed the way I've deployed it, but you can theme it a little bit more. Probably not going to be a great train match ahead of time. It's pretty.
And you said that's open source, and you're willing to make the link available.
Of this is all Mud Blazor. Just scan this code or find me on LinkedIn, and you'll find the link to that.
Excellent.
Very straightforward to use. So Mud Blazor would be.
All right. Any questions for Matt?
Simple interactivity
Or comments for that matter.
Common question I get, it's not very no, I do not take this through TSA, but you can theme it a little bit more. Probably not going to be a great that would be an interesting
And you said that's open
conversation.
source, and you're willing to make the. Would you mind posting the link in the chat?
I don't have it scan this code to go on your LinkedIn, but I will send it to you via email. You can put it in the chat later.
All right.
And then I'll put it on
questions
LinkedIn.
for
I'm
Matt?
Matt Elens, and
Or
it's
comments
been
for
great.
that matter? Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Matt. And great presentation as always. And look forward to seeing you at the next presentation or conference.
See you at Star Trek.
Would you mind? Unfortunately not. But I will be plugging that later for others to attend. Unfortunately, I'm tied up and won't be able to make it.
Well, for those here who speak, including you, the call for presentations at Momentum opens at the beginning of
Thank you
next
for joining
month.
us, Matt.
So Momentum down in Cincinnati, good conference.
Great presentation as always.
I'm involved with organizing that one as well.
Seeing you at the next
And we'll be
presentation.
open the entire month of May for proposals.
Would you mind?
Conferences
Unfortunately
in
not.
October.
But I will be plugging that later. And another key aspect or selling point for going to conferences in Cincinnati, it's only a hop and a skip away
For
from
those
the
here who
Bourbon
speak,
Trail.
including you,
So-
the call for presentations at
Two
Momentum
birds.
opens at the beginning of
Thank you for
next
joining
month.
us, Matt.
All right.
All right. I won't keep you. I know you got to run. Thanks again, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm involved with organizing that one as well.
See you at the next
And we'll be
presentation.
open the entire
All right,
month of
and this takes
May
us
for-
up to
for
10:58,
Conferences
and
in October.
judging by our schedule, we are now close to a break time, so we're going to take a break until 11:10, and then at 11:10 sharp, Jeffrey Palermo will be joining us for a presentation that I'm really looking forward to, and that is .NET AI architecture and DevOps. And there's the man of the hour. How are you, Jeff? All right,
Very
and this
well,
takes
very
us
well.
up
Thank you
to
so much.
10:58. Excellent. Thanks for joining us. And judging by our schedule, all right. So we're going to be taking a break until 11:10. So if you want to grab yourself a drink, and then at 11:10, or what we can do is I can make you presenter, and we can make sure that everything's coming through audio and video. .NET AI architecture and DevOps. And there's the man of the hour. How are you, Jeff? All right,
Very
and this
well,
takes
very
us
well.
up
Thank
to
you so much.
10:58. Excellent. Thanks for joining us. And judging by our schedule, all right. So we're going to be taking a break until 11:10. So if you want to grab yourself a drink, and then at 11:10, or what we can do is I can make you presenter, and we can make sure that everything's coming through audio and video. .NET AI architecture and DevOps. And there's the man of the hour. Are you there, Jeff? I think your connection might be
Yeah,
All
more
right,
not
this takes us up
the
to
the
10:58.
share
Thanks for
screen was
joining us.
spinning for a while.
Judging by our
Okay.
schedule,
So
all right, so we're going to be taking a break until 11:10. So if you want to grab yourself a drink, and then at 11:10, or what we can do is I can make you presenter, and we can make sure that everything's coming through audio and video.
oh, I see what it is.
AI architecture.
I think the go-to doesn't detect a screen.
Are you there, Jeff? I
That's
think your
more
connection might
than
be
1080p. Not.
Are you using a Mac or a PC?
I'm a PC, but with three screens.
Yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's 2K and my side screens are 1080p, and so it gave me a little error icon for the screen that was 2K.
I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with
the
the
go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there, Jeff? I
That's
think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any
Are you
chance?
using
Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be all
2K.
set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with
the
the
go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there, Jeff? I
That's
think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there, Jeff? I
That's
think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you gonna be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay, yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to
Good
be
thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay. Yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay. Yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the
Copilot.
go-to doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for my mic screen.
Okay. Yeah, there you
My
go.
my middle screen's
We should be
2K.
all set then.
My side screens
Um,
are
I'm gonna
1080p.
step away until
So
11:10. I need to
it gave
respond
me
to
a
a
little
phone
error
call,
icon
and
for
then
the
we'll pick up
screen
at
that was
11:10
2K.
sharp. I gotcha. So
But
right now I am seeing Visual Studio
I think
with the
the go-to
Copilot.
doesn't detect a
Okay.
screen.
Are you there,
That's
Jeff? I think your
more
connection
than
might be.
1080.
Are you going to be
Good thing I
sharing
was
the audio by any chance? Using a Mac or a PC?
no audio except for
All right, you ready to get started, Jeff?
I am ready.
Excellent. So the meetings are being recorded as usual. I assume that won't be an issue, correct?
I love it.
Excellent. Very good. All right. All right, everyone. It's about that time. We're ready to start our third session of the Global AI Bootcamp. All right, you ready to get started, Jeff? For session 3, it's going to be Jeff Palermo, and he's going to be presenting on .NET AI architecture and DevOps. Ready. Jeff joins us from the Austin, Texas the meetings area. Are being recorded. He is as usual chief architect for Clear Measure, a software architecture company. I love it. He's been recognized as Microsoft MVP for many years, specifically since 2006. All right, everyone. Spoken at various national conferences, runs various user groups, and overall very active in the user community, not just in Austin, but also all around. And he has spoken at the Azure Cleveland user group multiple times. He's also a multi-time author and overall great guy, quite honestly, and a great speaker. So very happy to have you. Thank you for joining us, Jeff. Recognized as Microsoft MVP for many years.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Glad to be here.
All right, everyone.
And excited about this topic.
Various user groups.
So this topic is .NET AI architecture and DevOps. And since
all around,
roughly around 2022, the whole world and certainly the developer community has been enamored with ChatGPT as the showcase of what the GPT, the generative pre-trained transformer technology can do for us. And certainly there's a lot of fun things that it can do for us. So this topic is .NET AI architecture and DevOps. And my kids and friends of their kids, it's a hoot to go to suno.com and literally generate full songs with beats and instruments and lyrics and have your own songs just by putting in some pre-trained tweaking lyrics and things like that. And generating images and rearranging text. And it certainly helps me, my kids, with writing. It helps me run the Azure and DevOps podcast because I pull a lot of information for the bio of a guest that I would have on, and then I just throw that stuff into Windows Copilot because it's easy now. Have your own kind of desktop, and I quote it, and I just say reword in third person, and it gives me all those detailed text, and I certainly perfectly I would have written it that way too. But if I need to introduce the guest, it needs to be in the third person. A lot of information for the bio of a guest, and a lot of the bio information that I pull from various websites, it's in the first person or mixed. So there's so many advances, but what I want to talk about is how that impacts our .NET applications, what the architecture is, how to think about that, and how it modifies our process for designing, developing, validating, and then shipping, running, and monitoring websites. It's the first person software that is not only that not only uses the GPT Gen AI technology, but is also used to develop it. So I'm going to go into both of those, but I really want to help you think in the right way. And it's anybody's guess what the technology is going to be shipping 2-3 years from now. Because remember, ChatGPT came out in 2022. That's between 2 and 3 years ago. And things are Gen AI technology. A lot has happened in the last 2 to 3 years, and so we have to expect that so much more is going to happen in the next 2 to 3. So regardless of what is available exactly right now, we can bet that a year from now, 2 years from now, and beyond, there's going to be extra ground that's broken. That's pretty much 2 or 3 years ago. And a lot has happened. The company is Clear Measure, and we're a full-service software architecture and engineering firm. Our customer base are those using .NET technologies, and so we're putting all of this to use in all the client projects to not only make cool software, but also use AI-driven development to dramatically shrink down delivery times, which is super important to the company, top executives, and CFOs, clear measure, and we're a full service. So the agenda for this talk, we're going to demystify large language models and generative AI, what the heck that is. We're going to talk about the concept of AI-driven development. I have heard some people use the term prompt-driven development. That doesn't seem dramatically shrink down. And then we'll talk about the architecture for LLM integration with your .NET applications, and then we'll go through what agenda for this talk in the DevOps environment for AI-enabled systems. Demystify large language models. Just last December, I put out my 5th book, and AI-driven development. You can take a screenshot of the QR code, or you can just go to clearmeasure.com. If you'd like a free electronic copy of the book, just go to Clearmeasure and request it, or you can go to Amazon. It's also Audible, audiobook with Audible, and it's on software leadership. In the DevOps, show you that. All right, so let's demystify this current generation of artificial intelligence. Back in 1956, at Dartmouth College up in the Northeast, there was a gentleman named John McCarthy. If you'd like a free, he made a pitch for a little bit of summer funding and for a program at the university to do a little research project. And his pitch, he had a hypothesis, what he wanted to research. All right, so let's define this current generation intelligence. And he defined it as, back in 1950, conjecture that at every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can, in principle, be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. And so, fast forward, how many aspects of human intelligence have been turned into a machine that can simulate it? And again, it's not a machine that can actually do it, but a machine to simulate it, being a machine to fake it, where the machine's doing it, and we look at it like, wow, is that machine intelligent? No, we know it's not, but it sure is simulating it. Even so many of the modern cars, we don't call the cars AI cruise control, but the adaptive cruise control feature certainly is an aspect of human intelligence. Look ahead, see if there's a car coming, or if a car switches lanes in front of us really quick and now we're too close to the car, back off. Or I have plenty of space up front, okay, press on the accelerator a little bit. But it sure is simulating that. Cruise control used to be pretty dumb, where you could cruise control your way right into the back of the other car in front of you. But now adaptive cruise control, guess what? There's a little machine, a computer, an automated bit of code that is simulating what was previously had to be done by a human. So this is just in the long line of automation. And back in the 90s, there was there was a lot of hype around artificial intelligence. You could cruise control your way right into the back of the other car in front of you. Like doing that, you can just go and search for old magazine articles or conference talks, and you can see a lot of people were publishing and talking on artificial intelligence in the 90s. And there were two categories in the 90s. One was expert systems, and the other was neural networks. And just now, with our GPT wave of technology, the research into neural networks has finally come through. But back in the 90s, we did not have the computer hardware to really make progress on this concept of neural networks. A lot of people were publishing and talking on artificial intelligence in the 90s. Every large language model has that neural network research kind of embedded into it. And so it finally came to, but expert systems did take off, and expert systems became a thing, and now we don't even call them expert systems anymore. We just call them business applications. An expert system is a software system that helps a human make easier or quicker decisions about what to do in business, and they've become so prevalent that we don't even use that term anymore. We just call it business software. Now we have patterns, we have workflows workflow engines, or we have rules engines, and we have various different ways to make features in our business applications. And a lot of these are expert systems helping a person, helping the user make decisions quicker, or even suggesting decisions to make where the user can approve, or in a lot of cases we just automate the decision making if it meets certain thresholds. Well, those are expert systems of the 90s that were previously called artificial intelligence. We don't even call it AI anymore because we have a better name. So push on into the future, and a lot of the stuff that we call AI right now, once we productize it, once it becomes clear the use cases for a particular scenario, that's kind of normally what happens. We're going to give it a more specific, a better descriptive name, and it'll have its own name, and we'll cease to call it artificial intelligence because AI is kind of this umbrella term for the concept of we don't even call it AI anymore. We have yet another thing that requires a human. Could we have that new thing have just the computer do it, build a program to do it, which is the modern form of making a machine that can simulate. We're going to give it a more specific, a better descriptive name. So I want to show large language model local tool. What you really want on umbrella term your local computer. So I'm going to drag over. First of all, you want Olama. Now, Olama is really just a program that just runs that runs in the background, and just go to olama.com. I'm not going to show you the download or it's just a next. So I want to show, but large language model in PowerShell and Olama list. I have a number of large language models running locally. And first of all, you want run, and now I kind of like Llama is really just fast, it's easy, and it pops up. And what I'm also going to show you is my task manager, because it kind of uses some system resources. But large language. All right, so we run this, and with any model you download, you can download all the open source models with Llama. I like asking, what can I do? Because every model is a little bit different, so you kind of have to learn about the different models. And of course, this one, it lists out a whole bunch of things. Task manager, because is one of the things that listed some system resources. There it goes. But large language. All right, so it's pretty fast. Now look at the task manager on the right, and you can download all the open source models with Llama. I like asking, what kind of like 2,000 words. Because every model is a little bit different, so you kind of have to learn about. Let's see if I can just get it start working. Okay. And on the right, you can see the CPU. It starts off, and the GPU. It goes back and forth between CPU and GPU. In order to start responding, it hits the GPU, and then for generation, just running the console window takes some CPU, and I'm doing other things on my computer as well. But if I were to ask, what is the hardest problem for you? I'm just going to start working. Okay. And on the right, you can see the CPU. It starts off, and the GPU. And sometimes it is very wordy, and I just want it to finish. In order to start responding, it hits the GPU, and then for generation, and you can go through, and this is kind of the process for learning about a particular model, because they're all different. For instance, I'm gonna pop out of here, and you'll see another model is DeepSeek. So Olama run DeepSeek, and sometimes it is very wordy, and this is the one that I can get to run on my computer. The DeepSeek, I think V1 is so large, my hardware just can't run it. But while that's starting up, I'm going to talk about the hardware. So I happen to have a desktop computer. I also have, my laptop computer is a Surface Laptop Studio that comes with an NVIDIA RTX 4060, which is not equivalent to a desktop 4060, but it has the CUDA engine, which is really important. Having a CUDA engine in your computer is essential for the starting piloting. And so I've had a desktop computer for a long time. I have a desktop computer. I also have one of the Dell Alienware ones that I had. This is 5 years now. I went way overboard 5 years ago, but still a great computer now. But I run on the AMD, but it has the CUDA engine, which is really important. 3 regular monitors going and another USB monitor. And so what I did is, some time ago, I bought an RTX 3060, which is it's a more affordable because it's a couple generations back, but it has the CUDA engine, and I put the GPU in the spare PCIe slot. And by the way, with my laptop, I've gone down the research. You can get Thunderbolt or USB-C PCIe slots, and so you can actually add a video card to your laptop if you need to. But the 3060 or the older generations, they have the CUDA engine, and that allows you to run against a GPU instead of trying to slog through using your CPU. If you try to do this stuff, your CPU just hits 100%, just sits there and it's dog slow. That's just the way it's going to be. You need to get it into a CUDA engine, so you need CUDA for your CPU. And an NVIDIA GPU is going to get you that. AMD is working on that, and they have some decent options. But NVIDIA's got such a head start, and so I just popped this into my extra PCIe slot. I don't even have any monitors plugged into it. The GPU literally is there just to do the processing. So DeepSeek, let's see. You know what? I'm going to ask what is and NVIDIA plus 2. Notice I'm in AMD is working on that, and they have some decent numeral. And DeepSeek, it has a thinking, such a head start, and so you have the think tag, and then it gives you a solution. So it's very different. I don't even have any monitors plugged into it. The GPU literally is there just to do the processing. Okay. So this is a called a reasoning model, and it has a little HTML think tag or XML think tag, and then a whole lot of thinking, and there's the think tag right about midway, and then step-by-step explanation. So some of these are very, very chatty. So let's go to LM Studio. By the way, Llama, it's going to be a little programming your system tree. I'm going to talk about the architecture and how that works later, but just things that you want to have locally on your computer. And I'm going to pull out about midway, and LM Studio. This is another program. It's free. You just go to the website for LM Studio, go next, finish, and then you go over to Llama. You go over to models, and then you download a couple that'll fit. On my computer, I've tried to pull down this 5 billion parameter Quinn 2. It's 397. This is another program. It's free. Actually, that one works just fine. The much larger one. Go to the website for LM Studio. But you come in here, and then you select the model to load, and models, and then you download a couple that'll fit. On my computer, I've tried to there it is. Okay. 5 billion. I like to say what is parameter plus 2, just to see how verbose. Instead of just giving me the number, it gives me a full sentence. So, but every model's a little bit different. But these are the tools you use to kind of learn about the model. Just like going to ai.azure.com, you can learn about the proprietary commercial models that are not open source, and the AI Foundry web application at ai.azure.com. That's your little playground to play around with the Azure OpenAI giving me the number, but give me a full to do these things. But every model tool is different. Two tools you absolutely want to have running on your local computer. Just like LM Studio right here. I mean, look, you have basically your own private chat GPT commercial models that are not open source, and you can the AI test things there. Web application. All right, let me put these away. That's your little playground to play around with the Azure OpenAI and giving me that is local LM tool to do these things. But every now, what's actually running on our computer? And of course, if you're using the cloud, LM Studio right here, it's running in the cloud that way. But when you're using a LLM locally, which by the way, I showed the interaction with it in two different ways from two different UIs. One is a command line directly to a Llama console, and the other was through LLM Studio. But I have the large language models locally. Okay. And now, what's actually running on our computer? Of course, if you're using it in the cloud, the files right here, it's running because those are some really big files. And I have a directory on my disk. Which, by the way, I showed the interaction with it in two different UIs. One is a command line directly to pull that up console, and the other was through LLM Studio. But I have the large language models locally. Okay. I have a directory on disk. What's actually running on our blobs are just sorted by size. These are the actual files of the large language models. Now, the other directory with the manifest kind of tells you which file is which model, but my computer, it's kind of sluggish with this 19 gigabyte one. But all of the other ones are very usable just by putting in an RTX 3060 graphics card into my computer. So I can run a number of them. Now, some of these models are quite a bit larger and need beefier hardware, and that's just the reality. But this is kind of what it looks like. You just need some hard drive space, and so I have a D drive, which is an extra Samsung 2 terabyte SSD, and I kind of throw them on there. But all of the other ones are very usable just by putting in. Just want to show you now. This is into my computer. So this right here on the screen. Now, some of these models is the runtime architecture diagram. And I want to walk through things just to give you a parallel. But so many of you, probably almost all of you, if you've done .NET development, you've also used SQL Server. And there is some really good parallels and some contrasts with SQL Server. So in SQL Server, and forget Azure SQL, but if you're on your developer workstation, this right here on this running totally locally, what's running on your computer? Well, somewhere on your disk is a file, is an MDF file that actually is the database. So, and it can be a really big file, or it can be a small file. It's the data file for SQL Server. You don't have any code that literally goes and does a file.open on the path of that MDF file. You don't open that file directly. Instead, you have a different program that's running on your computer that's called on your developer server. This right here on this running, and SQL Server is a background process somewhere on your disk, and that process has your mydatabase.mdf file actually open, and that process running exposes an API. And to get to it, to communicate to it from our .NET application, we have a connection string that has a local host 127.0.0.1, and there's the protocol there, and to use it, we don't do it anymore. We don't craft the query strings, and that by hand we use Entity Framework. We use the library. We used to use libraries like InHibernate, or sometimes we use Dapper in our ORMs, but Entity Framework is the most popular. And we have a library that crafts the magic string that when sent over to SQL Server, it knows how to parse that string and say, oh, it's a select statement. I need to go and get some data from these few tables joined together. So we have a string that's crafted a certain way that makes SQL Server do something and then give us back information that then Entity Framework parses back again into our .NET objects. And we have a library that crafts. So our application doesn't interact directly with those files. It goes through a running process called SQL. It knows how to parse that string and say that is actually the same with the GPT technology that's running here. So let's craft move over to that. There is a model file. I showed you something, and then give us back 256 information file names, and that are 4 gigs and up. And there is a model file on the drive. We do not have any .NET code that does file.open on that file. Instead, we have a process that's running. It could be called OLAMA. That's the most popular. And so you can call it a LLM server, which I think is probably the best name for it. And so instead of SQL Server, instead of a database server, you have the LLM server. That's OLAMA. It's a process running in the background on the computer, and it has the file that's open. Instead, we have a process that's running. It's called, it could be called OLAMA, and then we know where it is. It's on the local computer, and we have a connection string to it, or an address to get to OLAMA. And again, we don't craft the prompts directly to it. Instead, we use a library, and these libraries are in the Microsoft extensions libraries. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the OLAMA Sharp. I'm going to show you Semantic Kernel, and a lot of work is being done on those. And I expect some new versions to be coming out. Probably multiple versions throughout the year, because they've had a pretty good release cadence. But we use a library, just like on database side, you use NV Framework. We use the Microsoft Extensions AI libraries for our .NET code to call OLAMA or any other LLM server, just like Entity Framework can call SQL Server locally, or Postgres or MySQL or any other database. So it's the same parallel, and we don't hand carve the prompt, the full prompt, but we use a library. Just use the library to craft the prompt, because I want to show you what a prompt actually looks like. What you type in ChatGPT or what you type in a text box, that is just a piece of a prompt. Okay, so this is what's running locally, and then so many large language models support the calling of tools. It's the same parallel where, and we don't, there's extra things that need to be called. However, a LLM server is purely compute and purely read only. That's the difference. With SQL Server is read write. It can read to this mydatabase.mdf, and it can write. The LLM server never writes to the model file. Those model files are called. They're read only. They are what they are. We do not modify them. We download them, we use them, we do not modify them. So an LLM server is purely compute. And so if you're using the open source models, there's actually probably over a dozen LLM hosting providers out on the internet to host it. And for the commercial models, the GPT-4o and the Claude and their whole list, certainly OpenAI hosts them, Microsoft hosts them, but also Anthropic hosts them. And so there's hosters of the commercial models, because this is just a compute need. So when you're deploying your application, you just need somebody to run an LLM server for you with a particular model that you need access to. And if you need the Llama 3.2 model, it actually doesn't matter who hosts it for you. Llama 3.2 is the same everywhere, just like GPT-4o, whatever name and version, it's going to be the same regardless of what host you choose. And some of these models can call tools. The LLM server doesn't call the tool for you, and certainly a file doesn't call. But what it does is the interaction, and we'll see this, we recognize that we have to call a registered tool, and so that response goes back to Microsoft Extensions AI, and our application actually calls the tools. So this is where I want to actually run a demo for you on this before I doesn't call the tool. I'm going to run the demo before I move on. But what it does is the interaction. Okay, so see this over Visual Studio. I have a number of 23 tests actually, and I'm going to run them in front of you just so you can see what they were. We have some of these tests that are going to Azure OpenAI, and I'm just hopping over to local Azure account, and I'm using a very small large language model. I'm using GPT-4o Mini, and I think maybe it charges me a few cents per day for just kind of running tests and doing iterative things, because it's such a small model that it's not expensive. With the large models, they're more expensive. But what you find is when using Microsoft Extensions AI in your actual .NET applications, the round trips and the number of tokens is a lot smaller than free free-form conversations and asking it to process, large documents and things like that. So our test suite typically takes 56 seconds to run because of such the different things that we're doing. But I have a mix of Azure OpenAI large models, targeted tests, and a mix of Olama tests. For simplicity in this presentation, I'm going to just illustrate the Olama test, and I have. All right, so they all pass. That's good. I'm going to go through the calling the tool with Olama, large documents and things like that. Okay, but so our test suite typically takes 50. Actually, first I'm going to show you the notion of chat history. But I have a mix of every interaction with your .NET application is, well, not every, a lot of them are going to use chat history. So chat history is just an object. I'm going to go through the and you can see, look, Microsoft extensions and Microsoft semantic kernel, and these libraries are a little bit in flux. I think from what I've heard, and every interaction with your .NET application, Stephen Tobe was on my Azure DevOps podcast recently, and he shared with us a lot of great information about Microsoft Extensions AI, and they're putting a lot of effort into that. So that's going to be where you're going to use these things. But in semantic kernel is just part of it. If I want to ask the question, how old is Jeffrey's libraries are a little bit in flux. There's no model that has that information, but there is information that you can feed Stephen Tobe to the interaction with the model through the chat history. And if I run these prompts in order and keep the history, well, guess what? I've said that my name is Jeffrey. I've said Liana is Jeffrey's wife, and I've said she is 1 year old. But so now, if I just run, if I want to ask the question, if I just run, how old is Jeffrey's wife? There's no model that has that information, but there is information that you can feed Stephen Tobe unknown. The interaction with the model through the chat history. And if I run these prompts in order and keep the history, and guess what? I've said run them in sequence. We have chat history in the base class LLM tester base, which is just going to basically be shared. If I just run, and how old is Jeffrey's wife is the last one. If I just run, okay, those pass because I'm doing an assertion that the result value should be expected. If this syntax looks a little bit wonky, this is a very standard test automation within Unit where you have multiple test cases and you have attributes specifying variables and passing them in the base class. Okay, and LLM tester base, if I control B, if I resharper and control B into chat history, you can see LLM tester base. I'm declaring that as a class of variable to be chat history, and this is where we just set up some of the stuff. This is a very program CS to add Olama chat completion and pull out some environment variables to know where to go for it. That's it. So that our test classes are pretty simple. Okay, so that's one scenario where your chat history, oftentimes you're going to need, in order to leverage chat history LLM, you're going to have to do a sequence of prompts round trip programs. So you want to keep that chat history. Add Olama. All right, let's go to tools because this is so important. If I want to say so that if somewhere in my application, that's one scenario where your chat history grandpa is. Oftentimes you're going to in order to leverage chat history, I should be able to figure out how to do that. You're going to, but there's no like who the heck is grandpa? I don't know how old grandpa is. But what I've done is this by setting function choice behavior auto. If I want to say and by having the import, again this would be in program that's one scenario where in the search chat history I'm importing a plugin from type graphics kernel function. Let me control B into this just so you can see where that is. And I have a method that's annotated with kernel function and give it a description in English just to help out. But kernel function, and this will be detected and get person age given a name, and if it's grandpa, then 81. Okay. Now I'm importing a plugin, a kernel function or a LLM tool It's just a C# class. You can make it arbitrarily do anything. And so obviously, and give it a tool that you're going to want in a lot of scenarios, but is some kernel function, it can be called, and this will be detected and get person, given a name, or calls into a web service of another component of your system. Because kernel there's information that's locked in all the different parts of your system that no LLM knows how to get to, and so you make it create these scenes, and with an LLM, it's called, the term is tool, T-O-O-L, and with Microsoft extensions AI, this is the method right now for registering tools, and there's a whole lot of LLMs that support tools. A web service, and so let's run this, because there's information that's locked. If you just go to ChatGPT and say how old is grandpa, respond with a single value, it's not going to make it good. But, and I also gave it some hints. Respond with a single value with no punctuation. Why? Because I want to be able to make an assertion here that it should be 81. I want 81 to be the response. I don't want a whole sentence. Grandpa is currently 81 years old. Are you thinking of getting him a birthday present this year? You know, some of these LLMs respond with a lot of fluff. Where in programming, and I also gave it I just want to respond with a single value, no punctuation. Adding different instruction types. I want to be able to make an assertion here through I want system messages versus user messages to be the response. You can add instructions like this. Grandpa is currently 81 years old, but let's go to calling the kernel twice. So if I want to ask, is Grandpa's age older than Liana's age? Well, now I have to know Liana's age, and I have to know Grandpa's age. But let's go ahead and run this, because I want to show you what I'm doing. Now, I have added system messages. I have added messages to be the response. You can add instructions like this. Grandpa is currently 81 the tracing, but let's go back to my base class where I set this up. So I am adding, if I want to ask, just so you know where this is coming from, I'm adding console logging at the trace level. Okay, I wanted to do that because so I could show you what is actually happening, and so I'm going to expand this up so we can see. And so inside, what's happening is I invoked the chat client, and as a role of user, I asked, is Grandpa's age older than Liana's age? That's what I did. Okay, just so you know. And the response, because every time you send a prompt, you are going to get a response. So I could show you. And the response back from role assistant means this is the response. And by the way, so we can see. Remember when I said, just like inside framework, what's happening is we don't I invoked the full the chat client, and as a role of user anymore, is Grandpa's age older than Leon? This is actually what I did. The LLM prompt for the Llama 3.2 response. Does anybody want to hand roll that a prompt? You are going to get a response. So it's just like Entity Framework. And we're going to be using these libraries to put together the prompt for us. I mean, think about it. And by the way, nobody handcrafts an HTTP call. Remember when nobody wants to hand roll the string that is an HTTP request or parse back the string that is an HTTP response. We use libraries to do that. This is actually the same thing. The LLM prompt, but the response here was not what the age was. The response was, I need you to make a tool call for me, and I actually need you to call a tool call. So when you say, oh, the LLM is going to needs to call a tool or needs to call two tools, that's actually factually incorrect. LLMs and LLM servers like Olama do not call tools. They can't. I mean, the tool is going to be your software system. And the LLM is hosted in Azure OpenAI. There's no firewall tunnel from wherever that is to some private component of your system or your database. No. So LLMs do not call tools. Instead, they're going to respond with a request for you to call the tool and tell them what the value was. I mean, but the tool is going to be Microsoft extensions AI libraries. LLM is hosted in Azure OpenAI. save us a lot of time. So semantic kernel being part of Microsoft Extensions AI, what happens next? Well, before I do that, this round trip took 223 tokens. I'll come back to that. All right, so what happens then? Well, we are in this Microsoft Extensions AI. What's happening inside the library, even before handing back my code, the call stack? Okay, I need to call this function with grandpa. Okay, I'm invoking name grandpa. Okay, it succeeded. The result was 81, and this is how long it took. And now I need to do, okay, what am I doing? I'm this round trip, on it, invoking, has the argument, succeeded. Response was 46. All right, so what happens then? Well, here's how long it took. Great, and now the library has the tools, and so the library automatically is going to send another prompt to my LLM. Okay, I need to call this function is going to include the history. So the first thing that happened, again, every time you prompt, you are sending the full history of all of everything that the model needs to remember, because the model's not going to remember what you did. You have to send it back again. So we're sending the first prompt, grandpa's age older than Liana's. Then we're reminding it, sending it that, hey, these tools were requested, and we did that for you. And here are, see, role equals tool. So these are the results of calling the tools. So now can you do it? Scroll down a little bit. And so now the role of assistant, what's the response? The response is yes. And that's what we want. Is grandpa's age older than Liana's age? The response was yes. And in our test, we are asserting that the response should be yes. And there can be multiple tokens that come back. And so in this case, we just say, well, I want one token, and the first token needs to be yes in order for it to succeed. But the response is, if we go down, we can see the total token count for this round trip was 159. We go back up, the previous round trip was 223. So 159 plus 223 is the number of tokens that it took us to get this interaction going. And so when you log and count up the tokens, this is going to help you budget, because Azure OpenAI and all the rest, they basically bill you by number of tokens. So you need to have these automated tests for the different things that you're doing and run it locally, and thereby 159 plus 223 is the number of tokens that it took us. You can project how many tokens, thereby how many dollars and cents, and then you can extrapolate with how many users, how many times those features of the software are going to be using. You can create your LLM server budget. They basically bill you by number of tokens. So to have these automated tests, that's all I'm going to go into there. Things that you're doing and run it locally. This is available on my GitHub, github.com/Jeffrey Palermo. AI Semantic Kernel is the name of the repository, and it has 23 tests with all kinds of different scenarios, so that you can see examples of how to actually write automated test cases that make use of an LLM. Because and by the way, if your application just needs a chatbot, there's actually plenty of commercial providers now where you don't even have to write any code. They'll just give you a snippet of HTML, just like so many other components. Drop it into the UI of a web application, and you've got a chatbot, and you can even give it access to your knowledge base. I mean, the commercial offerings are actually pretty impressive. And I expect that more commercial offerings are going to be popping up. So you're not going to have to write simple AI integrations. The code that you're going to write are the things where no commercial provider could possibly provide that to you. Why? Because in order to do it, it requires interaction with private components of your system that no commercial provider would be able to do. I expect that more commercial offerings are going to So let me pull this away. And coming back to running, this is what's actually running. So AI integrations, the .NET application actually contained the code that were the tools. And the Microsoft Extensions AI libraries, well, they are just dependencies, and they are running inside the memory space of my .NET application. And so if the tool does end up calling out to some other web service or calling to my own SQL Server database, well, so that's just my code that's calling a particular part of my application. Olama cannot call out anything, and certainly the model file can't call out anything. So in some ways, Olama and all these LLM servers are simpler than our SQL Server because it's read-only. That's very important to understand what the architecture of it actually is. And if I'm using it in Azure OpenAI, it's just a compute resource. Okay? Because Azure OpenAI, with Olama, we have access to all these open source models, but we can't download GPT-4o. We can't download Claude. Those are not open source models, and so we have to go to a hosting provider that's like Azure OpenAI to get access to them. But when we do, we're just round tripping to make use of that model. Okay, now I want to turn the attention for the rest of the talk to AI-driven development. With Olama, we have access to all these open source. Some have called it prompt-driven development, but that seems to be a clunky word for me. And who knows what word is going to stick. But let me set the stage for you. That's like Azure OpenAI to get access to them. But when we do, a few months back, I interviewed Jeff Sutherland on the Azure and DevOps podcast. And now I want to turn the attention. In the Navy in the 70s, he related how he kind of formulated the ideas of what would later become Scrum. And then, of course, in the 90s, he partnered up with Ken Schwaber, and they created kind of the Scrum organizations that were huge at the beginning of the Agile movement after the Manifesto for Agile Software Development. And of course, everybody knows the word Scrum today. But he talked about a term that I hadn't heard before, and he's talking about the term extreme Agile. And he's saying by 2030, teams will need to be 30 to 100 times faster than they are now. And then, a little bit of futuristic thinking, and he said that AI is a part of that manifesto for Agile Software Development. There's going to be more programmers than ever. But he talked about a term that I hadn't heard before, and he's talking about the term replaced by machines, because and he's saying by programming is largely an idea of design. It's like figuring out what to do. Once we know exactly what we want to do, well, now we have a set of mechanics to automate. But if you look at the progressions over the last probably 30 years, talked about a term that, and a lot of you probably weren't doing any development in the 90s, but let me just set the stage. In the 90s, programming at the beginning of the 90s, code was kind of written just with glorified text editors, and you typed out every character. But by the end of the 1990s, there was this thing called IntelliSense, where you hit the dot character, and there were suggestions for methods and properties and things that you could use. That was huge. And then in the early 2000s, JetBrains was just really pushing the envelope, and it wasn't just IntelliSense. By the end of the 1990s, there was variable suggestion and snippet suggestion, and I could hit a hotkey in 2003. I could hit a hotkey, and I could generate an entire an entire switch statement in 2003. And JetBrains, fast forward to today, that type of generation is old hat. It's not interesting. And we've seen with Copilot that not only can we continue to do those things, but we can generate entire functions, entire methods, entire classes, and I'm going to show you Copilot edits, if you haven't seen it, you can generate multiple changes in multiple files. Fast forward to today, and so that type of generation, that progression where the tooling can generate larger and larger changes once it's very clear what to do. Those things that seems to be on steroids right now. So imagine entire classes, and I'm going to show you. I could generate edits. Well, let me just move to the demo. Multiple changes in multiple files. Fast forward to today, and so this application, that progression. This is using the tooling file can generate project. Larger. I just want to show you because this is out there, but a lot of people don't know about it. The AI chat web app project template. So if you, it literally is a project template, but you have to install it into your Visual Studio. So you might want to do that because it shows you the RAG pattern with all the mix of libraries, and it's actually a really good sample. So just do a search for AI chat web app project template, install it in your Visual Studio, and just do next finish. Now you want to have a longer running locally and whatnot, but essentially project template. That's all I did. It literally is a project template file. But that's all I did over here. Is just create a brand new application, and I'm gonna hit Control F5 and run it. I haven't made any changes. This is literally just just do a search for AI chat web app project template, install it in Visual Studio, and out of the box it gives us this little chat interface. But essentially, that's all I did. It literally is a project template. But that's all I did over here is running. Just create a brand new application here. Yeah, so you can see when it started up, it actually ingested an emergency survival kit PDF, GPS watch PDF, and these PDFs were in it. And so this shows that I can have some documents with my own proprietary information, and then answer questions about it. Okay. So let me pull this off to the side because that's not the interesting part. And by the way, the www data, you can see when it started up, GPS actually ingested an emergency survival kit. But it's a PDF, and I just asked about the watch. PDFs. Okay, so GitHub Copilot chat. There's the edits. So there's the two modes. There's the new thread where you can chat with Copilot, and then there's edits. I kind of. So I didn't have to type this out. Let me. What I happen to know that the data, this user interface right here, happens to be chat.razor. It's a PDF, and so I'm going to ask it. Okay, so GitHub Copilot chat. There's the edits. So there's the two modes. There's the. I'm gonna say, starting at chat.razor, give it a little bit of help. I kind of. Add a feature with a counter on the screen. Increment the counter every time I send a message as a prompt. Update the counter. I'm a little bit verbose, but I'm going to use Claude Sonnet. So, and some of this is non-deterministic. This is very new, but it seems to be able to analyze and figure out what to do. I'm gonna say, and it fails. Starting at chat. So what I'm not telling you right now. Add a feature with a counter on the screen. You can just rely on this for everything because it's new tooling. But what I am calling out is that this is moving really fast and it's becoming real. And some of this is non-deterministic. This is very new. It creates a plan for what it's going to do. Add a new state variable, create a new visual counter, increment the counter, and then reset the counter, style the counter. Okay. So what I'm not telling you. All right. So my hands are not on the keyboard. It's kind of going through and it's figuring out where to put things. What I am calling out is that this is and really fast, and it's becoming real. And then so I'll look at it. If it's not going in the right direction, or if it's not code anywhere near what I would have done, I just reject it. But for the sake of the demo, I'm going to accept all, and then I'm going to close the application. So and my hands are not on the keyboard. It's kind of going through F5 again. Where to put things. So I have red, but we'll see if that's a compile error or not. Sometimes the tooling just doesn't refresh. It's not going in the right direction. Okay, application is starting up. Its ingestion is up to date. And okay, browser. It came back up on the browser. and we can see this is new. It's not styled the way I would do it, but let's see what happens. Tell me about GPS watch. Okay, immediately the counter updated to 1, and the tool just doesn't. The first message. Okay, when I start. Okay, is starting up. How about the survival date? And okay, browser. It came back up on the browser. And we can see this is new. I wonder if, it's not styled the way I would do it, but let's see. And how heavy is the watch? GPS watch. Okay, message sent 3. Updated to 1. I can just say thank you. The first message. Scroll back up 4. So it's working. It's functionally working. Okay. Now, that's not really a cool feature, but what is? Just think about the implications of this. I am giving it some hints. I can do pound, and there's all my files. And because I know how this is being implemented into the covers, so it's working. It's functionally working. Okay, that can inspect the files. That's not really a cool feature, structure. But there are tools that can drive. Just think about the UI of Visual Studio to make edits and open up files and do all these things. And so there's a whole set of tools that are being registered with the Claude, actually with Microsoft Extension AI. And so when Claude Sonnet sees, oh, I can do all these tools, so then it functionally plan and generates a set of tasks. That's not really a cool feature. And in this case, it only wanted to modify one file. Think about. And so fast forward. Now, this is demo. It can do small things now. And so fast forward 2.5 years, because 2.5 years ago we were all being amazed by ChatGPT, and it could do some things, but we were quickly disillusioned by how much hallucination, how much it got things wrong, how stupid it actually was, that it wasn't actually any actual intelligence. It was purely artificial. And so, but 2.5 years from that initial demo, it can do small things now. How many situations and scenarios have really proven out with being amazed by large language models and with the GPT, but we were quickly disillusioned by how much hallucination. 2.5 years from now, it actually was that it wasn't actually any. What's that? Any actual intelligence. 2.5 years from now, I expect this to be where we are saving a lot of time. I'm looking at, I think this year, because they are releasing this thing at such a fast cadence, GitHub Copilot, where I'll be able to take something that would have taken me a full week just to kind of get it working and do it in a day, or something that would have taken me all day and have it implemented into an hour. Now, I'm not talking about generating code that I hate, that is trash and that is hard to maintain. If it does that, I want to throw it away. I'm talking about generating code that I'm happy with. I'm generating code that I would have done it that way anyway. After all, the way I'm driving it kind of guides it to what I want to happen. But if we come back to Jeff Sutherland's assertion on extreme agile and have it implemented into an hour. Now, I'm not talking about generating code that I for one am always in a search of how to get some of the repetitive and time-consuming things out of the software engineering workflow. I would have done it that way. And this right here, a little bit of encouragement. Kind of guide. This is going to make all of us more productive. But if we come back to and it'll help us interpret some of the futurists, like the CEO of Anthropic, and even Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook. They've said, hey, within 5 years or some period of time down the road, 80% of new code is going to be written by AI. Now, if you just hand wave 80% is going to be written by this, then of course some people say, oh, so we won't need programmers anymore. Well, hold on. This is going to make all of us more productive. We come back to and it'll help us if we're using these tools, like the CEO of Anthropic, then I, as a software engineer, can get done in an hour.
They say, hey,
what might have
within
taken me
5 years,
all day
some
to
period
do.
of time down the
Now,
road,
technically,
80% of new
did I
code
have
is going
some
to be
AI
written by
tool
AI.
typing
Now,
out all of the
80%
characters of all of the
gonna be written by
code?
this
Then,
right
yes.
here. Some people say,
So is somebody
oh,
going
so
to
we
come
won't
back
need
and say,
programmers
see,
anymore.
80% of that code was written by AI? Okay, but you know what?
It'll help.
100% of these pull requests came from
I, as a
me,
software engineer,
because I am
can get
delivering
done
that software
in
feature.
an
I
hour.
happen to be
What
using
might have
better
taken me
tools
5 years
all day.
some
And
period of
for
time
for
down
my
the
entire
road,
career, I started programming in
did I
1997.
have some
For my
AI
entire
tool
career,
typing
I've
out all the
always wanted
characters
to
of all
use
the code?
the
This
best
right
and
here.
most
Some people
powerful
say,
tools.
somebody going to come back
Well,
and
I'm
say,
telling you
see,
that this next era of
80%
tools
of that code was
is
written
a
by
huge
AI.
jump forward in
Okay.
just the
And you know what?
power
If we're
of the
100%
tools
of these
available
pull
to
requests
us. And I don't see
came
anything in
from
this,
software
by the way,
because
that's
I
ever
can
that's
deliver
that's
that software
on
feature.
track to be able to
I
just
happen to be
kind of do it
using better
automatically
tools
with
all day.
without
And
me
for my entire
deciding
career,
how
I
it should be
started
done.
programming in 1997.
So
For my
I
entire
don't think
career,
I don't think software
always
engineers
wanted
are
to
anything
use
to worry
the
about.
best
But
and
we
most
are
powerful.
so much
Somebody
more
gonna come back
productive.
and say,
I'm telling you, and get so much more done.
Era of tools.
As I
is a
close,
huge jump
I
forward
want
in
to
just the, you know what?
I want to talk about establishing patterns early. Because anybody that's tried
by the way,
GitHub Copilot and AI-driven development will be this on steroids.
kind of do it automatically.
If you have, it is going to give you more of the same type of code that you have in your code base. It is going to conform to the patterns that you have established. If it's nothing but spaghetti code and totally disorganized, you're just going to get more of that, because there's no actual intelligence. AI doesn't mean actual intelligence. There's no actual intelligence in GitHub Copilot. It's artificial intelligence. It's going to look at what you have, and it's just going to try to pattern match and kind of be the ultimate chameleon coder. So architecture skills in the AI-driven development era are so important. If you have to decide what design patterns, you have to decide what libraries, what interaction patterns between components, and you have to establish them very clearly, clear layers, clear namespaces, clear abstractions, clear pattern usage, clear library usages, and then the algorithms with Copilot, GitHub Copilot, they'll be absolutely clear of how you want the code to be implemented, because it's going to pattern match for you. If you don't have those patterns implemented into your code base, then GitHub Copilot is not going to be as useful to you. So the first time you have a new pattern into your code base, you're going to have to hand code that, because you're then using actual creativity, and you're going to have to hand code it, make sure. And then when you have the second and the third of that type of thing, where now Copilot has something to pattern match against, and you like into your reports are the no-brainer. Then you'll be able, once you have the pattern for generating some type of report or screen or a grid that shows some information, you'll be able to just jam those out, because it's just rinse and repeat. If you had a younger, a junior developer on your team, and then you thought, what kind of things would I give to that junior developer, because the patterns are established. It's not, you don't have to do the architecture for that type of feature. Reports are the no-brainer. Same thing, you can use Copilot and just give it a prompt and have it send out. So on your Kanban board, you need to have specific design columns ahead of your development column. It's just rinse and repeat. I'm just going to, if you had a younger, a junior developer on your team, and then skip this particular slide and because as we get to and I'll end it on the offer for my latest book. And same thing, you can use Copilot and pass it back, or if there's any open questions. And your Kanban board, really appreciate having the opportunity to speak here today. Design columns ahead of your development column.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Jeff?
A younger, junior developer on your team, and then skip this particular slide.
And if not, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What has been your experience, if any, with CUDA versus ML.NET, or DirectML rather?
Same thing, you can use Copilot
pass it back, or if there's any on my hardware, I think I've only used CUDA. Well, I've accidentally used the CPU runtime, which is dog slow, but I've only used CUDA. So I haven't done
Do you have any questions or comments for
hardware
Jeff?
research. I got the NVIDIA card just so I could run things locally, and then from there I was happy.
What has been your experience,
So
if any, with
from my
CUDA,
understanding,
versus ML.NET or DirectML?
as long as you have
some hardware avenue to run these things locally. So on my hardware, I think I've only used CUDA. Well, I've accidentally used the CPU runtime.
Marshall, did you have a question?
But I've only used CUDA, so I haven't done.
Downloaded the
hardware research
app for GoToMeeting, and I
got
still get the green
NVIDIA
purple
card
separation, and I
to run
can't get
locally,
the
and then from there I was happy.
QR code
So
scanned. So if you could
from my
put the
understanding,
links in the chat, that would be helpful.
as long as you have
Yeah, and I got
some
it as
hardware
well. I'll be
avenue
posting that in the chat and then making a blog post about all the links once we're done. But yeah, I can take care of that. Marshall, did you have a question?
But I've only used CUDA. So
Is there any commercial
app
for GoToMeeting, and I still get the green
commercial
separation, and I
feedback
can't get
from
the
customers that ask
the
you for software
QR code scan.
whether they
So if
care
you
my
put
or
the link
understanding
in the chat,
insist that you
helpful.
do or don't use
as
AI
long
to
as you
generate
have
Yeah,
code.
and I got it as well. I'll be posting that in the
there's
chat. And
yes,
making a blog
every
post
single
about all the
customer is
links
asking
once
questions
we're
just
done.
because it's so new,
Yeah, I can
and
take care of
there's
that.
there
Marshall, did you have a question?
there's a couple categories.
Is there
Certainly,
a
there's a
any
category
downloaded
of
the
worry because
app
they've
for
they've
GoToMeeting, and I
heard,
still get
you
the
know,
green
there's
commercial
these public
separation,
stories
and I
of
can't get
somebody
the
taking entire
customers that
documents
ask
and
the
just dumping it
QR
into Chat
code
GPT,
scan. So
which
if
there's no
put the
contract
links
with
in
anybody
the
or
chat,
no
insist that you do
confidentiality
or don't use
obligation
AI
with
to
Chat
generate
GPT
code.
if you literally dump
There's
in documents.
every
And so they just
questions just because
there
it's
is
so
that word
new.
like, well, hold on,
And-
nope,
and
nope, nope.
there's-
If you're gonna any AI needs to be explicitly approved by
Is
our
there a
security officer and
downloaded
legal.
the,
So there are because
app
that
for
category, and then
GoToMeeting, and I
so
still get the green commercial
for ourselves,
feedback at
somebody
the,
we have
customers
guidance
that
for our own
ask you for
consultants
software,
that is
whether
just
they
like anything. Hey,
no contract
don't
with
email
anybody
to
or
a
no
stranger something
confidentiality
confidential.
obligation
Don't
to generate
paste into some random web service anything that's confidential. It's the same stuff. It just happens to there is that word like, well, hold on, nope, nope, nope. If you're gonna any AI needs to be but with the Copilot line of tools, because they are under the existing Microsoft agreement with contracts, that is the one avenue where we're automatically covered by being Microsoft customers and using Azure. And so that's the one avenue where legally and from a documentation and compliance standpoint, there's no barriers there. So we have to educate our customers in that, but certainly different customers are in different parts of the continuum with maybe what they might be afraid of, or somebody did something stupid in their organization, so now they're gun shy because somebody made a really bad mistake. But other customers are asking, how should I be using this? I've heard that AI can do all this stuff. So do I need to have AI writing my software instead of my programmers? We have to educate our customers questions like that, but certainly because there's all these fantastical statements being generated out there in the media, and so we did something a lot of education that way. But and I think that's going to be the case in any fast-moving. But other customers are there's going to be the case where, hey, what's reality right now? What's the future I need to plan for? But then of course, AI can do all this stuff. What's the reality right now? And it's moving so fast, it's exciting. But sometimes it's a challenge to educate our customers questions like that. But certainly because there's all these fantastical statements being generated out there in the media.
Jeff, great presentation as always. Appreciate your time and taking time out of your busy day to join us. And always good to see you present.
Exciting. You as well. My pleasure indeed. Thanks for the invite.
All right. Take care, Jeff, and we'll see you soon.
Fantastical statements being
Excellent.
out there in the media.
Jeff, and currently on our schedule, we are at 12:14. Join us, and our next speaker is going to be at 12:20, and that is going to be Jared Kuhn. He's going to be talking about Intro to Spark, Intro to PySpark and Microsoft Fabric. Very interesting topic. And like I said, we'll pick up in just about 5 minutes. And there is Jared. How are you, Jared? Going to be Jared Kuhn. He's going to be talking about Intro to Spark, Intro to PySpark and Microsoft Fabric. Very interesting topic. And like I said, we'll pick up. Can you hear me? I know you just turned off your mic. 5 minutes. And there is Jared. How are you, Jared? Going to be Jared Kuhn. He's going to be talking about Intro to Spark, Intro to PySpark and Microsoft Fabric. Very interesting topic. And like I said, we'll pick up. Can you hear me? Jared, is that you clicking? Your mic. 5 minutes. And there is Jared. How are you, Jared? Going to be Jared Kuhn. He's going to be talking about intro
Let's try
to
this.
Spark.
Sam, can you hear me?
Excuse me. Now I can hear you. Great. Microsoft Fabric.
Weird. It does not like my other mic. That's
Can you hear me? Jared, is that your camera is still off though?
all right. Well, we'll try that then. How's that looking?
There we go. Excellent.
Let's try this. Sam,
Hey, you and that hat are inseparable. Now I can hear you. Great.
I live, breathe this hat. It is not technically glued to my head, but philosophically it is. Well, we'll try that then.
Very nice.
How's that looking?
Is there a story behind it? Excellent.
A little bit. So
Hey, you and
I'm
that hat are inseparable. Now I can hear you.
second
Great.
generation American. I live. My grandparents came over to the U.S. shortly after World War II.
Very nice.
So
Is there a story
I
behind it?
certainly enjoy a lot of things of American heritage, but up here in Wisconsin, there's still a lot of German roots and such here. So my grandparents go back a ways, and my family made a trip out to Germany to go have a vacation, and also took some time to visit some family that's still out there. American heritage, but up here in Wisconsin, and they came back and they gave me this hat, still a lot of
Nice.
not exactly from the region my family's technically from. My family did trip close enough to Germany.
From the motherland.
Go have a vacation, and also took some time to visit some family that's still out. Plus, at least I like the hat because while the hat was originally made for a lot of utility in mind for being up and my family's technically such, in more recent years, like everybody thinks about in terms of Polka Fest and whatnot, but it's like the pins and all that, a lot of it's about telling a story. Plus, at least I like the hat because liking to add pins as time goes on, a lot of utility in mind for being up and my family's technically such, in more recent years, like everybody thinks about.
And I admire your taste in photography, especially the Blues Brothers poster behind you.
A lot of it's about telling a story.
I'm a huge fan as well.
The hat because renovation for God.
Indeed. Was it a full tank of gas and a half pack of cigarettes?
Yep.
And I admire your taste in photography, especially the Blues Brothers poster behind you. I'm a huge fan as well. Are you using a Mac or a PC? Indeed. Okay, very good. So if you'd like, go ahead and start the screen sharing. Pack of cigarettes. Just to make sure that we can connect okay. I admire your taste in photography, especially the Blues Brothers poster behind you.
Hopefully that brings up the
I'm a
slide
huge
deck.
fan as well. Bingo. Are you using a Mac or a PC?
Awesome.
Very good. And we got good audio. Okay, very good. And so, if you just to reiterate, the meetings are being recorded, and I assume that's okay with you?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, excellent. So we'll be posting them on YouTube after everything's edited and broken up into the individual sessions. We got good audio. But I also wanted to reiterate to the group, keep in mind, participation is encouraged. This is not a symposium of who's who in AI, but rather we're all here to learn from each other. Excellent. So there are no things. So we'll be posting them on YouTube, such as a stupid question. Feel free to jump in, either verbally or raise your hand or enter into chat. Whatever your preference is. However, when not speaking, if you would please keep your microphone muted, just to avoid any background noise or static. And so with that, let's launch into session number 4, which is Jared Kuhn. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Or enter into chat.
You're doing more the German pronunciation, but part of that story about coming over to the US, we changed it to Kiwi. Apparently people afterwards who didn't like German.
And so with that, let's launch into session number 4. So which pronunciation do you prefer? Which is
Either's fine. Either's
Okay.
or Kuhn. You're doing more the German pronunciation.
So I'll play it safe and say Jared K will be our next presenter. So he's a data engineer by day and a storyteller by night. I'd like to hear more about that. So which pronunciation do you prefer? He's been doing software development for over a decade, specifically in data engineering as a consultant, and more specifically with Microsoft. I'll play it safe and say Jared K will be our next presenter. And he's been honing his skills overall for the past 3 decades. So he's a data engineer by day in theater and performing arts. He's also a conference speaker, user group speaker, and overall great guy. And he joins us from the great state of Wisconsin with the infamous German hat. Honing his skills. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Jared. Data engineer by day.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, Sam. And thanks to the Global AI Bootcamp for having me here. Happy to be here and hopefully show you a couple of interesting things focused on Fabric. To elaborate a little bit on what Sam said there, so yeah,
Jared's
quick
an
intro on me, Jared Keen, that's what I look like without glasses.
Also
But
Global AI Bootcamp
for having me here. I could talk a whole lot about, you know, the things that I'm doing in the community, things that I'm currently I'm working as an architect for Baker Tilly, doing a lot of things in the data engineering space. But the way I typically try to summarize myself in a nutshell is I'm trying to be a data bard. Now, what does it mean to be a data bard? Well, it comes from two different lenses. First one is technical expert nerd kind of guy. So, as Sam mentioned, I've worked as a consultant for many years. I've consulted a lot in the data industry level. Currently, I'm working as an architect level, trying to help solve kind of those bigger issues there. And certainly a very important thing to do. But the second part of being a data bard is about storytelling. As I mentioned, I've been working on theater productions for well over 30 years now. I'm actually just about to do another production this summer. So if you find yourself in Wisconsin, check out the Oshkosh performance of Mary Poppins. You'll find me there. But the second part of being a data bard is about storytelling. But why am I so particular about that? Well, it's history. If we go back to the dawn of time, early humanity, I don't think the way that we shared information with one another looked like this. Just somebody sitting there scribbling on a cave wall. I'm pretty sure, although I'd have to double check, I don't think Excel or even Lotus applications predates the fire or the wheel. I could be wrong on that. The way that we shared information with one another looked like this. We did not initially share information with one another through scribbling on a cave wall. We shared it like this. I'm pretty sure, although I'd have to telling stories. I don't think Excel or even stories is how we best communicate information with one another, and that's something that I'm very adamant about when it comes to sharing this kind of information, because stories help people understand new concepts in study. My goal today is maybe add in a little bit of humor, but really to try and tell you a story that helps you understand the important concepts we're talking about today. Something that I'm very adamant about. Concept we're talking about today is going to be PySpark in Fabric. So I know a lot of the presentations today are talking about AI and different focuses. This isn't necessarily going to focus on AI specifically, but it's going to focus on the building blocks that go into making, or what could go into making AI. Concept we're talking about today is and looking at it from the lens of, Python Spark fundamentals, and then answering this question today. If you want to do this sort of stuff in Microsoft Fabric, what does Fabric provide for you that makes your life a little bit easier, or what could go into making work? It's software as a service offering, so it should be trying to make your life a little bit easier. Python Spark fundamentals, and like any good intro level presentation, this should be about continuing your journey beyond this presentation. So at the end, if you're already working in this space, maybe some of this you don't need that kickstart, but in case you do, here's some resources I would encourage you to take a look at to follow up on today's video. Q&A, and like any questions in chat, anytime you have them, I'll do my best to stop here and there and stop beyond this presentation. So at the end, all right, if you're already working in this space, we begin our story today, like many data analyst stories start, with a question. Questions drive our business, right? So here's my question for you today. Why PySpark? You think a lot about the conversations that happen in recent days, articles that people are posting out, content that people are creating, and consistently you hear people talking about quote unquote traditional approaches, SQL, structured data. Some like going in the direction of Python. You think a lot about of everything that Python provides. Articles that people not a lot of people talk about PySpark. And so the question I bring to you today is why PySpark? Why should this be in the discussion as well? Well, let's take a look at its closest relative, Python. And as we all know, Python has a lot of great things going for it. For people who have worked in SQL, that good fourth generation language, and they want to have more control over how things are done, Python's a great third generation language for that. Good object-oriented programming. Let's take a look at its closest relative. Beyond that, Python has really exploded, especially in the past decade or so, because of the community's support in wanting to build this language further, which has resulted in many libraries that for people like us who are trying to work with data in various aspects, it gives us a lot of benefit, right? So why PySpark? Well, there's one common thing that Python on its own has limitations on, and I know there are things that the community is talking about to try and improve this, but let's at least talk current state. There's something called the Global Interpreter Lock, GIL. You aren't familiar with that? That's a keyword. Take a look at that. Search it on Google to find more information on it. The real idea behind the GIL is it's trying to preserve the state of our variables as things are running, and in doing so, there's something called the Global Interpreter. It tries to essentially restrict things so that it restricts it thread by thread, which means multi-threading, which is the way the industry has gone to solve big data problems in a performant way to preserve the state of our variables. Python can run into some issues depending on the way your environment is set up. So it's something that runs into a limitation when the data gets larger. Especially with AI, we like lots of data, right? So that's why we get into PySpark. It's because PySpark is purely a Python API for Apache Spark, right? By doing Apache Spark things, we now get that distributed compute experience. I have a very large data set. I want to perform these operations are. I take this data set, I break it into chunks. Each chunk goes to a separate computing node over here, over here, over here, over here. Each one gets the same set of instructions. Each one performs their functions separately. Once that's done, all of those results are brought back to a central location, and we get our pretty result set, nice and clean, the way that we wanted it to be. PySpark helps us solve that problem. Not that Python, especially with some things going on in the industry, can't solve it, but PySpark is better designed to do it because that's what Apache Spark was built for. Our pretty result set, computing, and it still gets the same library support that I'm looking for. Because in a lot of ways, it supports similar functions to what Python does in a lot of cases. But PySpark is better designed to do it because that's what Apache. All right, so that's at least why we're here. Now let's at least break it apart into its two main components, Python and Spark. I'm going to at least do this as a quick overview for those on the call and for those who might look at this recording. In case you're brand new to Python, and I'll be using Python and PySpark, so that's at least why purely interchangeably. Now let's in this conversation because as far as the language goes, they work similar in a lot of those on the call. But I want to make sure nobody gets lost here because this is truly an intro-level course. So let's make sure everybody understands some fundamentals about how to read Python, and in doing so, PySpark. So here's some important things you need to know. Hit that hashtag comment. Nope, that's not just for social media. In the Python language and in PySpark, that is also our comment. Single and at least what a lot of people do in the industry, that's also how you do your multi-line, just multiple lines, which that hash with the hashtag in front of it. Hit that hashtag makes it nice, makes our code nope, that's not just for social media. Makes it really Python language and in PySpark document our code, which we should be doing. At least what though AI has an easy time of interpreting our code, multiple lines, which that hash. Import is an important keyword. Our code. Nope, that's not just for import means libraries. So before you ever do anything in Python or PySpark, make sure you're reaching out into the community and seeing has anybody written a library that might make this particular import case easier. You do that, you're going to save yourself your time. You don't do that, you're going to be like me when I initially started with working with PySpark and Fabric, and I did a bunch of things by hand. Make sure you're reaching out into the community, and so take a look at that import opportunity. That might make this def indicates a function. I have one at least on the screen of def greet that passes in name as a variable and does a basic hello world, or in this case, hello name. All right. Function definitions. We're talking third generation language, which means these are incredibly important. Def. It's a simple definition of def. This is your name. Variables you want to pass in passes colon at the end. And the next line is also important. Indents. In Python and PySpark is necessary. This is not a suggestion, people. These are incredibly the Python language and the PySpark language define the scope of a function function by the code that is indented after a def line. Once the code is no longer indented, even comments, it assumes the function is over and it's moving on with its life. So hopefully you're not somebody who likes having all of your code like just straight to the left and no indentations whatsoever, because if so, you're going to have a hard time. As this is for function calls, this is for try catch statements, if, case, situations, all of those require indentation.
Hopefully you're not somebody who likes having all of your
Praise be the data frame. Obviously, if you've worked with Python or PySpark so far, this shouldn't come as a surprise. But if you're new to this, data frames are going to be your best friend when you're working with data within this language. It just makes your life a whole lot easier. And in the case of answering that question, obviously Fabric provides this additional benefit. It provides you some additional benefits if you get your data in a data frame. I'll showcase what that looks like. Going to be your best friend when you're working with data within this. Variables, it just makes can be pretty much anything. Variable, equal, and in the case of pass in a value. If you've worked with PowerShell, this is very similar. It provides you some additional benefits. The important thing here to note is that the Python library, the Python PySpark experience, variables, it just makes can be pretty this isn't something where the data or the code is pre-compiled. This is something that happens at runtime. And as I showcased in some recent demonstrations on my YouTube channel, variables literally can be anything. You can even pass in an integer into a variable, and then later pass in a string to it, and later pass into an object in Python something here. It's going to let you do any of that, which on the one hand is good, and as I showcased for giving flexible coding, but just make sure you know that a lot of these things you can't really diagnose until you actually try to run your code and then see if bad things happen. Keep that in mind. It's going to let you do. And then at least the one thing I wanted to highlight is sort of a, in my mind, an interesting notation for Python. Notice the line toward the bottom where it says reading equal to F, and then quotes it says hello name, and then see if bad things. That F is, it's got to be a typo, right? It's just F, at least the one thing I wanted to highlight I did a bad screenshot here, right? Nope, in this case, F is a keyword. Yes, the letter F is a key word. And then quotes it says ask me why. That's just the way the language is. In that case, the F is indicating that that quotation means when I use curly brackets and I reference a variable in there, I can pass a dynamic value in. F is a keyword. For string formatting, very common. The letter F, and that's at least a notation that, from what I've seen in the industry, is maybe common. A lot of people like use it as notation. In that case, the F is indicating that is intentional. Means when I use curly and at least introducing people into a language, I believe I can bring this up without making sure people take the time, figure out how to format their code effectively, because this is a community thing. We want to make sure our code is easy to build. It's not read, not just by us, but by other people who might want to introducing people into future language. I believe I can. One common guideline that's out there is the PEP 8 guidelines. Take a look at that if you're looking for any format their code effectively. Considerations for stylistic choices in your code. All right, that's the Python side. Let's talk Spark. And for Spark, we're going to start looking more at it within the scope of Fabric. Now, here again, I'm going in under the assumption that if you are truly new to PySpark and you're truly new to Microsoft Fabric, more often than not, you're not going to be your Fabric admin for your Spark. And for Spark, if you are, then whatever I'm talking about here as conversations is stuff you need to talk to with yourself. Now, here again, I'm going in under the assumption that as I enjoy talking to yourself, new to PySpark and you're truly new to Microsoft Fabric, more often so under the assumption you are not going to be your Fabric admin, here's a couple things that you want to make sure you talk about with your Fabric admin to make sure they help set you up for an enjoyable experience within Fabric. First thing you want to talk about is Spark pools or hardware. If you're new to Apache Spark, we talk about our resources as pools. Pools indicates the nodes of clustered computing that we have at our fingertips to do our work. And in the case of Fabric, the capacity you have restricts the size of Spark cluster that you can create. This graphic on the screen showcases generally what are the guidelines for how large of a cluster you can create, depending on your capacity. So you want to check it, because if you don't, and you start running things in certain situations, you might get this screen at the bottom. This Spark job can't be run because you've hit a Spark compute or API rate limit. It means you've run out of Spark compute. In which case, you've got two options: either go up in terms of scaling up your Fabric capacity, or you need to talk with your admin and figure out what's going on right now that you don't have enough compute at your disposal, which is your API rate limit. Have that conversation before you get started and you put something into production, in which you'll have a much easier getting started experience in terms of scaling up your Fabric capacity. Second thing you should talk about with your Fabric admin is environment. When we talk about environment within Fabric, where Spark pools is the hardware, environment is the configuration of the hardware. So it defines the selected Spark pool, which you can define multiple Spark pool configurations. Second thing you should talk about workspace, your Fabric admin. But it also defines things like runtime. So if I want to use a specific version of Spark, if I want to use a specific version of the Delta standard, that gets defined within your environment. Choose carefully. Also, libraries. Fabric Spark environments will innately have a lot of libraries at your disposal for use, because they understand that helps save people time when building real code. Depending on your use case, they may not support, or they may not innately have the particular library you're looking for. If that happens, environments is an opportunity to work with your admin and to get those libraries added in to your environment. That way, you're not having to do pip installs or anything like that to get the library added in. You can work with them. They can upload anywhere from publicly available libraries to even custom libraries that you build yourself. You can load it into an environment, and once you start up your Spark cluster, you're not having to do pip installs right there waiting for you to do whatever it is you need to do with your code. You do those two things, that's where you're starting to take advantage of what Fabric provides to try and make your experience a little bit easier. All right. With that, then, we'll be spending most of today in demo, but before I get too far into that, let's take a quick pause and see, does anybody have questions so far? Looking quick at the chat, doesn't look like I'm seeing much of anything. All right. We'll go
Can I ask you a dumb question?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to use Spark to manage a small SQL database on your own personal computer if you wanted to keep everything on a personal computer? Is it overkill, or is it possible? How would you rate it as a personal data manager?
Are you talking specifically within the context of talking about like Spark and Python in general?
I don't have an opinion about that. I just wonder. I'm trying to build an app that records personal information for AI, so it needs to have a unstructured data for images and text, and also keep track of structured data. And I don't know if there's overkill in using PySpark or there's not, because I think there's SQLite, but I don't think that's for unstructured data. So I'm searching for a solution that doesn't overwhelm a personal computer.
So at least if you want to do that within the context of something like Fabric, you can work with pretty small PySpark environments that, like the F2 SKU, if that fits your budget, it's about $270 a month. That's at least about the smallest you get. So in a case like that, if that fits your budget, you could probably do that. For PySpark, I guess, like, unless you're getting into like hundreds of millions of records plus, might be a little bit overkill. You might be better off for stuff like that, just focusing on Python, getting a Python environment installed in your local PC where you have your database stored, and just doing your work there. Like, could you do PySpark? Theoretically, yes. I don't know if you'd get a whole lot of benefit from it beyond just going with straight Python.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, though. This is an intro level presentation. There's no such thing as dumb questions, especially in intro level presentations. It's not a thing. So good question. Thanks for that. All right, let's take a break from this and let me bring up. So I'd like to spend most of today in a live demonstration of Fabric, what it gives you. So again, the scenario here is focused a little bit more on the data engineering sides, but hopefully the things that I'm going to show you that provide benefit will help you regardless of whether you're doing more just typical data engineering or you're targeting an ML or AI implementation. This is our lovely screen that shows all of the things that we can do within PySpark in Fabric. And how did I get here? Well, everything in Fabric is workspace driven. So in this case, I'm doing everything within my own personal workspace. And as long as I'm working in a workspace that's Fabric enabled, I can go up into New Item, and I can search for Notebook. I suppose I didn't mention it up until this point, but when you're working within Fabric and you want to work with PySpark, unless you're creating more of an automated Spark job, most times an interactive experience is going to be through the use of Jupyter Notebooks, which I can search for Notebook, and I find 4 options. What is going on here? Well, this is at least where the Fabric UI today tries to organize a lot of the assets, the items that you can create in Fabric by general use case. So getting data you can do with notebooks, prepare data you can do with notebooks, so on and so forth. What's the difference between them? Nothing. They are 100% the exact same thing. There's no difference between them. It's just the way things are organized. So if you find this, just pick one. You'll get the same experience from all of them because they are literally the same thing. And then that opens up this lovely UI experience here. All right, before we get into code, let's talk about some UI capabilities. Jupyter Notebooks, first of all, cell-driven development, right? So we want to make sure we are splitting up our code by cells as it makes sense so that we can do things like not only having functional code, but also having things like markdown cells, which is this top section I have here, which gives us nice, pretty documentation straight in our notebook about what this notebook is going to do. In this case, this notebook markdown cell is telling me the steps of what I need to show you to make sure that I'm giving you the full understanding of what Fabric can provide. Okay? So let's go ahead and go through these instructions. First thing, let's talk about the UI and about attaching lakehouses and warehouses to the notebook. Below code snippets for environment info. We'll come back to that. All right, so what's it talking about? It's talking about our lovely section over here on the left. Like many IDEs have, the Fabric environment has an IDE that gives you easy ways to take a look at your data assets, your data itself. In this case, I already have a lakehouse connected in, and like most things in Fabric, the lakehouse gives me the tables where we're talking more Delta table storage, or files, which is if I have data in more unstructured formats, images, CSVs, other things like that, that goes in the files section there. How did I get this? This add data items button lets me either identify a new lakehouse or connect to an existing data source, and I can pick and choose specific lakehouses, or depending on the type of notebook I'm running, specific warehouses that I can connect into. I'm already connected into mine, so we'll hit cancel here. What benefit does this give me? I mean, obviously, like most explorers like this, I can go ahead and I can take a look at like the structure of my data and see what's going on here if I want to see specific columns and all of that. All right, kind of nice, but what does this actually provide me in terms of benefit? This is where I take a moment to do what I feel is the demo that everyone is legally obligated to do whenever you are showcasing Fabric notebooks. I can click on one of these tables over here, click on it, and drag it over here. Look at what it does. It generates code. Ooh, this is not just an AI thing. This is more of just a scripting thing. So what does it do? Well, in this case, I'm working in a PySpark notebook, so this is able to generate a quick definition of connecting into my data storage within the lakehouse, pulling that data into a data frame, and this display command here just displays it to the UI. So think about that. A lot of times when you're getting started in perhaps a new environment or maybe with a new data set, how many times do we struggle with those situations where it's just like, oh, it takes me half an hour just to figure out how to define a connection to get to my data in the first place before I get to do anything else? Here I can do that in 5 seconds or less. And why? Because my notebook, my data storage is all in the same place. And as I like to say, Fabric knows itself. Because it knows itself, it knows how to find the data nice and easy, especially now because my notebook is connected to my lakehouse. And I say genuinely connected. There is metadata behind the scenes of this notebook right now that is identifying the good value for this lakehouse, so it can find it. All right, that's the legal demo there. Okay, I've done my piece. You know, all right, we can move on to some more fun things. All right, so that's at least a benefit that provides. Second thing, let's talk default language for the notebook. As I mentioned, this is a PySpark notebook. In Fabric, this isn't the only option that you have. Spark World, you have a lot of the options that are available in Spark environments. So I can do PySpark. I can work in Scala. I can work in Spark SQL. R are the current options supported within the Spark world. I could also go outside of Spark and I could do things exclusively in Python, or I could do things in T-SQL. Granted, the T-SQL notebooks are specific more to interacting with warehouses. You can technically use them to work with lake houses, but at that point, it's read-only. But this only defines my default language. So if I do something like, again, cell-driven development, so suppose I want to add in a new code cell, this spot in the lower left, right, I forget my left and right sometimes, says that this is PySpark. That's because this is the default for this notebook. I could change it to any of the others as well. I can also change individual cells to change languages. So suppose I want to access, I don't want to do it via PySpark, I want to access this table via base SQL, or at least Spark SQL. I'll drag and drop that same experience here, and it generates the same thing, but it's generating it in the context of what the cell needs. So since this is cell-driven development, you can actually change between languages. You can go, especially within the Spark world, I can go in and I can start with PySpark. I could do some Spark SQL in the middle, and then I can go back to PySpark. And you can do those interchangeably depending on what your preference is. Obviously, like, use that with a grain of salt, because I don't know how much people want to constantly have to shift between like 4 languages within a notebook. But if that's your preference, go ahead and use carefully. The other thing this showcases within the UI is this little toolbar that showed up the top right part of my cell. This gives me a whole lot of benefits of some admin functions within this cell. So things like if I want to convert this to Markdown, parameters we'll get back to in a moment. In this case, I don't need the cell, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the delete cell. Makes the cell disappear. My code's clear. Okay? All right. Third thing we need to talk about, connecting into a session. What is this talking about? Well, we're working in Apache Spark. If you come from more of a SQL background, a lot of times we're used to, I'm working in an environment where, yeah, we talk cloud, compute, and storage are separated, but most times we expect databases. Your compute's always running, most times unless it's a non-production environment, right? Apache Spark takes more the inverse viewpoint of things. It does not want you to have to run your compute 24/7, because then you're paying for it 24/7. So when you're working in an environment like this, and it holds true in Spark, it holds true for Fabric. Right now, sitting here with this open notebook, nothing's happening. I do not have any compute provision And I can tell that because I've got a connect button here. The connect button is about connecting into a session, a Spark pool that I can then do things with. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get connected in. And before I do, I have a decision to make. Standard, high concurrency. What's the difference? The isolation of your Spark compute. A standard session, that session's compute is exclusive to this notebook and cannot be used by any other notebooks. A high concurrency session, the compute that I would spin up here would be accessible via this notebook. And if I open up other notebooks as well, I can have them all use the same session. Kind of handy, at least if you're editing multiple notebooks at the same time. For sake of demonstration, I'll just do a new standard session. And this is where, like, we're talking Apache Spark, so, you know, clearly this takes a couple minutes. Except in this case, our session started up in 4 seconds. If you've worked with Apache Spark, you might be a little confused by this right now. Because most times when we spark up our compute, depending on the size of nodes and the size of cluster we're creating, it should be taking minutes to get things spun up. Yet I got a cluster up and running in 4 seconds. Well, okay, this is software as a service. There's magic happening behind the scenes. What I'm actually doing here, and the key here, gets back to the not just the compute, but the environment side that I talked about earlier. Notice my environment here says workspace default. Microsoft essentially has a bunch of Spark clusters available. They're pretty much all provisioned all the time. And when you use the default settings for both your Spark cluster, your Spark pool, and default environment settings, well, actually, no, your environment can use a default pool. If you're using the default or what we call the starter pool, you're not really spinning up a brand new Apache Spark cluster. You're actually spinning up a connection to an existing Apache Spark cluster. That's all that it's doing here. So it's not a magic shortcut, but it's a magic shortcut. Now at least we know that we're connected into a session because our connect button turned into this button here. If I want to go and see additional information about my session, configuration properties, diagnostics, etc., I can look at that here. And now that at least I'm in here, cell-driven development, so I can run each of these cells individually. So here there's the typical play button, so I can connect into that here and get my results, and just to at least prove that this could do a basic top 1000. I can also hit the run button up here, which will run all of my cells. For sake of demonstration today, we're not going to hit that button. But if you wanted to, you could. All right, here we go. Nice, simple demo data. All right. So, all right, we can do a basic top 1000. We can read out data. What's its popular other side? The L part, saving data. How do we do that? Well, there again, Fabric is trying to make things easier for you. So here's at least a couple examples of Spark notation that is taking the data frame that I just created and is writing it back to the lakehouse. But notice these first 2 examples here. This one here has a very simple notation for the saved directory. Tables, dimension, customer right. The second one here is going off the page, and it's like this.dfs.fabric.microsoft.com. What's the difference? They're saving to the exact same spot. The difference is one is looking at it relatively, the other one is looking at it absolutely. The benefit of connecting in your lakehouse here is that it allows you to then use relative paths to find your storage. So again, benefit. If I like code that has absolute paths and has to list out the entire directory in this case of DFS storage, I can do that. Or I can simplify my code by looking at things relatively. And when we think of in terms of like deployments, dev, test, production, it's a little bit easier to notate what is going on here. And then at least the last example here is just showcasing that you can do the same thing on the file side. So if I want to write something like a CSV, I can do that as well. All right, nice and easy to read data out, nice and easy to write data back. All right, so then that leaves, all right, so that's the extract, that's the load, transform. It's the last thing we haven't talked about yet. So let's go ahead and I'll run my data set here and load it up into a data frame. And let's talk about some of the things that we can do for transforming data. So I'm running this and oh my gosh, what is going on here? Well, this data set really likes Weird Al. Can't imagine why. Gosh, this data is not clean. Oh gosh, I didn't take a look at this beforehand. And apparently he does, well, I suppose technically he's done reggae music, so that's technically accurate, but probably not the best way to classify. Oh, great. Weird Al messed up my data set. What do I do? Well, obviously this is talking PySpark. So, well, first thing, at least before I do this could be maybe an inconsequential error. Like if I scroll down here, okay, things get a little bit better there. So let's just see how big of an issue this is. By default, using this display feature presents you your data in tabular format, but maybe you want to chart it out quickly. So I can hit this plus sign to do a new chart, and this helps me chart things out. And yeah, for at least the first 1,000 records, Weird Al is almost 1/4 of all the records in there. So we've got some duplication problems here that need to be fixed. Oh gosh. Well, I knew this was the one thing I could run into in terms of doing a live demo, but like, what could I do? I mean, I could say, well, all right, duplications just exist. I'll work around it. I could sit here and try and work through my brain of, okay, Python, PySpark, what's the syntax for dropping duplicates, and what is the context that I need to use that in, and going back to this table, clearly age is off because most of these ages are decimal values. That's not how we look at age. I've got some cleanup to do. Well, I could go in and I could write a bunch of code to clean it up. Or I could take advantage of something available within Fabric called Data Wrangler. What is Data Wrangler? Well, let me show you. Data Wrangler takes a look at data frames that are currently loaded into your cluster. So it's a data frame that has to be, you've got an active Spark cluster running, and you've at least loaded your data frame into memory. From there, I can select this. And what's Data Wrangler in a nutshell? Well, if you've worked in the Power BI world, you've likely worked with Power Query. Power Query is a low-code environment that lets you take a data set, apply transformations to it, and then it generates M language that is then used behind the scenes to take your data and transform it from whatever your data source is into what your Power BI report needs. Picture Data Wrangler as the exact same thing, but instead of generating M code, I'm generating PySpark code. Once the UI loads up here, I'll show you how. And at least this might take a couple moments here because this data set happens to be 100 million records for context. While it's doing this, at least the full experience of what I'm going to show you here is I'll be able to show being able to do transformations in various forms to clean up data. And then what it's going to do on the end result is it's actually going to generate the code for me and add it into my notebook. All right, so let's clean up this data because clearly there's a lot of issues going on here. And right now it's profiling the top 5,000. All right, so duplicate. Let's deal with that. All right, under find and replace, there's a nice drop duplicate rows. From what I can see, things are very duplicated, so I should just be able to hit apply here, and it's going to duplicate across all cells. I could use the UI, and if I want to focus on specific columns to define uniqueness, I can do that. All right, Weird Al has been contained only in terms of this data set. Outside of that, you can't really contain Weird Al. All right, let's see what else we can do. This age looks like it's defining it as just a general object. It hasn't figured out its data type. Well, we may want to do calculations and such on it, right? Which means we need it to be an integer. So let's go down here to schema and let's change column type. I want to see if I can take age. Can I just convert it directly into an integer? Looks like it doesn't know how to convert this object into that. Okay, well, I can do that in a couple extra steps. So we'll convert it into a float. All right, so it can at least recognize this as decimal value. Great. All right, so we'll apply that there. We'll go into format. We'll do numeric rounding. All right, so we shouldn't expect this to be anything other than an integer. So we'll round up age to a particular value. And then let's see if it'll let me convert age into an integer. There we go. Okay. So I could have written a bunch of code to do that if I know all of the syntax. But again, this is introduction. Maybe you're brand new to the language. If so, Data Wrangler is a great tool for at least learning the basics of the language. The steps here and everything, it's going to generate exactly the steps as you take it. So is it 100% expected to be the most performant way of doing it? Not necessarily. But if you're looking to get started, it's a great way to get started in. I'll go ahead and add this code into the notebook here. And I'll add in this checkbox. So talking about the difference of do I want to go with Python? Do I want to go with PySpark? Data Wrangler gives me the option of generating both. So if I want to work with things in more of the Python way of things, I can still do that if I want to and work with Pandas data frames. If I want to work with things in the PySpark space to try and make best use of performance, that distributed computing, that's what it generates by default. At least I should be able to showcase here, working across a couple 100 million records. We'll see how long that takes to run. So ultimately, if you're in a Fabric environment, take advantage of the benefits. And in a case like this, what does this give you? Data Wrangler gives you a way of simply dealing with your transformations if it fits your use case. I will let that run just to see how long that takes. All right, and then some last things to note of more specific things that Fabric provides in terms of benefit. Cell-driven development, notebooks, orchestration. So sometimes we might want to do something within a notebook within scope of a larger automated process. And we want to make our notebooks dynamic, right? We don't want to have to write one notebook for each file type or each everything that we do. Fabric Notebooks gives you the ability to define parameter cells. You see in the bottom right here where this cell has a parameters indication. That means that these two parameters I've defined here, or at least I should really technically say variables, these variables are now available to external calls. So if I want to use a Fabric pipeline, something low code to call this, if I want to call this from another notebook, I can now pass in values in to these variables, and then they're used dynamically within my code. Again, though, we're talking Python and PySpark, so these don't have any data types. You can pass anything, I mean anything, into them. So make sure whatever's calling this knows at least what to expect, because the parameters are just going to say, okay, I can take a value and just run, and then you won't see the error until your notebook actually runs and throws an error. So know that in terms of data types and all of that. Let's see. Oh, sure enough, took about a minute there. go ahead and run this, but I'm guessing this is probably not going to finish in a minute. Oh wait, it'll finish faster because it only did the top of it. No, we're not going to let you cheat on that. Let's actually try and do display pandas df clean. Let's make you have to actually process the whole thing. So I want to see if this actually finishes before we finish talking here. It might not. I've had this take a while. Last thing is, all right, we're talking libraries. I mentioned libraries are really important. Here's 2 libraries you should make sure you know about if you're going to work with PySpark within Fabric. First one is SymPy, part of the Semantic Link, or if you've heard about Semantic Link Labs, this is part of that. What does this give you? I mentioned earlier, Fabric knows itself, right? Something like SymPy knows a lot about your environment, and because of that, it gives you certain capabilities to work with things in Fabric easily. In this case, semantic models. So if you're using semantic models, great use case there. In this case, I'm actually not using it for that. I'm using it for things like if I need to find out environment information. So where is my lake house here if I want to find it by name and I don't know its GUID value? This script lets me do that. Other one is an absolute must, especially if you're working with lake houses. Notebook utils. Very useful library for things like file movement, file copying. If I'm wanting to enumerate files that exist in a directory, Notebook utils has a very easy way of navigating the directories and giving you functions to then interact with things there. Must have, it gives you a bunch of useful things there. All right, let's at least do a quick check and see if it's at least still running. Oh, I gave it an error. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Okay, I was hoping to at least show those performance benefits, which I showcased at least here. To do that cleaning step here took about a minute here in Spark. When I've done the similar test here with this, Pandas, Python, again, non-distributed, it'll take about 15 minutes to do the same operation. So that's at least the benefit, right? Why PySpark? This right here is where you get the benefit. All right, let's go back to slide decks and we'll wrap up because we're getting to be about at time here. Again, what does Fabric provide to make your PySpark experience simpler? Whole bunch of things in the UI features bar. Markdown cells are great. The lakehouse warehouse connection, making it really easy to do relative paths is great, which then makes reading and writing data simpler. Data Wrangler then helps solve the transformation process for a lot of transformation situations. Parameter cells for orchestration, libraries. And that's not even talking about the announcement that came out about 2 weeks ago at FabCon. Notice I didn't mention anything about Copilot. Well, at least up until a couple weeks ago, if you wanted to use the Copilot innately built within Fabric, you needed an F64 or higher SKU to get access into it. Well, exciting announcements from FabCon. It sounds like by the end of the month, they'll be removing that restriction and all SKUs in Fabric will get access to all of the Fabric Copilots, including the one that supports Notebook. So
I have a question.
Be a big benefit. Yes?
Is there a free tier in the Fabric SKUs?
Is there a free tier in the Fabric SKUs? There is a... So, I'll say technically no, but there is a trial that you can start up to use Fabric. It is a trial that runs for 60 days at a roughly an F64 capability. But at least in my experiences so far, I've been running a Fabric trial for at least a couple months now, and the counter keeps resetting itself, provided as long as I stay active in the environment. So is there a free version of Fabric? Technically no, but the trials do last for quite a bit of time, and that's about at least the most direct I think I can answer that question without getting hands slappy.
That's a good tip. Thank you.
I mean, it does have the trial does have additional limitations, so it's like don't use it for production workloads and whatnot. But at least if you're wanting to kick the tires on this, there's a lot that you can do there. And at least presumably the trial up until this point also does not get access to the Copilot, but I'm assuming once they lift the restrictions, which should be by the end of the month, then the trial will also get access to the Copilot capability.
Sounds good.
So to wrap things up, this is intro level. All right. It's expected that at least if you are truly intro level and you're just getting started with this, your journey continues, right? So how do you want to learn? Well, that depends on truly how do you want to learn. Baked into the solution, you'll have some things at your disposal. Data Wrangler, Copilot. If you're wanting to learn at least the syntax of things quickly, good tools for helping you get started there. Just obviously, especially Copilot, it's AI. Use as directed, and make sure you keep your wits about you. Maybe you're more of a visual learner, especially if you're interested in learning more about Fabric. If you're not familiar with Tales from the Field, go out, Google their YouTube channel, and get subscribed to them right now. Tales from the Field is a YouTube channel run by a number of people who work for Microsoft, work closely with the Fabric product team, and do a lot of demos of various capabilities within Fabric, including the notebooks that I showed you today. If you're wanting to learn more about that, they have a lot of good introductory content. Maybe Python or the syntax aspect of it is more what you're getting used to. Programming with Mosh is also a great YouTube channel. Python for Beginners, learn PySpark in 1 hour. In 1 hour, he teaches you a lot about the language, more so than what's in my cheat sheet. So make use of that. DataBard, okay, I'm not too much for self-promotion, but at least this is one part where I have to say I'm making content on this as well. And especially within the context of Fabric, I'm trying to answer people's questions as they have them. So if you have questions, either ones that I can answer here or ones after today's session, please reach out to me. I'm looking to help the community by building content that helps answer people's questions. So please reach out. I'm here to support. There's certainly things like the Microsoft Learn blogs. Notebook Utils is something unique to Fabric. So check out Microsoft Learn. They've got their documentation. Senpai is a little more widely known. So there's people out in the community blogging about that. There's a Fabric community, like there's a Fabric community website. There's LinkedIn groups. There's more community stuff. And hopefully this is at least where you're seeing best way to learn this, get engaged in the community. So here's at least just a couple of areas where, again, if you're working within the context of Fabric, these are communities you should get engaged in because they're the ones who are going to most help you if you can't bend Microsoft's ear directly. And then that brings us to the end of today's story. So again, for me, if you're looking to get connected with me more personally, LinkedIn's my most actively used social media. So I post a lot of my updates and such out there. If you want to get connected there, that QR code goes to my YouTube channel, which hopefully you can see from the graphic it's not just demos. I like doing fun stuff there too. I have a comedy sketch out there I made a couple months ago, Report as a Service. If you wanted to envision what it's like ordering a report if you were ordering it from a fast food restaurant, check out the dialogue. You'll probably resonate with it more than you think. And also, at least the demonstration I showed today. If you're working in Fabric and you want to kick the tires on this demo, it's available in my GitHub repo, which will have I'll have to double check. I might have 1 or 2 bug fixes that I just added in the other day. But beyond that, it is exactly the demo that I showed today, which includes generating the demo set if you want Weird Al to take over your data set as well. But beyond that, that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
Any questions or comments for Jared?
Can you throw his links in the chat?
Yes, I just got the YouTube link, and then Pardon me. With regards to the PowerPoint, Jared, would you be able to send that to me?
Yeah, I can send that your way.
Okay, that'll be great. And then I will post that on my blog afterwards, including all the additional links.
Awesome.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Jared. That was a great intro. I really appreciated your presentation style, especially letting everyone know there is no such thing as a stupid question. That's one thing I always reiterate. It was a job well done.
Much appreciated. Thanks again for the opportunity, and like I said, hopefully it helps people get started. And if you're looking for taking the next step beyond this, at least a little bit of self promotion, there's a Fabric Global Online Conference happening in 11 days. I'll be giving a similar talk to this, but it'll be kind of taking the next step of like ETL patterns within Fabric and utilizing PySpark. So if this interests you, you're looking to take the next step, more content coming your way.
What's the link for that conference?
I knew you were going to ask that. Give me a moment.
Or if you could give me the name of the conference again, and I can search for it.
It's the Microsoft Fabric Global Online Conference, and then you have to specifically look for the one coming up is the North America version of it. They did it globally last time, and then this time I think they're starting to break it up into regions.
Okay, I think this is it. Let me paste it in chat, and you can verify it for me. Yep, that's the one, Douglas. Douglas beat me to it.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, excellent. All right. Thanks again, Jared. Appreciate your time and great presentation. And we will now it brings us up to, if I may go ahead and share my screen. Next on the agenda is a 10-minute break. And then we'll be anticipating Veronica Kolosnikova, who's also going to be joining us from Boston. And she's going to be talking about building an agent with Azure AI agent service. So we'll be starting with that in another 12 minutes. So feel free to go grab a snack, a drink, what have you, and then we'll pick up in 12 short minutes. Hi, Veronica.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Busy day?
Yeah, really busy.
I could imagine. Well, thank you for taking the time to join us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for inviting me.
Are you using a Mac or a PC?
PC.
Okay, very good. Let me go ahead and make you presenter to make sure we can see your screen okay.
Okay. Share my screen. This one. Okay. I hope you can see it okay.
Yep. Are you going to be using any audio clips or video?
Nope.
Okay,
Just me talking.
not a bad thing.
Yeah,
All right. So I assume you're okay with having the presentation recorded and posted on YouTube, correct?
sure.
Yeah, I always like to double check just to be on the safe side. But in any case, if you're ready, we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So the time is now 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard, and our next speaker is Veronica Kolosnikova. And Veronica joins us from Boston. She is a Microsoft MVP in AI. She's a software engineer by day and an AI enthusiast by night. She has extensive experience in full stack development, and she's also a public speaker in various technical conferences, user groups, and she's very curious about mobile and augmented reality. She also holds a master's degree in information technology, and she enjoys dancing, traveling, and practicing aerial fitness, which I always find very fascinating. And so, with that, we're glad to have you with us, Veronica. Your presentation is going to be on building an agent with Azure AI Agent Service. And so, with that, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Sam. Okay. Hi, everyone. So today we'll be talking about agents and specifically how to build agent with Azure AI Agent Service. And this session is part of that Global AI Bootcamp, which is really exciting. It's all over the world. Before I move to the actual content, I know Sam introduced me really well. Just a quick slide about me. I'm Veronica Glesnikova, Microsoft MVP in AI. Also, I'm a senior software engineer at Liberty Mutual in Boston, Massachusetts. So, setting the scene, what are we going to do? We'll be talking about a little bit about bots, but mostly about AI agents. And then I will have walk through a couple of labs that those labs they were provided by the Global AI community. So you will have access to them. I will probably share a link, and you can either follow along, or you can grab a link and then do it on your own later or anytime you want, because the access is available. It just publicly posted online, and maybe most likely I won't have enough time to go through all the labs, but maybe I will. So we'll see. But basically, yeah, we'll talk about AI agents, figure out what an agent is, and then what sets them apart from just calling LLMs. Okay, here we have a use case. We are working for an e-commerce selling campaign equipment, and we want to analyze sales data. And here we have a really fun warehouse that you can see. We are selling outdoor and hiking equipment, and we sell mostly online. And we want to use power of AI to actually help us out with data analysis, maybe diagram creation. So what can we do about that? How LLMs can help us with our analysis and maybe provide some suggestions for our business. At this point, we know that LLMs, they're really powerful. We want to figure out how what's the best approach to use those LLMs. And we want to create a prompt and maybe interact with those LLMs and see what information they can provide, maybe what advice they can give us. And let's see what LLMs can do for us. So if you are a user, doesn't matter what kind of user, it can be maybe you're a software engineer and you are just figuring out how you want to create a good solution for your analysts to help them out with data analysis. Or maybe you are an analyst yourself and you want to just talk to LLMs and see how they can help you. And you maybe ask something like, I work at an e-commerce selling camping gear, suggest how I can best analyze the sales data. And then response is probably something like that: to analyze your sales data effectively, consider using a combination of tools and techniques. So it is really high level. If you are a data analyst, you probably need some more details, maybe specific information related to your specific company and recommendations for your specific case. So when you are building a chatbot, which is based on LLM, or you're just chatting with LLM back and forth, you will have to iterate and go back and ask more questions and maybe provide additional data, maybe include something like retrieval augmented generation, so that LLM has access to your data. And at some point, you're wondering, LLM might not be the right choice because the interaction with LLM is too lengthy. You need to ask a lot of additional questions in order to get the answer that you want. Maybe that will push you towards AI agents instead of using just LLMs. So LLMs are really good with completion, but if you need something bigger and better and something that has access to different tools and basically has more power and access and agency, then you can think about building an agent which can connect to different tools. And actually, you will need to only ask maybe one or two questions, and then agent can go process the information and then maybe connect to different tools, process your data from database, for example, connect to your analytic tools, for example, and then in the end provide you really good answer, or at least better answer than a generic LLM can provide. So what is an agent? Here, actually, we have a lot of different definitions, and here's one of them. It's a semi-autonomous software that can be given a goal and will work to achieve that goal without you knowing in advance exactly how it's going to do that or what steps it's going to take. So they are more autonomous than just LLMs. Again, they can maybe send, first of all, they can understand what you're asking them. kind of similar to LLMs, but then they have more power. They can connect to different tools, they can connect to different database, they can pull different data, and then actually organize that data and, for example, create a diagram for you, save it somewhere so you can go back and check it out on your own, or provide suggestions based on the information that that agent actually received and processed. What differentiates AI conversations and agents? Basically, agents, they have more power than LLMs. Doesn't mean that LLMs by themselves are completely useless. It just depends what do you want from your either chatbot or agent. So, what are we building? I already mentioned that we're going to go through a couple of labs that the Global AI community provided, but what exactly we're going to do there? We'll be building an agent interacting with pre-trained LLM. And then we have a couple of goals there where we do want to accomplish, like getting a table with data analysis, maybe provide top results from the data that we have. There is so many different frameworks and APIs that can help you to build AI agents. It doesn't have to be on Azure. So something like LangChain and Semantic Kernel, AutoGen, LangGraph. So if you used any of those tools, when you were working with LLMs, you can still use those tools for building your AI agents. Azure AI Agent Service, and it is just an evolution of Assistant API. So if you played with Assistant API, you probably one step ahead between just playing with LLMs and actually building AI agents. And Azure is offering Azure AI Service, which just makes your life easier, helps you to build those agentic apps. And then eventually you can create the multi-agent environment where you can connect different agents together, and then they can communicate and maybe share some information. And some agents, they might be better at one functionality, and others are better at other functionality. And basically, if you're a software engineer, you know that you are sometimes building, for example, those backend services for your application, and then you connect the services. So same thing with agents. You can maybe delegate specific tasks to specific agents, and then create a multi-agent environment so each agent can do their own task, and then they will provide results, maybe combine those results together for you. Okay. Here I do want to talk a little bit more about the solution that we're going to use for the labs. Actually, it's already basically pre-built solution, so we are not going to build anything from scratch today. We'll be just uncommenting some parts and see how it all works. But overall structure is when you go ahead and build your agent from scratch, you are creating an agent, and then you are creating a thread. And thread is just a unit of conversation. Then you run your agent, check if the run completes, then you return the results. But if it's still running, sometimes it needs to connect to different tools, connect to different databases, and it can take a little bit. So you need to constantly check the status of the run. Once it's done, you can display the agent response. And then for that specific use case that I'm bringing up today, we are going to build Contoso Sales Agent, and we have that high-level instruction there, and that you're an advanced sales analysis agent for Contoso, specializing in assisting users with sales data inquiries, and then you can connect it to different models. So obviously, in the core of every agent is a model. It can be OpenAI model, it can be Llama, Mistral, any kind of model. So it doesn't have to be one. Also, if you build in multi-agent solution, then you can connect to maybe different models, like different agents connect to different models, and then they are combining their results together in the end. And optionally, your agents can connect to your own data using, for example, Azure AI search, or connect to your files, either local files stored in your local storage or stored in the cloud, maybe Azure Blob or something like that. And then the true power of AI agents is the option to connect to different tools like file search, code interpreter, function call, and bin search, and so on. So agents can do as much or as little as you allow them to do. If you want them to send emails on their own, then you can do it. If you want them to actually go ahead and buy you a new pair of sneakers online, you can do that too if you trust them enough with your credit card. And then, as I mentioned, you are creating a thread for sales analysis, and then the user is posting a message on the thread. So something like, tell me the total sales by region. And then our agent is getting that prompt from the thread, analyzing it, figuring out what exactly that user wants, and then using function calling tool, for example. And the tool is querying SQLite database in our case. So the agent selects the tool itself. You don't have to actually create those instructions step by step for an agent. And then once it's done, it creates a message, and then agent return a message. It can be in any format. It can be JSON. It can be something like displayed here. It can be HTML. So output can be completely different, and you have opportunity to actually set up that requirement, what kind of output you want. And for a different message, like show that information as a pie chart, that agent can go back and it will pick code interpreter tool for this task. And then using the tool, it will create a pie chart, and then either displays it or saves it in a folder if you want it to be saved. And yeah, that's the output there. So enough talking. I would like to actually move to the workshop. Again, I can't promise that we're going to finish everything, but you'll have access to that workshop anytime you want. I do recommend to save that URL so you can access it later if you're not planning to do it with me now. But before I go to the workshop, I do want to show you an example of very basic AI agent. Since we're not building it from scratch today, I do want you to understand how that basic agent looks like. So something like that. So here it's on Python. You can use .NET. If you're using semantic kernel, for example, here I'm using Python because the lab is in Python. So something like project client. So here we are creating the agent using specific model, naming the agent, and then providing those high-level instructions or that system message, if you want to call it that. And then after that, creating a thread and then posting a message to that thread. So message is provided by a user and something like, hello, tell me a joke. And here's the output. And then we are creating a run for that agent using that thread and then agent ID. And then we just keep checking the status. Once agent is ready, we are returning them answer back. And here's just a cleanup. We're deleting the agent and there are options to create list messages if you have several messages and you want your agent, the AI agent to process all those messages. So it's just an example of a simple AI agent. We are going to use something more complicated here. That code is already, oh, no, lost my code spaces. Anyway, do we have any questions while it's reloading?
Yeah, there's a question in chat, excuse me, asking for the URL for the agent workshop.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, here. Here it is. Just posted it in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I saw you're using SQLite, which I know you can use on a single computer or laptop. Is there a version of that or something similar that can also store audio, PDFs, images, and things?
Yeah, yeah. I think on one of the slides, I had an option for maybe using Azure blobs, or if you want to connect it to local storage, or maybe if you have like your
No,
server.
specifically the local on your own computer storage. Is there a version of SQL that you know that can handle those real world files?
I think there are. I haven't used SQLite a lot, honestly, but I'm pretty sure that there are options to do that on your local machine.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Is it possible, can I go back to your slide that showed that showed the overview of this? I didn't grab a screenshot of that before you get started in.
Oh, the
Real quick.
URL?
No, the one that showed the overview of what we're doing, where you start. Oh, it was a PowerPoint. Never mind if it's too far back. Yeah.
This one?
Let me just grab a screenshot of that.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
good.
sure.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so what we are doing here, I shared the screenshot. I'm just gonna walk through the setup here. I already did it ahead of time because it takes a little bit. But basically, you can open the code spaces there. It's gonna be so much easier, especially if you don't use Python a lot and maybe you don't have set up on your local machine. Then code spaces is your lifesaver. Everything is set up there, so you don't need to worry about anything. You just open the code and run with it, basically. Also, they do have deployment scripts available. I already deployed everything. So once you deploy, you will get something like that. Be mindful about those Azure resources because, you know, the more resources you have, the more you're going to be charged. So once you're done with your labs, be mindful about deleting those resources. But you see that I have Azure AI services to connect to OpenAI models. And then I have that Azure AI project and then hubs there. I think there should be just one. I created two probably by mistake, or I ran it twice when I tried it. Anyways, it should be just one hub, and then storage is going to be used for some of the analytics. You don't have to have it if you build in real agent, and then the Azure AI services is just for our model. You can do it from here. You can run the scripts, or you can actually go to that Azure AI portal and then do it from there. So you'll create your Azure AI project and then hub inside, and then you'll create the Azure AI service and deploy your model. But basically here, scripts, they do everything for you. And if you go through the lab setup, you'll see how to do that. Pretty easy. And the first lab there is calling a function here. We are enabling function calling. So here's the main file where we are enabling different tools. The first one is function calling. Let me close that. I uncommented the tool set with functions and also instruction file here. So here we do have instructions files. The first one is that function calling. So here basically instructions for our agent, or eventually it's just LLM behind the scene. And here like the high level message, that system message that you need to have, and then more specific guidelines for LLM, what it can do. And there are some variables here. So we'll be using database schema string, and then the agent will be actually querying the table. And then let me database. So we do have database here. It's all local for this AI agent. And then some other instructions that the agent has to be mindful about. And some guidance for help, like in case your user doesn't know what agent can help with. There are some examples, and then some guidelines how to interact with user overall. So going back to this file, and if you go back to the description of the lab, actually the setup, they are providing detailed overview of pretty much each file that's in here. I think main file is obviously the main file where we are creating the agent itself, and then connecting to different tools. And we're using that Azure AI projects library here. And yes, so for the first lab, what that function calling is doing, it is basically going to the database, and then it queries the database and then returns answers to the user. And we can ask, since I uncommented those lines here, I have a couple of examples what I can ask. But first, let me run the agent. So just, No, it's doing something. Okay, so it is creating. I really like how they have those outputs there. So we are creating an agent. Um, when you actually have an agent running, you don't have to create it every time. So maybe, but to create a new thread, you do need to do it every time. Or if you want to reuse the thread, there are also options to use some memory. So your agent remembers some older conversations. And, memory can be something as simple as just storing those conversations in a database or in the cloud, or just keep your agent running and remembering stuff for you. So it can be in the code, it can be stored in a database. Okay, start conversation. What we can ask. Here are a couple of examples. So something like, what were the sales by region? And we can see, actually, let me make it a little larger here. So we can see that it was using function calling tool, and that's the query. Oh, no, sorry, that's the query that it created. And then it connected to the database and executed that query, and then return that information, and then return it in that table format. And we can see that it's friendly, and it wants us to ask more questions. So let's ask something like total shipping cost by region. And we can also ask something like help in Italian and see if it's going to respond in Italian. I honestly don't know Italian, so I don't know why I picked that. But yeah, no, that looks like Italian to me. If anyone here speaks Italian, you can attest. um, that's the benefit of using LLMs that are multilingual. You can always connect to small language models if you're sure that you need only one language or one specific task to be processed. And, the model picking is a separate talk. And you can use any model, so it doesn't have to be GPT-4o or something big. You can use small language models, for example, or vision language models. So any models can be used with AI agents. Okay. And next, we are gonna show the 3 most recent transactions. Okay, and here you can see that it provides specific information that it needs. So we need to provide region, product type, or a specific criteria, and then it will provide more specific information. So let's do something like show sales by category for Europe. So here you can see it came up with the query itself, and then it added limit 30 because we have it in our instructions, up to 30 rows here. And then if we go in back to the code here, we see different functions available And then the data. So if you want to check how it's actually working and what the code is, again, since we're not building it from scratch, it might be a little confusing at first because it's already built and it's already working for you. We just need to uncomment a couple of things. But that file is providing sales data. So it's connecting to the database here. Yeah, I'm not going to open it now, but sales data, and then basically connecting to the database and then creating, connecting to specific tables, and then, getting the regions and all that. So it's all in that file. If you want to check every file and how it works and what exactly is in there, it is all available for you. And then we'll move to let's ask another question. So for example, if we do something like
quick question, and maybe I did get a little bit lost. Are you using the GPT-4 or are you using Bing? That was at the beginning of your setup, right?
Yeah, so here actually, if you open the lab and you go to the setup tab, you'll see the script that is running and creating those resources. But so what I have here is connecting Azure AI service connected to GPT-4o.
Okay. Yeah, I said in the comments it looked like it was talking about Bing, so I was confused on that page.
Not sure. Yeah, so if you want to connect your Azure AI agent to search, Bing was just an example that you can connect to. You can use Azure AI search, you can use Bing, you can use your local search. It's just an option of a tool that you can connect your agent to.
Okay, thanks for letting me interrupt. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so going back here, yeah, so let me exit from here and go to lab 2 and go through the code interpreter there. So I'm going back to that main file. And the code interpreter actually enables LLM to generate Python code for tasks. Maybe for this specific case, the task is to create a chart or maybe perform something more complex, like perform data analysis based on user queries. So as you saw in previous lab, we didn't need to create those SQL queries ourselves. The LLM or the agent actually created all those queries for us, which is really convenient. And then what we do here in that second lab is we are going to ask the agent to create those pie charts for us. So it will generate that Python code and then it will execute it within a secure sandbox environment and create those pie charts for us. So what we do here, we gonna uncomment second instruction file. And we can have as many as we want. So the second one is called interpreter. And we see again those high-level instructions here. Those are system messages. And then the tools that it can use. It can, again, connect to the database. And then second tool is data visualization. Um, so it can test and display visualization code using the code interpreter, and then it will retry if there are errors, and then it will create a chart or graph, and then create that PNG file with for the chart, and then using file path to actually to save it, and then also some high level guidance, kind of same as we saw before, and conduct guidelines. So that's how your AI agent will interact with your users. So let's go back here. We'll do a code interpreter. So you can see we created a tool set, and then we're just adding different tools. They don't have to be the same tools as I'm using here. It can be different ones. But so that code interpreter tool is coming from that Azure AI library. So you don't need to actually reinvent the tool itself. You just need to connect it and then provide those instructions to your AI agent. So, okay, we uncommented that, and we will run the agent again. Since, we stopped it and then restarted it, we created a new agent here and then created a new thread again. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna ask it to show sales by region as a pie chart. You see, it might take a little bit for your agent to actually go back, connect to the database, come up with a SQL query, and then call another tool, create a pie chart, and then save it to a folder. So let me see. We can open it here. So that's the pie chart that was created. So we see that sales are the highest in North America, and then after that it's China and Europe. So it is this file here. So I created the folder, created the file for you. If you don't want to save those files, you don't have to, but that was one of the instructions for the AI agent there. So what we're gonna do, let me actually ask it to download it as JSON. Yeah, no, first we'll download the sales by region data here. So by default, the data is in CSV format. And again, it saved it here. You can provide different instructions and then save it in another format, or just don't save it at all. Just display them as a table, as we saw in the previous lab. And then we can also download the sales as a JSON file. So we got the JSON file, we got CSV file, and then we got the pie chart. And that's basically just using that code interpreter tool, and the function calling. Okay, so that's that with lab number 2, and we move into lab number 3 there. Let me stop it first to exit. So we're still using just the LLM. We're just allowing it to connect to different tools. But still, the knowledge that LLM has, it's more generic. It doesn't know much about maybe our specific rules or documentation. The only connection it has to our resources is connection to that SQL database. If we want to enhance the responses and maybe use our internal company guidelines, we can use a RAG style approach, so retrieval augmented generation, and augment the responses with something like that. So we do have a PDF document here with some information about those tents and some of the products that we have. So the LLM itself, again, it doesn't know about our specific products, but if we have, so here we have only one PDF file, but if we have maybe online documentation, maybe we have the whole folder with different files or web pages, then we can connect our agent to that information. And it doesn't have to be in a file, it can be in a database. So it will be a separate connection for data analysis, and then maybe connection to a different database for specific information about the products that we are selling. So let's try to use the file search tool. So we'll create here on comments those things. So we'll be creating a vector storage. Do that. And then they use that one file that we have to create it. Oops. And then we'll be using that file search tool and add it to the tool sets that our agent can access. So first of all, we are creating the vector storage. It's just, we don't have to do that, but it's just easier, especially, here we have maybe just one file with not a lot of information in it, but if you have a lot of files, the search will be much more relevant and much faster if you create an vector storage. But you can connect it to, I already mentioned that you can connect it to AI, Azure AI search, for example, or Bing. You can connect it to outside search. Maybe give it permission to do online search if you don't need to search for specific documents that you have and want to just connect it to the web. Okay, so I uncommented that, and now we have all the 3 tools connected, and I do need to uncomment that one too. If instructions for file search, and we'll check them out here. So now we have 3 tools included. So again, high level overview or system message. And then for each tool, we do have specific information here. We have that sales data assistance with connection to the database. And then search that also product information vector store for additional Contoso product information. And then again, we have that visualization and code interpretation. So we still can create those pie charts and save CSV files and JSON files. And again, those high-level instructions. So we'll go back here. And start it. And now you see that extra step. Make it bigger. Extra step. So I uploaded that file, that PDF file to a vector store. And then and now it's available. After that, we created agent again and created a new thread. So if you go to one of those files, I think, which wasn't. So you can see how it works behind the scene. All the, the messages, the databases, the data stores, they are all created using the code here. But as you can see, there are not too many files for that. So you don't need to write a lot of code, which is really convenient. So going back here, we want to ask something specific about the products that we are selling. So let's do that. What brands of tents do we sell? And now it actually knows about the tents that we are selling. Ideally, it has to be a link, but it is not a link right now. But you can see that's the PDF where it took it from. And let's ask something like, what were the sales for the year in 2024 by region? So that's that first tool that we connected. We created the query, connected to the database, and returned that information to us. And then the second tool, the code interpreter that created pie chart. Oops, you can do it again for us. Oh, no, that's not the pie chart. I lied. Sorry. Here, so we just add in the brand names. I think I copied the wrong line. But anyways, so it just add in the brand names to existing table. So it kind of combine the information from the database with the information from the PDF and then return it. It returned it all at once. So yeah, it got that brand name, Alpine gear, from the PDF file. Not from the PDF file directly, but from the vector storage that we created from the PDF file, and then added it here. And yes, so that's lab number 3. I know I went through them super fast because I wanted to finish all of them before my time is up, and I only had an hour. And there is no real fourth lab, and fourth lab is just basically an overview. You want to debug and troubleshoot and ask some questions, because the questions that they have in the lab, they are kind of pre-built, and they're pretty straightforward. But if you can find a tricky way, or maybe tricky questions, and it's a good way to debug. Also, it's very important to use those AI tools, AI agents, LLMs in a responsible way. So once you actually you're done building your AI agent locally, you're ready to deploy it, you can get all the benefits of Azure there. Use your monitoring, use your evaluation tools. Actually, evaluation tools, they can be very useful. Evaluation tools and responsible AI tools that are available inside that Azure AI portal. So you can pick the best model using those tools. Also, you can see if your agent is performing well. There are connections to logs. There are connections to maybe you can generate your maybe you can use LLMs to generate the questions and then automatically test your AI agent with those generated questions. So I mentioned that AI portal a couple of times. I'm gonna just go there in case you haven't seen it. It's Azure AI Foundry. I call it AI portal. Yeah, but that's how it looks. We go here. And you have access to, you can create your agent here, by the way, or you can create it from the Azure portal, or you can use the scripts, you can use the code, and then the models. You can see that GPT-4o was deployed. You can test the model separately in the playground even before you start creating an agent. You can create a different model, access to the whole model catalog here, and then have your database connected here. So we don't have any specific database because we just used SQLite on our local machines. And yeah, you can use the tracing, evaluation, safety tools. I can't overstate the importance of using those tools. When you are just planning to build your solution, doesn't have to be an agent. And then once you're done building your solution, you need to keep monitoring if it's actually behaving right and providing relevant information. And also, people, some of them, they might abuse the system, and you do want to catch it ahead of time before it's too late. So I do recommend to use all those evaluation and monitoring tools there. And yeah, I think we still have 5 minutes. So if anyone has questions, let me know.
Any questions for Veronica? Doesn't look like it, just a lot of static. Well done, Veronica.
I think I lost my camera.
I'm not sure where that static is coming from, but thank you for taking the time to present. I know it was a busy day for you. And you've always been an active participant with the Azure Cleveland user group, as well as previous boot camps and prior years. So appreciate your dedication and your effort and taking the time today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm always happy to be here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of, or enjoy your weekend, I should say.
Thank you.
All right. So it now brings us to 2:27 p.m. And we're due for a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll start again at 2:40, where we're going to have Douglas Starnes from Memphis, and he's going to be presenting on AI for everyone with Azure AI services. So again, let's take a little break, grab something to drink, and we'll pick up again in 13 minutes. Douglas, how are you, sir? I see you're in here twice, maybe 3 times. Can you hear me? All right, look, there you are. Let me go ahead and make you presenter, make sure that we can connect okay. Mac has been always problematic in the past, but I'll make you presenter. You may have to reboot. Unfortunately, audio is not coming through, Doug.
How about now?
There we go.
Okay, great. Like I said, I have to find the right button. No, the Mac is my evil twin. I'm using it to monitor the chat.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And likewise, I'm also watching the chat as well, so I will politely interrupt whenever a question comes up.
So what I want is the window that I want is no entire screen, this one. You should be able to see PowerPoint.
Yeah, and your audio just got so much better.
Yeah, that's okay. So you're asking others if they needed audio. I do.
Okay, so when you went to share your screen, there should have been a checkbox at the bottom where said you can let the media or audio pass through.
Okay. Do we need to redo that?
Probably.
Okay. Okay. Hook me up again.
Sure. You should have presenter rights already.
So that means
go to share again.
Oh, share. Okay, share and share screen. And then also share audio, system audio. That's good. Okay, I can do that.
Now, a little caveat. Whenever you're playing a video, you need to mute your mic on GoToMeeting. Otherwise, it's going to have an echoing effect.
Gotcha.
If you want to try it now, you're more than welcome to.
Okay. Let me see here. Oh, well, this is good because I need to pull this up anyway. Actually, I should have that downloaded already. Okay. Don't I have that downloaded already? Yeah, right here. Okay, so let's try this real quick. So I need to mute myself on GoTo.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Let's keep this quick. The goal today is to check in on the project.
It's a little low.
Discuss any blockers and align on next steps. Let's start with development. Jamie, where are we on the latest feature updates?
So far, things are on track. The authentication flow is done, and we're wrapping up the API integration. We hit a small issue with the OAuth provider yesterday, but I found a workaround, and we should be good by tomorrow.
That's great to hear. Any risks that might cause delays?
Not at the moment. If testing goes smoothly, we should be able to move forward as planned.
Much better.
Sounds good. Taylor, how's the UI for this looking?
The UI updates are about 90% done. I sent over the final screens for review last night. The main thing left is refining the mobile responsiveness. I'll need a day or two to polish that.
Is that good?
Yeah. Sounds really good.
Great. Okay. So let me turn this down now. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I was going to need that anyway. A lot of plate spinning for this one.
Story of my life, Doug.
All right. So there's the transcript. I still need to put all this stuff. This is right now. Stuff is spread off across different channels. I'll put it all together in a GitHub repo and send it to you over the weekend.
Excellent. Appreciate it.
You're sharing with sound. Yes, I am. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think everything else. Yeah, I've got one demo that I'm not going to do until the absolute end, if assuming there's time, because it's a speech services and it requires a microphone. So I'm trying something different this time. I actually have a second microphone because every time, and GoTo may not have this problem. It's the first time I've ever done. I've tried this with GoTo, but Teams and Zoom, they always get in a fight with Python over the microphone, and it crashes. So that's why I have this. That's why I have this other demo here, which is a newer demo. I'm actually still doing these. I haven't finished the YouTube series on it yet, but I'll leave that for the very last because I really like it. But I've only been able to do it successfully in person. So
yeah, not a problem. Since you're the last presenter of the day, you can go over if you like.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to keep people on a Friday afternoon. So
understandable, but I'm sure a few minutes isn't gonna.
Especially you, since you're in Eastern time.
I'm sure it'll be well worth it.
Eastern time zone.
Douglas, may I suggest something?
Certainly.
If you get some more USB, USB microphones, you may be able to trick Zoom to focus on one and then your Python script on the other.
That's what I have here.
Okay.
That's actually what I'm trying. Yeah, I have no shortage of microphones. It's it's an occupational hazard for me.
I know you're into music, but you do a lot of vocal recordings?
Oh yeah. Because you mean like music recordings?
Yeah.
Vocal music? No. Everything I do with music is synthesis is virtual instruments. No, the microphones are for like the voiceover work and stuff that I do, like my Plural site and YouTube and that kind of thing.
I see.
And this speaking. Yeah. No, I'm a little bit of a gear hound.
I mean, sometimes you have to be, to find the right fit and what works.
Yeah,
All right, I'm going to make a quick run for a refill, and I'll be right back, and we'll get started.
No. I actually have two audio interfaces on this setup with this machine, but I don't know if I can use the second one with a mic yet. I haven't tried that because I've actually got it running through the first one. It's strange. Oh, I guess if I'm sharing, I should probably do this. Okay, and that's not what I wanted to see. There we go. Okay, pull this over here so I can see all of this stuff I need to see. No. How might I get a home? What? Oh, random LinkedIn messages. Let's see here. What happened here? That Sounds like somebody who wants money. I do need that. All right, and as you know, Doug, the meeting is being recorded and will be posted on YouTube. I assume
Cool.
it's not a problem.
That's
right?
fine.
Okay,
Yep, that's
very good.
fine.
All right, if you're ready, I'll go ahead with the introduction and we'll start with the presentation.
Fire when ready, sir.
All right. So now with the time being 2:40, it is Douglas Starnes that will be presenting, and he will be discussing AI for everyone with Azure AI services. Douglas joins us from the Memphis, Tennessee area. He is a technology entrepreneur, content creator, and five-time Microsoft MVP in developer technologies and AI. He's also the organizer of various conferences, speaker at various user groups, and he's spoken before at the Azure Cleveland user group, and we're glad to have him with us again. So with that, the floor is yours, Doug. Excuse me. The floor is yours, Douglas.
All right, thanks, Sam. Thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for sticking around. I even though Sam said I could go over, I won't. Don't want to keep people on. Don't want to keep people on a Friday afternoon, especially since we have people here from time zones that are later than mine. But go ahead and get started here. So this is AI for everyone with Azure AI services. What was I think it was Jared who said that his talk was not necessarily going to go into implementation of AI, and this one won't either. This one is more of a practitioner perspective, but this has very, very wide reach, and I think you'll see why as we go through it. First of all, okay, that's not good. There we go. Let's go ahead and the obligatory narcissism slide, or about me. So again, I'm Douglas. Sam went over some of this, so I'll go through it rather quickly. But in the Memphis area, actually in Oakland, to the east of Fayette County, to the east of Shelby County, where Memphis is located. I'm a professional explainer. This is what I do. So I do work for Pluralsight. I've done some work for other for a couple of other companies as well in the past. I run the Memphis Python user group here. It's the third Monday of the month. Anybody interested in speaking at the Memphis Python user group, please do contact me. I'll have my link tree up here in a minute. As I like to say, our plea for speakers is continuously open. Obviously, I'm a speaker. I do a lot of this, and again, the 5-time
hopefully in a few months be 6. 5-time most valuable professional for developer technologies in Python and the AI platform with Azure AI services. Here's my link tree. What you'll find on there is you'll find my LinkedIn, which is the best way to get in touch with me. Also, my blog, which I'm going to restart soon, but there's still a lot of good content up there related to some of the stuff we're going to talk about today. And then also my YouTube channel, which is where I'm really working on getting traction right now. And there's also content relevant to what we're talking about today. What was earlier in the day? I think it was Jeffrey talking about Olama. If you liked Olama, go on there. I've got about an hour-long playlist about Olama on there. It's all Python related, although I'm probably going to do some .NET and JavaScript later. Okay, if you've enjoyed this event, there's actually another one coming up in 2 weeks. That's going to be the one I'm running here for Memphis. It will be virtual as well. It's going to be on Friday, April 25th. That is again 2 weeks from today. Here is the link. Let me see. I don't know if I can put that link in. I don't know if I can copy that link into the chat. Well, at any rate, we'll get it out to you somehow. But that's the link. It'll start. So everything will be Central Time. So it'll start. I'm planning on starting it at 9 a.m. Central Time. And then actually my CFP is actually still open. I believe it's through midnight tonight. But it is open through the rest of the day, and there is the link for that as well. So if I get several more speakers, I can actually accept everybody and do 2 tracks, which I'd really like to be able to do. Okay, but moving on, let's get to the content. So AI is hard. That's why we're here today, because AI is hard, like really hard. Okay, we are trying to mimic the output of human beings, and we do not understand the human brain well enough to do that, to be totally honest with you. I think it's probably been said more than one time today that you're going to find that artificial intelligence is very artificial and not that intelligent. So that's another thing that makes it really, really hard. Somebody once put it to me, so it's kind of like educated guessing. Well, in some ways, yes, but it's educated guessing that's been refined over and over and over and over and over again, and that's why it's so hard. So let's take a look at at implementing this. Why does it take to implement this AI that's so hard? Well, first of all, LLMs are all the rage right now. This is here I'm talking about Llama 3.2. Llama 4, I believe, was released last week, but Llama 3.2 from Meta. And we're talking about here is the 3 billion parameter model. And this is actually a small model. 3 billion, that's a large number. But it's actually a small model when you consider that there's also what I think Llama 3.1, don't quote me on that, but one of the Llama versions has a 405 billion parameter model. DeepSeek is almost 700 billion parameters. Nobody knows quite for sure how many parameters GPT-4o is, but it's been rumored that it's up to 1 trillion parameters. So this is actually a small model. To train this, Meta used what at the time, I believe the cutoff date's like mid-2023, so almost 2 years ago, the NVIDIA H100, which is state of the art at the time. It's still a good GPU, although they've progressed some since then. I mean, these things are powerhouses. I mean, the thing's got 80 gigabytes of memory with a bandwidth of 3.5 terabytes. That's crazy, ridiculously fast. But still, and there's a picture of the guts of one. But still, it took 460,000 GPU hours. So in other words, if you just had one of these super powerful GPUs, it would take 460,000 hours to train this small language model. 460,000 hours is on the order of about 52.5 years. So Meta said, well, we don't want training this small model to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So what do? We scale up. So if you had 1,000 of these, it would take about three weeks. I think 19.5 days is where it comes in. Now, if you want to look at this in even larger scale, in Southwest Memphis, near where I live, there used to be an appliance, I think it was an assembly facility, a company called Electrolux. Well, they during the shutdowns, they closed it down. And last year, Elon Musk and XAI bought it, and they put 100,000 of these of these H100s in there, and they're using it to train Grok, which is of course the AI assistant for that X has. But still, even with all this, it's not enough. You don't just get 1 or 1,000 or 100,000 of these super powerful GPUs and boom, you've got an LLM. You have to have people who understand neural networks. They have to understand how to train this thing. And these are people who, have advanced degrees. They're geekier and nerdier than I am in some cases. It's scary to think that such people exist, but they do. And they have to know about the other things, such as PyTorch. This is a Python package for actually it's a kind of a layer on top of Torch, which is written in C++. But at any rate, this is what you use to code everything. You have to know about math, lots and lots of math. If you are math phobic, do not look under the hood of a neural network. And still, there's even more. You have to have the infrastructure to run all of these GPUs. Okay, cooling. These things put out a lot of heat. What was that? I think it was Jeffrey earlier today was showing you the stats on his system and showing you, how just even a small language model could make a GPU usage spike. Backup, networking, security. Okay, this is something people don't think about sometimes. I mean, I can't just go down to the XAI data center in Southwest Memphis and say, "Hey, I'd like to see Grok's brain." Anybody who is a fan of the original Star Trek series, look at season 3, episode 1, and you'll get that reference. But at any rate, power. This is a big one. These things consume 700 watts each. If we've got 1,000 of them, that's 700 kilowatts of power that we're consuming. So there's a lot that goes into this, and we're not done yet. There's an even bigger blocking factor. Last time I looked, which was in the past month, I believe, maybe a little bit longer, the current market price for an H100, it's about $30,000 each. In addition, these people with advanced degrees, they don't work for minimum wage. And if you go to your local utility company and ask them for 700 kilowatts of power for 3 weeks, they're going to expect something in return. Now, the problem with this is that users expect AI features now. Even the users who don't want AI, the users who don't trust AI, they still expect it. And that creates a quandary. So over here on one side, you've got the AI hungry users, and over here, you've got what it takes to feed the AI hungry users. And bridging the gap, stuck in the middle, is you. So fortunately, there is a solution to how to bridge this gap, and that is why Azure AI Services exists. So let's see how Azure AI Services helps with this problem. So first of all, the Azure AI Services, these are machine learning models because machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence. They are trained at Microsoft scale. So Microsoft scale, Meta scale, Google scale, Amazon scale. There are very few companies that can do this. So we're talking about these are the ones again that can take weeks to train. Targeting common AI scenarios. So these are things like sentiment analysis, object detection, text to speech, and such. So you don't need those really, really powerful GPUs at 30 grand each. They are exposed as REST APIs. So in other words, all you have to be able, you don't have to deal with any of the infrastructure. All you have to be able to do is call a REST API. It's another one that we don't have to worry about. You actually don't have to know anything about AI. If you can make a call to a REST API or use the SDK, you can add AI features to almost any application using almost any language. So we don't need these folks anymore, but we do appreciate their efforts in training the models. And serverless billing. You can use this serverlessly. So that means, literally you pay for only what you use. Now you can get provisioned instances as well, and there's some other ways to run it, but serverless, but you don't have to start off putting forth hundreds or thousands of dollars. You can actually, and some of them, if you're on the free tiers, you can experiment with them for free. And at any rate, we're talking like pennies per transaction or even less in some cases. So our cost is not. Oh, I'm hearing so. Hang on, excuse me, just 1 second. I think I just turned on a TV accidentally with my voice. Hang on, just a second. Excuse me, when I said the name of that of Amazon, it turned on a Fire TV. Okay, great. So at any rate, one of the hazards of one of the hazards of live streaming. But at any rate, so this is how Azure AI Services is going to get rid of some of those problems for us. Now, how do you access these? Well, there's 4 ways that you can access these, and now my mouse is messed up again. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. So the first one is a Docker container. I'm not going to talk a lot about this one because it's not really that exciting, but this is really good for if you have on-prem, if you have data that you want to keep on-prem. So you've got sensitive data, private data, and you don't want to put that up into the public cloud, which would be something like Azure. The only connection to Azure is for usage stats for billing purposes. So you're going to run everything in your data center in a Docker container, and the only thing that's going to go to Azure is how much you use it. Now, another way, and this is probably one of the more popular ways, is an SDK. And SDKs exist for popular languages, so Python, C#, Java, JavaScript, and TypeScript. And these allow you to work with language native objects. So as we all know, REST APIs generally speak JSON. Instead, we're going to be work with a Python object or C# or a C# object, and allow us to, and we won't have to parse all the JSON. Also, we won't have to mess with things like refreshing tokens or fiddling with HTTP requests. We don't have to do that. In fact, most of the time, it reduces the hard work of making that prediction, the machine learning magic, if you will. It reduces it to a single line of code in many cases. Everything that comes before that's going to be boilerplate configurations, such as authorizing and creating a client, and everything after that is going to be parsing the results, which is what makes your application unique. So that's where you want to spend all of your time. But you don't want to spend all of your time, again, with all that, with all that stuff that you have to pipe up yourself. There's also the REST API. Again, this one you can use any HTTP client. So you could use requests with Python. I forget what the one for C# is. You can use Axios with JavaScript, or you could use Go. You could use Swift. You could use Kotlin. If Haskell supports, making HTTP requests, you can call Azure AI Services in a Haskell application. It is the most flexible because it is the definitive reference. The SDK does not support all of the features of the REST API, and the Docker container does not support all of the services in the AI services collection. But the REST API, it's got everything. Let's see here. Then there's also these web-based studios, and there are I think there's about a half dozen services that support these. These are obviously web-based. They're going to be a UI of some sort, and this allows you to explore and experiment with the features. So kind of try before you buy. Although using this, you will be billed or eat a free quota if you've got one. So it's not just completely free. And also there are certain tasks like training custom models. I used it to generate some of the assets for some of the later demos, but we'll see examples of these last 3. Like I said, the Docker container is not really that exciting. It's more of a administrative task. Okay, this is not a complete list of the services that are available. I'm not going to go through every single one of these in detail. Some of them have, like Azure OpenAI, there's already been talk of that today. Search has already been talked about, but I'm going to go through some of them just so you get an overview of the breadth of what you can do with this, because I always tell people, they say, hey, I need an app and I need this AI feature. Well, Azure AI Services should be your first line of defense because it'll probably take care of 90% of what you need. So you don't, and like I said, so you don't have to train a model or really even know anything about AI in many cases. But so OpenAI, like I said, I'm not really going to go into this one in detail. Basically, ChatGPT, all the things. It's got all the different models. If you're using this within Azure, you do get the Azure features. You get security with Entra ID, monitoring, unified billing, Prompt flow is something that is not available in the that's not available just from OpenAI. But like I said, we've talked about that today before. Content safety, another one that I'm going to just kind of gloss over. For one reason is because demoing it would probably violate the code of conduct, but this is for filtering out potentially inappropriate content. Also, this one right here is interesting. Prompt shields. What it'll do is it'll analyze your prompts, the prompts that are coming into an LLM, to make sure that they won't do what's called jailbreaking it or force it to generate harmful content. Document intelligence. This is one that's hot right now. This is one of the hottest services that they've got going on. It used to be called Form Recognizer. And you'd be surprised how much data and information is actually still stored in forms, both physical and virtual, typed and handwritten. And right now, that's a manual process. Or traditionally has been a manual process. But now with document intelligence, is going to be, you can automate this process. So you can extract information from forms, documents, and such. And you might be thinking, well, hey, that's just OCR. It's been around for a long time. This is actually more than OCR. These are models that have been focused on different types of documents. So they are context aware. So they'll like recognize different structures like tables and options and checkboxes and other layouts. Some of those layouts they have, for like checks or invoices, tax documents, and there are others. And you can also train your own models. That's the really cool thing about the Azure AI services. Even though they are pre-trained models, there are ways that you can extend them, some of them with your own data. Okay, let's talk about the face service. This one, the only reason I really labor over this one is because there's a lot of confusion sometimes about these three terms: facial detection, recognition, and analysis. Some people use these interchangeably, and there are actually differences between them. So facial detection does pretty much what it says. It identifies 0 or more objects representing faces. So it's a binary classifier. Is there a face in this picture or not? Hot dog or not hot dog. Facial recognition actually works on top of facial identification, and it will associate or attempt to associate an identity with a detected face. Further, facial analysis. This looks at the location of facial landmarks, so facial features such as eyes, nose, mouth, and also different attributes. So, is this person wearing a hat? Do they have glasses, jewelry, and that kind of thing? Now, the other reason why I bring this up is because facial detection, you can use it as much as you can pay for it. But if you want to use, facial detection, you can use as much as you can pay for. Facial recognition and facial analysis, because of privacy concerns, you have to make your case to Microsoft. These are gated, and Microsoft will have to grant you access. All right, language. This is one of the more capable services, and they actually had some when they did the rebranding about a year and a half ago. They rolled several services into the language service, so this one's going to have quite a few in it. But sentiment analysis. This is kind of the low-hanging fruit. I also say that the language service is one of the easier services to use. But sentiment analysis. This is kind of the hello world in some ways of AI services. You throw in a body of text. Does it have positive, negative, or neutral sentiment? Summarization. Give me the Cliff Notes version of this particular body of text. Key phrase extraction. What are the major ideas, the important points, the talking points, if you will? Named entity recognition. Notable and or famous people, places, and things. Question answering. Okay, throw me a body of text. I will throw in a body of text. It will formulate questions that can be used to reinforce understanding. Conversational language understanding. This comes down to forming a series of intents in order to use some kind of a conversational agent. And PII, personally identifiable information, such as social security numbers. Hey, you probably shouldn't put that in there. So to detect that information and root it out. Search. I'm not really going to go that deep into search. Basically, the main thing that for purposes today that it's used for is this vector search engine that's used with RAG, retrieval augmented generation. But that's all I'm going to say about that one for now. Speech. This is probably my favorite one. My demos are definitely more in depth with this one, but I really like the speech service, and there's a lot that you can do with it as well. So first, speech recognition, speech to text. I talk to the service. It gives me a text transcript back. And then also the inverse of that, which is speech synthesis. So you give it the transcript or body of text, and it will generate a audio representation of it. Translation. Talk to it in one language, it'll talk back or it will repeat what you said in another language. Speaker identification, also called speaker diarization. I'm going to have a demo of this here in a minute, but this is if you have a recording of a meeting or a conversation that has multiple people, it will distinguish the speakers. It will distinguish the different speakers and attribute what they said to each speaker. Custom neural voices. You can record samples of yourself or somebody else with their permission, and the speech service will train a model that will replicate closely their voice. This is another one that in certain cases is gated. You have to, I forget exactly what it is that you have to do, but you have to tell Microsoft, hey, I've got this person's permission and I accept responsibility and everything, because again, they're worried about abuse with this one. And avatars, a talking head. You literally can have a little video of somebody of a person that looks, and you can also train custom avatars now. You can put gestures. You can have gestures in, so you can, and then also SSML, speech synthesis markup language. So if you have unique pronunciations or you want to put pauses in a specific place, you can do that with the speech service. Translator. I'm going to kind of gloss over this one as well. How am I doing on? I've gone 25 minutes already, dang. But translator, pretty much, what it says, it'll translate text between languages. You can filter out obscene words. Language detection, what language is this? And then also this one is another one that you can train custom models. One of the caveats here, though, is that one of the languages must be English. So you can go English to German, you can go German to English, you can't go German to French. And finally, wrapping up is the vision service. So this one is pretty obvious. You extract information from images of some kind. OCR. Now we already talked about OCR with the document intelligence. This is a more generalized OCR model, and I've got a demo of it that'll that'll show this. But this is for things, if you want like reading signs or just any random printed text. It doesn't have to be in a strict format like the document intelligence service expects. Object detection, again, not just necessarily is there a face in this image, but what objects are there in this image, hot dogs and otherwise. Image tagging, so generate keywords. Image captioning, again, kind of like the key phrase extraction, except with images. Background removal. This is a big one. This is one that people like to do in batch a lot. And also thumbnail generation. Cropping a thumbnail, generally what you want to do is you want to remove all of the noise and focus in on the important subject. Vision Service can help you do that. You can train custom models. Again, this is used often for product defects and that kind of, looking for product defects. And then also there you have to have large amounts of image files for these, and you have to label all of them. You can actually train a model in using the Vision Service, train a model to automatically label your images. So you can train AI to train an AI model. Okay, with that, let's take a look, spend the rest of the time doing some demos. Let me see how much trouble I can cause here. In case you did not notice, I am obsessed with Nashville. But let's get first. Oh, I thought I had this already. I thought I had this up already. Oh, okay. No big deal. I can still do this. Won't take long to look for this. Come on. All right, here we go. So this one will work. So when you create an instance, when you provision an instance of a resource, you will get over here in the keys and endpoint, you will get two keys. There'll be a location and an endpoint. Location's not always necessarily used, but these keys always are, and they are masked, so you might assume that they are like passwords. So basically what will happen is if you're using the REST API, you'll pass these in as headers. If you're using the SDK, you will these will be passed to the client of some sort. Now notice that there's 2 of them. And the nice thing about this is if one of them is compromised or you're using good security practice and you're rotating them out, what you can do is you can switch to one while regenerating the other, and then you don't have any downtime. So that's pretty much and that's going to be pretty much constant across all of them. Now, in the case of the document intelligence service, and there are also some others that we can look at. You'll have this button down here to go to a studio, to one of those web-based studios, and in this case, we have the Document Intelligence Studio. So I'll click on that, and I'll get this dashboard of all of the different features. Now, not all of the features are covered, but what we can do here is we can take a look at some of these pre-built models. So, for example, let's take a look at an invoice. And I'll sign in. And again, where is it? Oh, I don't see it on here, on this one. Oh, well, it's on the others. I know that. Anyway, there's a little checkbox generally saying, hey, I understand that using this, I may be billed for that. I could be billed or my quota will be eaten up or whatever. So there's some examples here, but I have some, but just to prove that I have nothing up my sleeve, I'm going to bring in a different one. So here's a PDF. Here, actually, I'll show you I guess I should show you the PDF first. So here is a PDF of an invoice. This is just a template that I PDF from Canva. They have lots of different, but yeah, and the thing is, the invoices, yes, there are parts of this that are kind of consistent across invoices. You know, you're going to have the name of, you're going to have an invoice ID, you'll have a date, you'll have like a bill of line items, total, maybe terms or something. This one does have terms on it, something like that. But so this particular pre-built model is meant to look for those. So if I drag this over here, it's going to show it to me here. If I say run analysis, and you can also use images. There are different types. There are different document types. You'll see that it's highlighting over here what it found. So if I can zoom in for just a little bit here, whoops, drag this down. You'll see here this one. This is the customer name and address. It found the invoice date, found the invoice ID. Remember I said that it will recognize structures. This here is a table. It says it's got a table with 9 rows and 5 columns, which is true if you include the headers as the first row, and then each row here, you see the items in each row. And notice it's giving me a confidence score as well. Then down here is total, subtotal. This is saying it's a customer ID. It's actually an account number on this one, but at any rate, you can see that it did pull those things out. Now you can also go over here in the studio and you can look at some of the different structures. So here it found these tables. This is the JSON that you would have to parse if you were using the raw REST API. But you can see it's very, very detailed. So for each particular piece of content that it finds, it gives you the bounds of it, and then again the confidence score as well, and even sample code that you could use. All you need to do is plug your endpoint and key in here, and you could run this. Gives you samples in Python, JavaScript, and C#. So that's all I'm going to talk about with the document intelligence service, because when you start doing, because when you start writing code, start writing an application against it, and start just digging down into that result, it becomes pretty repetitive sometimes. But there are other things that you can do. You can specify, which field you want to look for. Lots and lots of different stuff. There is a if you have an Azure account, and I believe this is free forever. I believe you get 500. You can analyze 500 pages per month for free. You can do it for at least 12 months, but it may be forever. So you can play with this. So you can play with this yourself. Okay, let's take a look now at let's do Speech Studio. Let's see here. Let me get back to let me see here. This is the one I want, isn't it? Here, I think it'll work for what I want. Okay, so if I go to the Speech Studio here, and I want to make sure, yes, I'm right. Okay. Then you'll see several different things that I can do with this. So for example, here's where you can do all your speech to text. You can look at, you can do all, no, I want text to speech is actually what I want. What was, I think Matt was talking about some of the different voices that it has. Let's see here. I think this one. So if I, no, it's not what I want. It's not the one I wanted. Hang on just a second here. Maybe this is the one I need. No. Oh, here. I was looking at speech to text. I need text to speech. When I present, I'm in a completely different resolution. So here are all the different voices. So I could go down here and I can, let me see here, try it out. And hello, Cleveland Global, and let's try to spell it right. Global AI, well, whatever. Global AI Bootcamp. And then play.
Hello, Cleveland Global AI Bootcamp.
And then and some of these have different styles. So like if I, let me see, where's the one that has different styles? Let's see here. Oh, come on. Well, here, we'll use Andrew. But he has different styles. So he could say that, where's Jenny? She's the one I always use. They moved Jenny. There's Jenny. Yeah, she's got a lot of styles. So for example, I could have the normal one.
Hello, Cleveland Global AI Bootcamp.
And then, it could sound like angry.
Hello, Cleveland Global AI Bootcamp.
And you can tweak these, or she could be sad.
Hello, Cleveland Global AI Bootcamp.
So some of the, you can have fun going through those. There also is a free edition or a free quota for the speech service as well. But this is the one I want to show you down here, the avatars. So you have your selection of a number of different avatars, and you can tell it, hey, this is what I want you to. Let me see here. I thought I had one. I created one earlier. I thought. Oh dear. I know I created one earlier. Well, okay. I think I got time. So if and let's say that I want to, not hello, but hello Global AI Bootcamp. Actually, just a second. Let me pull out, spoiler alert, this is going to be some of the next demo here. But let's say that I want to insert a gesture. I want to insert what we want to insert. Good. Okay, we'll insert this gesture here at this point. Then, if I generate the video, I think this will only take a few seconds. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, earlier. This should only take a few seconds. Only take a few seconds. Now Azure's going to make me a liar. Well, I may have to come back to this. Here we go. So now let's see what happens.
All right, thanks everyone for joining. Let's keep this quick. The goal today is to check in on the project timeline, discuss any blockers, and align on next steps. Let's start with development. Jamie, where are we on the latest feature updates?
So, and then you can also here's the SSML mode, which I can't use right now because I've already generated this, but and that's what I was talking about. We could put unique pronunciations or pauses or something in there. But like I said, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do with this. But let's take a look at a demo that uses some code. So I have over here in an Azure Blob Storage account, I have an audio file. And by the way, this has to, for this demo, the files have to be monaural. You can't use stereo recordings for this. But I also have this, and like I told Sam earlier, I'm going to package all this stuff up. It's spread out across a couple different repositories right now, but I'll package it all up into one and send him the link over the weekend. But I have this transcript. This transcript was generated by ChatGPT, and it's a short meeting between 4 people. And then I actually used the Speech Studio to generate an audio transcription of this using 4 different neural voices. So let's listen to a few seconds of this.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining. Let's keep this quick. The goal today is to check in on the project timeline, discuss any blockers, and align on next steps. Let's start with development. Jamie, where are we on the latest feature updates?
So far, things are on track. The authentication flow is done, and we're wrapping up the API integration. We hit a small issue with the OAuth provider yesterday, but I found a workaround, and we should be good by tomorrow.
That's great to hear. Any risks that might cause delays?
Not at the moment. If testing goes smoothly, we should be able to move forward as planned.
Sounds good. Taylor, how's the UI for this looking?
The UI updates are about 90% done.
Okay, so that goes on for a few more seconds, but you get the idea. So what I want to do is I want to use speaker diarization to give me a transcript that basically looks like this. But of course, in a real world, you wouldn't have this to begin with. So what I'm going to do is I've got Visual Studio Code over here, and I made changes. Okay, fine. Hope I didn't mess it up. All right. And this is actually one of the services that you can, or one of the features of the speech service that there is not an SDK for. So this one you have to call the REST API, and I'm using a Python package called requests. Now this right here, and of course you can also do, what I'm talking about here, you can do in C# and JavaScript and everything as well, using other libraries. Or really any language, again, that supports HTTP requests. What I'm doing is I'm storing things like my key and my blob URL, things that I want to keep private that I would normally say in an environment variable, or if I'm in, again, Azure, probably use Key Vault. I'm storing them in this .env file over here, and then using this package called load.env to load them as environment variables. So I've got my headers here. This is how you authenticate using that key, and then you need the content type of JSON. And this is how you configure the request, this body right here. So first of all, content URLs, that's going to be the URL. I've got that. Now if you're in a production application, you have it locked down. I just set anonymous read access for that entire container, so I can get the URL from anywhere. But that's what I'm doing here. I'm passing the URL to that audio file. Display name. This is a friendly name. We'll use this later to create a folder to put the analysis in. And then here's where I configure the diarization. So I tell it I want diarization, and then also the number of speakers. In this case, since I know I have 4, I set the min and max count to 4. But if you don't know, you would adjust those accordingly. So then I go all the way down here. So request.post. I'm going to make a post request to the endpoint that I got out of the portal. And then I'm also going to pass along the headers that I have for authentication. And then this is going to be the payload. You might have noticed, hey, that looks a lot like JSON. In Python, we call it a dictionary. You can translate between Python dictionaries and JSON objects very easily. But I'm going to make this post request. I'm going to get my response back. Should have a status code of 201. If it does, there's going to be JSON in the body of that with a self property. That's just going to be a URL. The last segment of that URL is going to be the ID of the transcription job that was started. So what I'm doing is I'm just splitting on slashes, and then to get the last one in Python, very easy. You can do negative indexing, starts at the end of an array, or list as we call it in Python, and then goes backwards. Then what I'm going to do is I'm say, hey, here's the job ID that I have, and I'm going to start polling this job status, because this can take a long time. Generally takes this one only takes about 30 to 40 seconds, but if you're doing a batch job or really long files, it could take longer. So in here, I'm just setting up a loop. This is the URL that I call to poll. So again, it's just the speech endpoint from before, tag on the ID, and I have to again have the headers for authentication. I'll get the status out of the response. There's a status property or status key, and I'm looking to see if the status is succeeded or failed. If so, I'm done. I'm not handling the failed case here, but if it's succeeded, it'll drop down to here. If not, I'm going to say, hey, I still need a few more seconds, and I'll wait for 10 seconds and show the updates. If I'm done, then I can get the display name out of the JSON, and that's going to be that friendly name that we set up here. I'm going to use that where am I? I'm going to use that. I'm going to, now this toSnake case, this is just a little function. All it does is it takes a string and transforms it to what we Pythonists call snake case. And here's an example right here, snake case. So if you have a variable or a function or something that is multiple words, you'll lowercase it and you'll put words and you put underscores in between the words. So that's going to make a snake case version of the display name. I'm going to create a directory for that where we will store the transcripts. Then I'm going to actually go and get the transcripts. And then I'll reuse again that same URL. This time I'm going to tag files on the end of it. This here in Python, I'm not going to go through all of this. This is what we call a list comprehension. It's basically syntactic sugar for lambda map. But what I'm doing is I'm getting pairs out of the response for each transaction, and I'm getting the name of the file, and then I'm getting the URL of the file for each transcript. Then I'm doing is I'm going through here. I'm just writing them to the local storage, and then I'm going to read each of them. I'll go through each of these files, and then I will create a training, and then I'll create a text file for each one of them that has the transcription in it. And then this one right here is where I'm going through and I'm getting each in the recognized phrases that's in the JSON. I'm getting the speaker ID, and then this in best, it may give me more than one particular, it may give me more than one prediction or translation for, or a transcription for what was said. And what I'm doing here is I want to get the first one because that'll be the best one. Okay, so now what I can do, let's see how this, so let's see this in action. So I'll say Python speech.py. Okay, so here's my job ID. It says it's transcribing, so we'll wait 10 seconds. Like I said, this generally takes about 30 or 40 seconds. So I think this is the last wait that we will have I think this is the last time we have to wait on something. There are other more elegant ways to do this, but for a demo, this will work. And a command line demo, this will work. It should be only one more.
Is the message where it states still transcribing, is that something you had in the code, or is that feedback?
Yes, that's something that, let's see here. Yeah, right here. Right there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, it's taking more than 40 seconds. Great. I ran this twice today. There we go. Okay, just took 10 more seconds. Okay. So now you'll see that, so remember up here, we called meeting recording transcriber demo. That was our display name. So here's a folder with that in snake case. Here's the JSON that we pulled out in step 3. Let me see here where get that back. Ah, come on, give me a break. Let's see here. That was in step 3 right here where we pulled out these transcripts and saved them. This is the file here. Let me format that into using JSON. And you'll see that there's quite a bit in here that you have to parse. So first of all, it's going to give you the entire transcript, and then it's going to start to break down again those recognized phrases. And for each one, now notice there's a channel, and of course it's 0 here because there's only one channel. But it'll give you all the timestamps and everything. Here is that, but there's the speaker ID, which always starts with 1. There is no speaker 0 for this. But, and then here's that in best. They might, this is what we call a list of dictionaries in Python. It would be, an array of objects in JSON. But give me a confidence score for each one, and it'll give me what it transcribed. Okay. Then if I go over here, I parsed that, and here's where I get my transcript. So it's so here's everything for speaker 1. And if we look over at the transcript, let me find the transcript here. See if I can get these both in the same window at this resolution. Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. So it starts off with Jamie, where latest feature updates. Then Jamie starts speaking. Jamie is number 2. And then after that, we're back to that's great to hear. Okay. Then back to not at this moment, which looks good. And then we're going to ask Taylor to weigh in. We're asking Taylor to weigh in next. And then Taylor starts off with the UI updates are 90% done and so on. So this works. You can also do this within the speech portal. I will say one thing is that speaker diarization, that does not work on the free accounts. You have to have a paid account for that. So that, like I said, I do have another speech demo. I'm going to do it at the very end because it requires the microphone, and I've had a problem in the past when streaming. The streaming app and Python get in the fight over the microphone, and nobody wins, and the app ends up crashing. So I'll do it. I've got a second microphone hooked up. We'll see if it'll work. But let me go on to the next set of demos here, which is going to be for the Vision service. So let me close this. I don't want to save that. I've done it many times. And let's take a look here. So I've got several images. So this one here, this is the one that Microsoft gives us. So let's take a look at it. Get a browser up here. No, I need a browser. Okay. So this is the image. It's somebody in front of what I think it was once called a Surface Hub. I don't know if those are still around or not, but that's the image we're going to use. So what I'm doing here is I'm using I'm using the SDK here. So I still got my endpoint and key that I'm bringing in from the .env file, and then these are the packages here for the SDK. I'm also, so this is where we get into the part where I can show you, hey, it's just a single line of code. This is the boilerplate configuration like I talked about here. In this case, it's very simple. It's just creating a client and authenticating it. This is where we actually do the hard work. So we analyze from URL, passing it the URL of that image over there. And then in this case, what I want to do is I want to do object detection. So there are all these different visual features that you can pass in more than one if you wanted to, but in this case, objects. So we're looking to say, hey, what objects are you finding in this image? That gives me a result. Everything after that is simply parsing the result. So what I'm doing is I'm using the Python imaging library, which is in the Pillow package, and that's what this stuff here and this stuff down here is. I'm loading up the image, and then I'm drawing for each object. I'm going to print out the object into the console so we can see the coordinates and the confidence scores and everything. But here, for each of those objects, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the coordinates out of them, which is the bounding box. So that's going to be the rectangle that would surround the identified object. Then here, I'm going to draw a rectangle around the object on the image. Then I'm going to draw another filled rectangle below it to draw the text with the label, and then I'll save that output. So let's try this one and see how it works out. Python is going to be Vision 01. All right, if we look over here, we'll have output image, and there we go. We can see that it's identified a person and a television, and here it's showing us that the tag that it found is a person with 90% confidence and almost 81% confidence for the television. Now, of course, that's the one that Microsoft gives us. So let's take a look at one that Microsoft did not give us, just to prove that there's nothing crazy going on here. So let's take a look at this image. So here's an image of some art supplies is what it looks like. So let's comment this one, uncomment this one. I believe Jared mentioned that the hashtag is the comment in Python. And let's just run this again. Okay, this time it says that it found a cup and a person. It's pretty confident about the person, but not so confident about the cup. Now let's look. Oh, and this one at this resolution, it's gonna be hard to see at this resolution, but here we go. You can see the cup right there. And then even though it's a drawing, it still identified that one as a person. Okay. 231. Let's go ahead and look at the OCR demo real quick. Okay, so this one starts off a lot like the previous one. Again, I'm creating the same image analysis client using the same key and endpoint as before, and I'm doing the exact same call single line of code to do all the hard work. The only thing is this time, notice the visual features read. That's going to look for text. And that means my result is going to have a read property on it. And so the text is organized into blocks, and the blocks are organized into lines and such. But at any rate, I'm going to iterate all of those, and I'm going to print out what each one of them is. Then I'm going to do something similar to what I did with the previous demo, in which I'm going to get the bounding boxes of all of each line, and I'm going to draw a rectangle around it, and then I'll spit it out down at the bottom. Okay, so let's take a look at this first image here. And we'll see that this is not your standard form. Again, this is a more generalized OCR model. So first thing that you'll notice is that we have text here at an angle. We also have many different font styles, different sizes. It's not laid out. It's not laid out in a nice table or lined up or anything. We also have right here. We have this mixed. Well, we have mixed here, and we also have mixed fonts here. This one we have some damage to this sign. And so how's it going to handle that? So let's take a look and see what it did. Let's move this over here, and let's run vision2.py. All right. So first of all, let's take a look at what it found. Let's see if I can get the original image in here. Actually, let's go ahead and look at the output, and then we can kind of look at this two at the same time. Okay, so you can see that it did find the text of the image, text at an angle rather. It found that, but it has so ouch. Let's see here. Then there's play it safe. That's lines 2 and 3, or actually play it is line 2. It shouldn't is line 3. Safe is line 5, and so on, or 4 and so on. Also notice that it did happen that it did this one down here, the mixed font. It got that all as one. It did find that all as one line, and it did also recognize that as safety shoe store. Now this one, that should be visit the, but the S is completely obscured by the damage, so it found the it. Then for the confidence scores, you can see also that down here, when it recognized safety, it went with it, but it wasn't very sure about it. So I got all the confidence scores down here. But overall, I mean, ouch, it wasn't. That's kind of strange. Maybe it's the wavy outline of the text. But this, so that's just so that's kind of like it's more of a generalized model, but there's more that it can do. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the or different types of text. It also handwritten text. So take a look at this. Just something I scribbled out on the iPad and saved, but Azure AI serves as computer vision. It's obviously handwritten. So let's take a look at that one. And there's the output. Scroll a little bit. And again, it found 2 lines, Azure AI Services, computer vision, and it's fairly confident about what it found, even though sometimes when I write, especially if I have an RE, I'll very often I'll try to connect those together and other things. And then like that CE there, it still found it. It still found it. And one more, and then we can talk about some questions if anybody has any, and then I can, if you want, I can risk the other audio demo. Well, I'll tell you what it is, and then you can decide if you want to risk it or not. I think it's pretty cool, but I'm my own worst critic. It also recognizes languages other than English. This is French. I believe that means complete plumbing. I know this means plumbing. I think that means complete. I'm not sure. I'd have to. This is from a blog post I wrote back at the beginning of the year, and so I don't remember what it says. But let's take a look at this one. Let's run this one more time. And I have to save it. And so it did find it did find the lines and the words that it found. It's also was confident. It's not confident about the second one, but it's confident. It may be because of that dot. That dot in there is kind of messing with it. But let's do French output, and we'll see that it did indeed It did indeed recognize it. Okay. All right. No questions. Okay. So let me show you, and this one also I have to do, I can't do that one in WSL. I have to do this one in, I have to do this one on the bare machine, on the bare metal, because because the WSL can't access the microphone. So this one, this is another speech services demo. And this one, I watch way too many police videos on YouTube. Way too many. In fact, if a notification were to come up, hey, live police chase in Los Angeles, I'd probably say, okay, thanks for joining, everybody. Not really, but I'd be tempted. But at any rate, and many times, you're watching them, they're in a chase, and they'll call in the license plate, and they'll use the NATO phonetic alphabet, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, and so on, instead of saying the letters. So this became sort of a learned behavior with me, and I'm driving down the street one day, and I'm seeing the license plate, and I'm transcribing the NATO phonetic alphabet of what I see on the license plates. And some of them, I remember one of them that was really bugging me that I never could remember. I never could remember November for some reason. And I think whiskey was another one. And what was the other one? I think India or something. But at any rate, and so it was really bugging me. And I thought, hey, this actually has a great demo. So I created a NATO phonetic alphabet trainer. And so what will happen is it will generate right here three random, in this case 3, but you can configure it to any length, but however, a collection of random letters. It will read out the letters to you. So I'm going to be using speech synthesis here. And then it will wait for you to transcribe that, speak that back using the NATO phonetic alphabet, and then it will tell you whether you're correct or not. If you're correct, it just says correct, and if you're not right, it says, hey, here's what I expected, but here's what I heard you tell me. So again, this time the boilerplate configuration is a little bit more complex. We have to create an instance of speech synthesis, an instance of speech recognition. We have to select our voice and such, and then we have to tell it which audio output we're using. So which microphone we're using, which and such. And then down here for each one, here is the single line of code that does the hard work for speech synthesis, so text to speech. And then here is the one line of code here that does all of the hard work for speech recognition or speech to text. And then down here, this is just, again, analyzing the results, which again is what is most of it. So if you want, I will attempt this. But so let me go ahead and say that if this does not work and it does crash, thanks everybody for joining. I'll try to come back as quickly as I can, but if I can't, thanks for joining. Does anybody have any questions before I try this real quick?
Yeah, I have a question for you, Doug.
Sure.
The dialogization where you set person 1 to say XYZ and person 2 to say ABC, can you actually coordinate that with the graphical representation in a video where you have 2 individual characters talking according to that dialogue?
So that does not work. So that does not work in. So what you want to do is you want to do that in real time. In other words.
Not so much real time. I mean, I can prep it in advance, but I just want to know, can I dialogue the audio as well as the video, meaning have 2 separate individuals on a video?
Oh yeah, because the audio is what it's going to pay attention to.
But as far as the lip syncing of the characters.
Oh, okay. Yes, you could. In theory, you could, because it gives you because that JSON in there, that big glob of JSON and the recognized phrases, it gives you the timestamps.
Okay. So who says what and when?
Yes. So So let me see here. Did I kill that? No. Let me see here. Hang on. Let me go back to it real quick.
So you got to do some serious JSON editing then.
Oh yeah. This is well, and also remember, and there's no SDK for this. So, yeah, so for each of these recognized phrases, what you're going to do is see there's an offset and a duration, and it also has it in ticks and milliseconds. So it has it in several different formats. But here's your speaker, and here's the normalized version of what was said. So I think all the information is there to do what you want, but you'd have to do some serious JSON parsing for it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Anything else?
Any other questions or comments for Doug?
I'm hoping that worst case scenario, let me make sure real quick that I've got the correct microphone selected, because otherwise I know it will crash. Okay, so
if we do get disconnected, I got some wrap-up slides to go through, so it'll
okay.
give you a few minutes to reconnect and rejoin.
Okay, great. Well, let's see if this sucker works here. Hopefully so. Python speech.py.
Say the following letters using the NATO phonetic alphabet. L, S, P.
Lima, Sam, Pocket.
Correct.
No, that's not true. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't have happened. Also, I will say this microphone is terrible. So let's try it again.
Say the following letters using the NATO phonetic alphabet. R, B, D.
Romeo, Baker, Delta.
Correct.
Okay, that one was correct. Now let's do one that's incorrect.
Say the following letters using the NATO phonetic alphabet. A, F, C.
Alpha, Baker, Charlie.
Incorrect. I expected Alpha. Foxtrot. Charlie but heard Alpha. Bravo. Charlie.
So the reason why it's saying Bravo when I said Baker is because it's only taking the first letter. Actually, that's another limitation. But again, it gives you an idea here of what's going on. And also, this is a historic occasion because that is the first time that demo has worked online. So, but at any rate, let me go back here real quick, and there's my link tree one more time, if you so wanted. And again, thanks Sam for having me, and thanks for putting on this event, and thanks to everybody for sticking around.
And thank you for joining, Doug. Very informative presentation.
I will relinquish control back to you, or I think nope. I need to relinquish control.
Yeah, no problem. I can just reshare my screen. That's not a problem.
All right.
So we have a couple concluding slides to go through before we adjourn for the day. And let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. So thanks again to Doug and the 5 other speakers that joined us today. Took time out of their busy schedule, especially Veronica. She was scrambling. She had an issue that she was working on. And then I had to send her a text message about joining. So it was a big juggling act for Veronica as well as others. And we definitely appreciate that and making it a full day of learning online free of charge. A couple of concluding announcements. So as mentioned earlier, the meeting is being recorded and will be posted on YouTube. What I'm going to do is basically edit the videos into separate clips. And this way I can upload it to my YouTube channel, and it will be under a separate playlist for the Global AI Bootcamp. And if you're asking about the link, let me share that in chat. And if you would please subscribe to the YouTube channel to get updates on that. Also, my blog, samnasser.blogspot.com. So there I post tech events, which we'll go through in just a minute. And again, you can subscribe to that to stay updated. And lastly, I'll be sending out a feedback eval form through email to all the attendees. And if you would please take a moment to fill that out so we can inform our speakers and provide them with some constructive criticism. As far as events happening in the area, 2 user groups that I wanted to mention. April 17th is the glug.net, or the Greater Lansing User Group for .NET users. And that's happening on every 3rd Thursday. So this month it will be on the 17th. On the 4th Wednesday of every month is the Cleveland C# User Group, and that's going to be happening on April 23rd. With regards to online events, well, April 11th, we all know what's happening then, so I won't talk about that. But on May 2nd is StirTrek.com. And if you're not familiar with Star Trek, it is basically a pretty cool conference where essentially they secure a theater in Columbus. They have all-day sessions relating to .NET and AI and various other technologies, and it's all done on the movie theater screens. And then at the end of the day, they secure the theater, and only the attendees have a private viewing. And this year, it's going to be Marvel's Thunderbolts. So you can check them out at StarTrek.com. In addition, on August 1st is Cincy Deliver. That is, again, an all-day conference of various topics, .NET and otherwise. And that's going to be happening in Cincinnati. They also include some Azure topics as well. The speakers have been selected, so you can find a list of all the speakers and the sessions available online. If you joined us after the start of the meeting, I had mentioned 2 user groups, specifically the ones that I host, and those meet every month, and they are free of charge and open to the public. The Azure Cleveland user group, and that can be found on meetup.com. In addition, the Cleveland C# group, as I mentioned earlier, that is also found online at meetup.com. We meet regularly every month, and so once you subscribe or you register for one meeting, you'll be able to get updates for future meetings as well. Also, I'd like to thank our sponsor, NIS Technologies, for sponsoring the virtual meeting space. And we provide consulting and training as well as custom applications. If you need a proof of concept or a lunch and learn, we're more than happy to help. With regards to my specific contacts, you can find me at linktree/Sam Nasser, and there are all my contacts for email, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, and so forth. More specifically, if you have any questions, my email is snasser@nistechnologies.com. My Linktree once again. And last but not least is LinkedIn. Much like Jared, this is my favorite social media platform. I'm on it regularly. And I was just informed that I had my 5th course published on LinkedIn Learning regarding small language models and large language models. So feel free to check that out on LinkedIn Learning. And if we're not connected on LinkedIn, let's do so. It's a great way to stay in touch and keep each other informed. And so with that, thank you all for attending. Thanks again to the great speaker lineup that we had. And it was a pleasure spending all day with you all and learning about AI and all the various features. So with that, have a great weekend, everyone, and look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
All right, now we can talk freely. All right, if there's no questions or comments, thank you all once again, and have a great weekend. Bye, everyone.